and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we, having thy fear, will always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This meeting of the Honorable Senate for January 27th, 2023 is called to order with my first observation that I wish to welcome all the members of the Senate and indeed all the members of the staff here at Gordon House back to work. It's the first sitting of the year 2023. If you, the first real sitting of the Senate for 2023, I thank Ransford for sitting in that other Senate meeting. I just take the opportunity for myself to welcome you all back and to welcome members of the staff back, having spent a peaceful Christmas season. I think we may have one more sitting before Parliament is prorogued in any event, but this will be may very well be the last of this session, but it is certainly the first for 2023. That's number one. Number two, I apologize for the late start, and I will endeavor, along with the whips of both sides of the Senate, to try and keep some sort of better time in relation to our starting on Friday mornings. And number three, we are joined by 30 students from Northern Caribbean University. And there are 2 members of the teaching staff along with them. I want to take the opportunity to welcome you to the Parliament. I don't know if it's the first time you have been here, but just to point out that you're always welcome. The staff of the Parliament are always here to facilitate any visits you wish to make. If there's anything in particular you want to come and observe, it's your Parliament, it's your Parliament building. Do not hesitate to return. I apologize for the late start. I know that a number of you are coming from distance. This morning, the start was delayed by some matters that required consultation, and that's why we are starting a bit late. So please accept my apologies. I hope you enjoy the session, and as I said, do not hesitate to return. It would be remiss of me not to plead with you when you are going back to your campus in Manchester. Be careful with the road, with the driver, and with your transport, whatever mode of transport it is. But please be extremely careful, and do not be afraid if you're in the vehicle and it is being driven recklessly to talk out So we look forward to seeing you again, and I hope that you enjoy your session with us. On a more somber note, over the last number of weeks, there are 2 Jamaicans who have passed away, and I asked the Senate to pause this morning and to pay tribute and acknowledge the contributions, first of all, of Ambassador Honorable Dr. Richard Bernal, whose life was one of service to our country. Ambassador Bernal held the Jamaican flag high while serving as Jamaica's ambassador to the United States from 1991 to 2001, and fulfilled simultaneously the role as permanent representative of Jamaica to the Organization of American States. He served as Director General of the Caribbean Regional Negotiation Machinery for 8 years, where he was responsible for trade negotiations for CARICOM, Cuba, and the Dominican Republic. He held several positions across the public and private sectors, as well as serving as in a number of capacities at the University of the West Indies. Ambassador Bernal had a very long and distinguished career and represented Jamaica at many regional and international engagements. He is described as a pillar of the academic and diplomatic community, whose work and contribution earned him the country's 4th highest honor, the Order of Jamaica. We send sincere condolences to his widow, Margaret, and other members of his family. On a personal note, the Bernals have actually been my neighbors for many, many years. And speaking from the community on where we resided, his passing came as a tremendous shock to us all, because he was often seen exercising with his wife of many years, and to hear of his sudden passing really was a shock to all of us in the Stillwell Road community. We also, and I asked the Senate to contemplate and pay tribute to the Honorable Mr. Justice Henderson Downer, CD, retired, who served the country for almost 4 decades, leaving a lasting legacy in Jamaica and Commonwealth Caribbean jurisprudence. Justice Downer served the judiciary for 23 years as a puisne judge from 81 to 88, and later as a judge of appeal, a position he held until his retirement in 2004. Following his retirement, he returned to public service, where he served for 15 years as the Deputy Children's Advocate from 2006 to 2021. He was said to be an anchor in the office of the Children's Advocate, where he provided support, particularly on legal policy. He was a man of unquestioned intellect and integrity, whose talent and dedication to the judiciary and the development of law in Jamaica was unparalleled. Mr. Henderson Downer, once again, is someone who I knew very well. He, in fact, was a puisne judge when I started to practice law at the criminal bar, and we maintained a relationship even after he left the Court of Appeal. Hendy, as he was often referred to, was someone who we could all count on and would never refuse a telephone call to assist on some sticky legal point. We noted the tribute given to him by his brother-in-law, Mr. Justice Panton, and we certainly accept the words that Mr. Panton had put into the public concerning his contribution to the jurisprudence of Jamaica. Above all, I found Mr. Henderson Downer to be a gentleman in the true sense of the word. Both Richard and Hendy, as we refer to him in the profession, will be sorely missed, and that is the nature of this passage through this vale of tears. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your elegant and eloquent remembrance of these two great gentlemen. I must say that I was not well acquainted with Justice Henderson Downer, but I am sure that had I had that privilege, I would willingly adopt your words today. And so I will adopt them. And I will, on behalf of this side, extend our most sincere condolences to his family and loved ones, and offer them our prayers for comfort during their time of grief. In respect of Ambassador Bernal, the shock was as great for me as it was for all members of the Foreign Service who have had the privilege of working with him, engaging with him, as well as undoubtedly the large number of admirers which he has across the Caribbean, indeed across the Commonwealth globally, for his long service in the U.S., serving both as a permanent representative to the OAS as well as ambassador to the United States. His engagement would have been more broad than even the Commonwealth. And his publications also had him very well he was very well known for his thought leadership in the areas of small states, in the area of trade, and indeed his skill as a negotiator was highly respected. He was in fact critical to the completion of the Jamaica's entry into the Economic Partnership Agreement with the EU, and it's the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, and Jamaica, through him, played a critical role in those negotiations. Similarly, I mean, there are many agreements that we could track and find his hand. It is indeed a sad day or a sad time within diplomatic circles, as many foreign ministers have in fact been sending me their condolences formally by letter, as well as through WhatsApp and calls, and I have committed to communicating and sharing all of these warm messages of remembrance and of condolences to his family. When I spoke with Margaret, we shared some good memories, and I did again convey all of the sympathies that staff have been sharing as well. He will be well remembered. His legacy is secure. May his soul rest in peace. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dr. Morris.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President, and I want to also add my quota of welcome to the students from the Northern Caribbean University, my church university, and to wish them all the best in their academic studies, and to make sure that when you return, you give special regard to Mrs. Charlene Sharp Price for me. Thank you. Mr. President, I rise to pay tribute to the life of an extraordinary Jamaican, Professor Emeritus Ambassador the Honorable Richard Bernal, who at the time of his passing, was a colleague and a member of the team at the University of the West Indies, where he served as special advisor to the Vice Chancellor. And we at the University of the West Indies is in deep shock at the passing of Ambassador Bernal, because he was up and about from all our understanding. And, you know, it just goes to show the uncertainties of life. Today you live and tomorrow you die. And it's very unfortunate that, you know, we'll lose a stalwart, an intellectual giant of the Caribbean in Ambassador Bernal. He has published extensively in different areas of international relations, especially as it relates to small island developing states, rather. And he was deeply involved with the regional and international negotiation machinery as it relates to trade. And so we view Ambassador Bernal from the University of the West Indies as a storehouse of knowledge that is irreplaceable. I remember Ambassador fondly because when he was the managing director for the then Workers' Bank, I happened to have been a proud recipient of the Workers' Bank Scholarship for a student with a disability in 1994, and he was the person who presented me with the award. And it's as if I couldn't get rid of him out of my life thereafter, because when I was doing my Master of Philosophy degree in between 1997 and 2000, I had to go to Washington for a period of time to do research at the IMF and the World Bank. And at that time, he was serving as ambassador for Jamaica. And he accommodated me extensively at the in Washington, and was also one of the subjects that I interviewed for my MPhil thesis. And then when he returned to Jamaica, and he was at the University of the West Indies, you know, he did several interviews with me in terms of my research work and publication at the institution. So I had a very good relationship with Ambassador, and he will be missed tremendously from the institution because
Mr. President,
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Morris. Senator Fraser-Binns.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand to make brief comments and tribute to Justice Hedison Downer. I first came to know Justice Downer in 2006 when he was the Deputy Children's Advocate, and I was employed as the legal counsel to the Children's Advocate along with Norman Mills. And during that time, one of the things that struck me was just his humility. One would not, on the face of it, know how accomplished Justice Downer was just by how he interacted with everybody. he made everybody, whether it was the person who cleaned the office, the person who got his coffee, or the legal officer, or the children's advocate herself, felt like they had a role and they felt valued. And that was Justice Downer. Our relationship evolved from an employer-employee into friendship. And I remember many afternoons, I would go by his house and we would sit and we'd talk about everything from politics to some of his most controversial judgments. But one thing that was very clear about Justice Downer was that all his decisions were always grounded in what was correct. Whether it was a decision about the Children's Advocate's Office and how it should operate it, or some decision he made on the bench, or just general guidance that he gave, he was very concerned to ensure that at the end of the day, the decision was for the better good of Jamaica and all Jamaicans. He, in my mind, represented the best of Jamaica. And when I say that, I recall going by his house and taking my older son, Nathan Charles, to see him. And every time I would take Nathan to Justice Downer's house, he would give him money. And I would like, what, why? And he just remind me that that's a part of the Jamaican culture. He always said, put it in your piggy bank. And that was just the nature of him, always giving money. I remember talking at his Thanksgiving service to some of the staff at Children's Advocate and sharing with them how he always gives Nathan money. And they said he would do the same thing. So for every birthday, everybody that had a birthday in the office, they would get an envelope from Justice Downer, and he would make it his duty to remember their birthday. And I believe that there are so many lessons that we can learn from the life lived by Justice Downer, who really used his opportunities for the benefit of Jamaica and all Jamaicans. And I'm so very happy to have been given this opportunity to state how much I admired the giant of a man, and a giant of a man he was, but yet so very humble. And we pray that his soul will rest in peace and light perpetual shine on him.
Thank you very much, Senator Fraser-Binns. And just as we close this section, I would ask members of the Senate to also keep in their prayers Member of Parliament Delroy Slowly, the Member of Parliament for St. Elizabeth Northeastern, who lost his wife a few weeks ago. So let us remember him and his family also in our prayers. Thank you very much, members. I would ask the clerk to write appropriately to the families of the persons mentioned today, bringing to their attention the fact that the Senate placed on record their view of their departed relative, and also to send them a copy of the Hansard. Thank you very much. May their souls rest in peace and light perpetual shine upon them. Statements by ministers. Minister Campbell. Or as they say in St. Elizabeth, morning.
The expansive one. Not the scintillating one. No, I don't think so. Mr. President, you will recall that last October in this Honourable Senate, Senator the Honourable Kamina Johnson-Smith, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, made her inaugural substantive contribution to the State of the Nation debate. Her articulation of the many areas of operation and success of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade in implementing Jamaica's foreign policy objectives was succinct, yet comprehensive, and covered the broad scope of the Ministry's work. This work, Mr. President, is not academic or esoteric, but is critical to the social and economic development objectives of this administration. It is my honor, Mr. President, to work with this esteemed ministry, and at the outset, I commend the members of staff under the leadership of my colleague, Senator the Honourable Kamina Johnson-Smith, and Ambassador Sheila Sealy-Monteith, Permanent Secretary, for consistently going above and beyond the call of duty to ensure that Jamaica's international reputation remains highly respected across the globe. Today, it is my pleasure to deliver this statement on Jamaica's diaspora engagement, a task that falls to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade to devise appropriate, effective, and relevant mechanisms to deepen this truly important relationship. Mr. President, diaspora engagement remains a main focus of Jamaica's foreign policy and is a key pillar in supporting our national development strategy. It has long been recognized that Jamaica's strongest asset is its people who are imbued with an innovative spirit, creativity, and talent, which made us into a proud and resilient nation. We recognize that the diaspora, located in near and far-flung countries, represents a unique reservoir of human, social, financial, and intellectual capital, with an unabated desire and willingness to lend support to families, schools, institutions, and business development. As a government, it is our duty to identify and implement appropriate mechanisms to facilitate their interest in contributing to the development of Jamaica. To this end, we are committed to building a robust yet agile diaspora engagement strategy geared towards the deepening and strengthening of the relationship with the Jamaican diaspora wherever they reside. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade takes seriously its lead role in the discharge of this responsibility. Mr. President, Jamaica's history and development have been significantly shaped by the forces of migration. Jamaicans migrated in the 19th and the early 20th centuries to Cuba, Panama, Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Honduras, among other countries in the region. This pace of migration continued, in particular, in the post-World War II era, to countries such as the United Kingdom as part of the significant Windrush generation, as well as to the United States of America and Canada to explore employment and other opportunities. The Jamaican diaspora also includes Jamaicans in Asia and the Pacific region, the Middle East, Africa, Central America, and Latin America, and the Caribbean. It may be noted that Costa Rica now has the largest Jamaican diaspora in Central America, with approximately 64,000 Jamaicans, the majority of whom reside in a town in Limon, commonly referred to as Little Jamaica. Indeed. As a result of these migratory patterns, the Jamaican diaspora largely consists of persons who are descendants of Jamaicans and whose ranks continue to grow by the continued migration of first-generation Jamaicans, that is, persons born in Jamaica. In recent data from Statista, a leading source for global market data, it is estimated that the share of native-born Jamaicans living abroad was 28.6% of the population in Jamaica, or roughly 850,000 persons. If we add second, third, and fourth generation Jamaicans to this number, it is estimated that there could be as many as 3 million Jamaicans in the diaspora, almost equivalent to the resident population. The majority are concentrated in the United States of America, which represents about 42%, the United Kingdom 32%, and Canada 14%. We're all aware that Jamaicans overseas have a natural affinity for their homeland, and despite geographical distance, are connected by the heart and familial ties. We're also aware of the significant and positive impact of Jamaicans overseas on the development of the communities in which they reside, and through their efforts, they have ensured that brand Jamaica has filtered into all corners of the world. In addition to this, the diaspora as a group has extended invaluable support to Jamaica through philanthropy in support of schools, hospitals, community development, and disaster relief. For example, remittances from the diaspora account for a significant percentage of Jamaica's GDP, and those flows have supported families during good times and bad. Taking into consideration the foregoing, successive administrations have, over the years, recognized the nexus between migration and development, and the important role that migrants play as drivers of economic development and investment. Jamaica's National Development Plan, Vision 2030, identifies the importance of the diaspora to national development, given its tremendous capacity, interest, and resources. As such, the government has given strategic focus to strengthening its engagement with the Jamaican diaspora. The diaspora, defined for all purposes as Jamaicans and their descendants living overseas, is consistent with most internationally accepted definitions and involves the second, third, and fourth generation, a deliberate and strategic move to enable the sustenance of the diaspora movement. Mr. President, it has been my honor to serve in that capacity, having been assigned responsibility as the Minister with responsibility for diaspora affairs since September 2020. Mr. President, a major thrust of the Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade Ministry is to develop and maintain mechanisms to promote and facilitate a mutually beneficial relationship between Jamaica and its Jamaican family spread across the globe. The National Diaspora Policy, which was tabled as a white paper in the Senate in November 2022, contains proposals for further strengthening and mainstreaming engagement with the diaspora. The National Diaspora Policy will provide the overarching framework for the coordinated engagement of the diaspora with a view to realizing the 8 goals of the policy, namely, to increase the diaspora engagement and participation in national development processes, to improve the facilitation and recognition of diaspora institutional mechanisms, networks, and partnerships, creating an enabling environment for optimizing diaspora investment, trade, and advocacy, designing robust systems, processes for research and measurement of diaspora contribution to development, the improvement of service delivery to diaspora populations, to increase the human capital exchanges and stronger support mechanisms for the return and integration of diaspora into the local population, to enhance the well-being and safety of members of Jamaican communities at home and abroad, and to deal with the greater and more targeted engagement of youth and young adults in the diaspora. These policy goals are a universal call to action for strategic partnerships across all ministries, departments, and agencies, the private sector and interest groups, as well as a deliberate step to align the policy with the National Long-Term Development Plan and the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. This policy also benefits from the strategic alliance with our international multilateral partners in coherence with our commitments at both national and international levels to ensure that Jamaica is positioned to leverage these relationships and related provisions to maximize our gains. The development of the detailed plan of action for the implementation of the policy has already commenced, and it is anticipated that the full rollout will commence in the second quarter of the year 2023 to 2024. The biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conferences have been the centerpiece of the diaspora engagement process since 2004. The first historic biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference was held between the 16th and the 17th of June 2004 under the theme, The Jamaican Diaspora, Unleashing the Potential. 8 such conferences have been held in Jamaica since then, which have evolved over the years in size, structure, and content, embracing various themes as appropriate. The conference is organized jointly with a number of corporate sponsors, legacy partners, diaspora organizations, and individuals, as well as civil society. Signature features of the conferences include a marketplace exposition of Jamaican goods and services by private companies, government at your service, a fast-tracked one-stop shop staged exclusively at the conference, and a range of hospitality and cultural activities to provide a meaningful and memorable experience for those attending. The Diaspora Day of Service encourages Jamaican organizations and individuals to organize themselves to volunteer their time, skills, and resources to community projects of their choice, anywhere in Jamaica. Awards are also presented at the conference to individuals in the diaspora who have excelled in their area of expertise, which is spearheaded by the Governor General of Jamaica. Mr. President, the 9th Biennial Conference should have been held in June 2021, but was postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In order to continue the engagement, the Foreign Ministry successfully hosted the Jamaica Diaspora Sustainability Symposium under the theme, Jamaica and the Diaspora, Stronger Together for a Sustainable Future. The 9th Biennial Diaspora Conference was held in June 2022 under the moniker Jamaica 60th Diaspora Conference in celebration of the Diamond Jubilee of Jamaica. The conference was held in hybrid format that saw the participation of close to 2,000 registered participants. Viewership continues to grow as many sessions of the conference are on YouTube. The conference program included vibrant, engaging, and informative sessions on health and wellness, education, cultural and creative industries, diaspora business and investments, the national identification system, cryptocurrency, climate change, the stock exchange, and the national diaspora policy. Central to the various thematic areas was the government's thrust for the digital transformation of Jamaica. The Jamaica 60th Diaspora Conference was successful in meeting its broad objectives, which were to create and maintain strong links between Jamaica and its diaspora, to market Jamaica as a viable alternative for investment, and 3, to collaborate with the diaspora to discuss and identify initiatives for harnessing the potential that exists within their home countries and which complement the national development agenda and alliances in areas such as business, social investment, among others. And lastly, to align with the Jamaica 60 commemorative program to deliver a culturally immersive experience and encourage national pride in our heritage. The success of the conference was due in large measure to the stewardship and support of my colleague, Senator Don Webby, who served as chairman of the conference, and the invaluable partnership with our legacy partners, Grace Kennedy Limited, Victoria Mutual Group, and the Jamaica National Group. I also use this opportunity to thank all sponsors, MDAs, and the other entities that participated actively in the conference, which contributed to its undeniable success. An important development following the staging of the various editions of the Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conferences was the establishment of task forces aimed at improving and increasing Jamaica's partnership with the diaspora. The task forces are the Jamaican Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force, Jamaica Diaspora Agricultural Task Force, Jamaica Diaspora Technology Task Force, Jamaica Diaspora Immigration and Deportation Prevention Task Force, and the Jamaica Diaspora Health Task Force. Over the years, these task forces, operating independently, have collaborated with the relevant government ministries, departments, and agencies in Jamaica to advance the outcomes emanating from these institutions, often result in the creation of more efficient systems for receiving philanthropic donations, facilitating the knowledge exchanges, and generally contributing to national development. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, which I chair, is the deliverable of the 8th Biennial Diaspora Conference, which was held in June 2019. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, successor to the Jamaica Diaspora Advisory Board, consists of 28 elected and selected members with a vast range of talents, interests, and expertise, drawn from Africa, Asia, and the Pacific, Canada, the Caribbean, Europe, Latin America, the Middle East, United Kingdom, and the United States of America. The Vice Chair of the Council is currently a Jamaican located in the United States. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council has been fully operationalized and active following the establishment of working groups and the preparation of a draft program to guide their work. The groups are centered around the 5 pillars of the draft National Diaspora Policy, namely people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships. The government's outreach to youth in the diaspora commenced in 2006 with a youth delegation attending the 2nd Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference. Thereafter, an item on future leaders was included in the agenda of subsequent conferences, culminating in the staging of a youth conference in August 2009. The sustained work to encourage youth engagement in diaspora affairs ultimately resulted in the establishment of the Global Jamaican Diaspora Youth Council in March 2020 and was another important deliverable of the 8th Biennial Diaspora Conference, which was held in June 2019. This deliberate move was intended to secure the enduring interest of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th generation Jamaicans. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council is a youth-led initiative with the aim of increasing the affinity and the connection of young leaders in the Jamaican diaspora to Jamaica. Leadership of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council comprised 7 regional leaders between the ages of 18 and 35, drawn from the diaspora communities in the main diaspora locations, namely the United States, the UK, and Canada. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council has been dynamic and resilient since its inception and successfully hosted a Global Jamaica Diaspora Online Youth Summit in June 2020 under the theme Leading Beyond COVID-19, Industries, Impact, and Innovations. The group also organized a youth forum as part of the Jamaica Diaspora Sustainability Symposium, which was held in June 2021. Mr. President, the term of council members came to an end in December 2022, and an election process is underway in Canada, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America to present a new slate of members to the councils for appointment. The reach of this mechanism is truly global, with the other members of the council being selected as regional leaders from Asia, the Middle East, and the Pacific, Africa, Europe, and the Caribbean. Other members of the council will be appointed as sector leaders, affording transfer of knowledge across identified priority sectors in Jamaica. I use this opportunity to heartily thank those council members who gave of their time, energy, and resources to serve their country by playing a critical and invaluable role in strengthening the partnership between the diaspora and Jamaica. The convening of regional conferences in the traditional diaspora locations of the UK, USA, and Canada is another mechanism that has been employed to deepen the relationship between the government and the overseas community, as well as within the respective communities of those countries. Typically, the conferences are used to debate issues emanating from the previous biennial conference and to advance undertakings and resolutions, as well as to prepare for the next biennial conference. Organized by the diaspora in collaboration with the respective overseas missions, the conferences are held in the interregnum of the biennial conferences hosted in Jamaica. The government announced at the 2nd Biennial Diaspora Conference in 2006 its intention to bring a motion to Parliament for the creation of a joint select committee of the Houses of Parliament on diaspora matters. This committee is meant to elevate the relationship between the government and the diaspora due to its bipartisan composition and to reinforce the importance placed on the diaspora by both sides of the political divide. The Joint Select Committee met in 2009 and consideration is being given to revitalizing the Joint Committee. the Mapping Jamaica's Diaspora project, which was conducted over the period 2013 through 2015, was undertaken by the Government of Jamaica in collaboration with International Organization for Migration. The project sought to identify the locations, skills, expertise, and interest of members of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council to ensure greater coordination and alignment of interests of members of the diaspora with the national development priorities of Jamaica. While there was some good information obtained in the mapping project, the level of uptake by members of the diaspora was below expectation. We recognize that the availability of demographic data is important to the development of the appropriate and effective mechanisms for partnership. In this regard, Mr. President, consultations are underway with the development partners to create a database of Jamaicans worldwide. Such a facility would allow for the sharing of information on a platform that would be accessible to members of the diaspora and be relevant to their areas of particular interest. This database will be searchable and will create the opportunity for the diaspora to establish partnerships among themselves so as to further build wealth in our communities overseas. Working in collaboration with our missions and multilateral partners, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade has been able to identify and pursue several specific multilateral initiatives which are aligned to the outcomes outlined in the National Development Policy, in the National Diaspora Policy, I am pleased to tell the Honourable Senate that Jamaica has been invited to accept the invitation to become a champion country under the Champion Country Initiative to assist in advancing the implementation of the objective of the GCM. The sustained and deliberate strategy to identify and pursue projects which can advance our national priorities have proven to be vital in achieving important outcomes. We confidently expect to be launching a digital portal as well as a Jamaican model for the engagement of the diaspora and a plan of action which were supported by the International Development Bank and the International Organization for Migration, respectively. We are also pursuing diaspora-related initiatives in the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States with a view to becoming a center of excellence for diaspora engagement. Jamaica is seen as a country with great capacity to contribute to the discourse on diaspora engagement, which offers us the opportunity to advance our stature among our peers at the international level. Jamaican overseas missions undertake a range of activities to strengthen engagement with the diaspora on an ongoing basis and act as the ministry's eyes and ears in the field to drive our engagement. The appointment of honorary consuls in areas where there are large numbers of Jamaicans has also been a strategy used by the ministry to promote access and inclusion. I pause here to acknowledge the yeoman service of missions in the area, such as of their activity, which falls within the realm of promoting engagement with the diaspora. These include arranging meetings with the visiting high-level officials, organizing regular community visits and meetings, as well as annual independence church services and reception and cultural events, organizing workshops and seminars on issues such as immigration, deportation, returning to Jamaica, wills and probate, participating in diaspora-organized events, hosting visits by Jamaican government and entities, and assisting in the establishment of community networks and providing efficient consular services and advice. As I close, Mr. President, I am not certain that my presentation was scintillating, but it was expansive. It has been my honor to work with the team at the ministry on this very important aspect of Jamaica's foreign policy. In fact, Jamaica's diaspora engagement strategy has been recognized as a model for engagement by several countries and international organizations. And as a result of our successful program, Jamaica has been invited to share its expertise with a view to building global best practices. In this, our 60th year of independence, and also the 60th year of the establishment of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, we will continue to build on the solid foundation of excellence in the area of international relations and devise appropriate and relevant and dynamic responses to new and emerging areas of interest to Jamaica. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Minister, for his expansive presentation. In parts, scintillating. In parts. There is no doubt that the diaspora continues to be an important group to all of us and to our country's development and growth in so many different ways. I believe if I should take a poll in here now of both our visitors and those who are members of this Senate, everyone in here would have someone or many persons from their family or their group of friends who live outside of Jamaica. And as the minister pointed out in the beginning of the presentation, Jamaica's history of having a diaspora and how those groups of persons, or that group of persons, have continued to contribute to Jamaica's development is worthy of note. In fact, my own group of friends I have in a WhatsApp group called Friend From When, which is made up of 13 persons. 8 of them live outside of Jamaica. How engaged are they? They visit Jamaica, they come home, they are in touch with their families. And for those who continue to be active participants in the work of the diaspora groups in the different countries, namely United States, Canada, UK, and elsewhere, and based on the numbers quoted by the minister in terms of their own engagement, we must commend them for actively participating over the years and playing their part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. So we commend them, and we commend the various groups that have done work in so many different ways. Our diaspora, of course, participate also as tourists. They make up a major part of those who visit Jamaica on an annual basis, and they continue to help to make our tourism product grow and develop. They are investors. They invest in Jamaica, and we must continue to encourage them and make sure that the path to them being able to invest continue to be with ease. If we look around in many of our communities today, there are many, what would I say now? Many of our communities we see the reality of migration. We see it in terms of abandoned homes, unused property, and sometimes we have to now look at and it continues to cause the decay in some of our communities. We all see them. And while the ministry continues to do very important work, I wonder how, as you seek to extend the work that is being done, Minister, how do we actively cause those who are members of the diaspora to recognize the important role they can play in resuscitating many communities? Because communities that are resuscitated and well kept and maintained lead to orderly society and can aid in the overall development and the objectives that we all have, both sides, to ensure that our communities grow and flourish. Because it's not just about building new communities, but how do we maintain what we have and make them better, just for the fact that we all want to live in communities that continue to thrive. So whilst that might not be a massive part of the work that is to be undertaken or being undertaken by the ministry, I would encourage that type of dialogue so that Jamaicans overseas can look back and recognize how critical their role can be in the resuscitation of communities, whether they be, and you know I'm going to mention it, whether it be Granville or Mount Salem or Flankers or wherever. All of us have seen them, and we would want to encourage members of the diaspora to play their part. Because sometimes, you know, holding on to family property, you know, with the dream of coming back home. But sometimes the dream is not necessarily realized, but we must continue to improve our communities. So yes, the diaspora is an important group, and some may say that they are not as engaged as they would wish. But it is also, maybe it's not necessarily being part of the formal structure, but continuing to play their part in an informal way. So we encourage the work being done we're encouraged by the work being done by the ministry and you, Minister. And we look forward to even more. And certainly, as you spoke of the reintroduction of the Joint Select Committee, obviously within our Parliament, to place on as priority based on the work that we do, then certainly that is something that we would encourage and fully support. So continue to do the work that you do, and we appeal to members of the diaspora, continue to support, continue to invest, continue to use Jamaica, come to Jamaica as a tourism destination, but also look to come to Jamaica and resuscitate those communities which have been neglected as the result of migration. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Allen. Yes, Senator Brown.
Statement. Minister, we weren't privy to a written copy of the statement, which is the norm. And I think it's more than convention. It's the type of courtesy that allows for proper functioning of the Senate. Notwithstanding that, I heard in your statement you speaking to the Global Diaspora Council, and I believe you said you chair that. Could you indicate to us whether or not there's a role for this Global Diaspora Council in educating Jamaican diaspora who may have invested in entities in Jamaica, and in particular entity which may now be undergoing massive fraud, and whether or not this would be a concern to members of the diaspora, because I'm sure, having heard that funds were withdrawn by the head of government in September 2021, they may be concerned as to whether or not Jamaica is a safe place to leave their funds, and in particular, that entity now under investigation. So I'm just wondering if the Global Diaspora Council, which you chair, is taking the current situation into account, and what, if anything, is being done to educate the people, since it is likely that up to $29 billion could disappear, having regard for the quantum of assets or funds under management at SSSL, and given the fact that government officials have stepped back from it. I don't know, just the role of the council in that, and whether you are preparing for such public education, which is necessary. May it please you, Mr. President.
I want to thank my colleague for the question, but it may be a little early for us to, given that the investigations are still ongoing, and Senator Scott Motley would agree with me that for those of us who come within the realms of the law, we try not to come to conclusions before. But notwithstanding that, let me just say generally that whilst it does not fall within the remit of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, there are members who sit on the council who are members of representative organizations. Let's say the Northeast United States. A member coming from that entity sits on the council and would be able to communicate to the general body, of which he's the representative, as to what the status, Jamaica's status is in the financial community. At present, or I think that it was concluded this week, there was a conference being held by the Jamaica Stock Exchange, which focused very heavily on the financial system in Jamaica. And I think a number of representatives, to include our Consul General out of New York, was present and in fact gave some advice there. And I think generally, I'd encourage you to just await the final report from the investigators, and so that we can make a more definitive statement. But as it stands now, I think it's just the information which will be passed on to the community would be just general advice which will be given at any time during the financial year. Thank you.
Chairman, I wasn't seeking a conclusion. I am conscious of the investigation taking place. But similarly, I've seen efforts by the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister to inform the public as best as they can within the context of the investigation. And certainly at the Stock Exchange meeting, it was stated that the money, the bank, the institutions, financial institutions, wouldn't be, there would be no socializing of the loss. And so what I'm talking about is the public education, notwithstanding the investigation going on, and even because the investigation is going on, to educate the public abroad, the diaspora, that their funds is secure and that they shouldn't worry about the investment they made. Hopefully,
sorry, Senator Brown. Senator Brown, can you pose a question if
that's
you have
what
a
I'm
question?
Doing. But I'm saying to him,
that long up is coming from all the way in Montego Bay.
That's
Senator
where you
Brown,
came from.
So just
that's where you came
Senator
from.
Brown.
I've gone to Westmoreland. But the question,
right, Senator Brown, the question, please.
The question is the Diaspora Council considering a public education of those in the diaspora and the status of the financial sector in the country, given the massive loss, the massive fraud reported at SSSL?
My friend, may I just encourage you, notwithstanding all that you hear being bandied about, and perhaps this bit I missed you, we are, at the minute, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is not properly constituted. The elections, I think we're closing today, the 27th. The elections close today. So I expect by the first week in February that all the members, and will be called back, at which time I may very well make a recommendation that we consider some education initiative to deal with the matter.
I wish to thank the Minister for his candid response, and the country look forward to you playing the role that you have promised us you'll play.
All right, announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate today are the following. Special report of investigation concerning the circumstances surrounding the procurement processes for the award of contracts for the provision of Rosenbauer fire trucks, pumpers through the National Safety Limited by the Jamaica Fire Brigade. The Office of the Contractor General's 2017 Special Report of Investigation conducted into the allegation of conflict of interest, irregularity, and/or impropriety in relation to the construction of buildings by Mr. Ian Ailes, former Member of Parliament for Western Hanover, without approval from the Hanover Parish Council. Ministry Paper Number 1 of 2023, entitled Annual Report of the General Legal Counsel for the financial year 2021-2022. Ministry Paper Number 2, to 6 of 2023 entitled Annual Report of the SCJ Holding Limited for the years March 31, 2013 to March 31, 2017. Ministry Paper number 7 to 10 of 2023 entitled Cabinet Agenda Issues dated September 5, 12, 19, and 26 of 2022, respectively. Ministry Paper number 11 to 14 of 2023 entitled Cabinet Agenda Issues dated October 3, 4, 24, and 31 of 2022, respectively. Ministry Paper number 15 to 18 of 2023 entitled Cabinet Agenda Issues dated November 7, 14, 21, and 28 of 2022, respectively. Ministry Paper number 19 of 2023 entitled Cabinet Agenda Issues dated 5th December 2022. Auditor General's Department Annual Report for the financial year 2021-2022. Annual Report of Kingston Waterfront Redevelopment Company for the financial year 2014-2016. Annual Report of the Kingston Waterfront Redevelopment Company for the financial year 2013 to 2014. Report of investigation into the questionable relationship between the Child Protection and Family Services Agency with Carl Ronbansi. Appendium to Compliance Audit Compendium Report on COVID-19 expenditure for the Ministry of Health and Wellness and Ministry of Labor and Social Security. The National Identification and Registration Appeal Tribunal Regulations 2023 under the National Identification and Registration Act. Also, 1. The National Identification and Registration Regulations 2023. 2. The National Identification and Registration Assignment of National Identification Numbers Regulation 2023 and the National Identification and Registration Information Security Regulations 2023. All of these under the National Identification and Registration Act.
Bills brought from the House of Honorable House of Representatives.
The following is a message from the Speaker of the House of Representatives. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to advise the Honorable Senate that on the 26th day of January 2023, a bill entitled the Road Traffic, Reprieve, and Nullification of Prescribed Notices Act 2023 was passed in the House of Representatives. Signed, Marisa Dalrymple Philibert, CD, MP, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Mr. President, I signify my willingness to take charge of the bill.
A bill shortly entitled the Road Traffic, Reprieve, and Nullification of Prescribed Notices Act 2023 read a first time.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill, and I further beg to give notice that at a further stage today I will move for suspension of the standing orders in order to take the bill through all its stages.
Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motion given orally.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next sitting of the Senate, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Segregated Accounts Companies Act 2022. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take first reading of the bill.
question and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the Senate first obtained.
Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Segregated Accounts Companies Act 2022.
So you have heard the motion. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
A bill shortly entitled the Segregated Accounts Company Act 2022 read the first time. That should be 3. Thank you. 2023.
Public business. Public business, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is intended today to take 2 matters. The first being a matter which stands on the order paper, a motion moved at the last sitting of the Senate, which was 2 weeks ago. There's a small typo error on the order paper, which has it dated as having been tabled on the 6th of the 7th, 23, but it was actually tabled this month, just 2 weeks ago on the first sitting. So I'm just noting that for persons who may be concerned and for the record. And the second matter would be the Road Traffic Reprieve and Nullification of Prescribed Notices Act, in respect of which I will ask for standing orders to be suspended in order to allow me to take that bill through its stages. Mr. President, are you minded to take that motion now or at the point when I'm about to open that debate? It is all right. Okay, Mr. President. So it is intended to therefore take the motion to commence this day's public business with the motion to amend the standing orders of the Senate to allow for the establishment of a bicameral caucus of women parliamentarians to be established as a sessional select committee to sit jointly with a similarly comprised committee from the House of Representatives. And members might recall, who have been following the issue, would recall that the motion to establish this caucus had been tabled in that other place in May of 2021, and the debate was concluded in December last year with unanimous support and clearly, bipartisan support and indeed without objection in that other place. And this is in light of the nature of the motion, Mr. President. The motion is sought to create a space for greater collaboration and greater working across the aisle on issues which support the addressing of women's issues, which it is felt require greater parliamentary attention. Mr. President, I just want to do one small, let me call it a housekeeping task in that I did not myself greet and welcome the students and teachers here from NCU when I stood this morning to extend condolences. I just want to extend you all, welcome you to your parliament as the President has done, and again say that I hope you find today's debates interesting. I'm noticing the gender composition up there and hoping that you will be interested in respect of this motion that we're about to take, which is seeking to facilitate greater cooperation across political lines between women parliamentarians as we seek to do better and do more within our parliamentary processes for the empowerment of women in the creation of a more balanced society. So simply put, Mr. President, this motion is intended to advance gender equality. And gender equality has been recognized as not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Within the UN Sustainable Development Goal Agenda, which was adopted by all member states of the United Nations in 2015, the world has agreed that Goal 5 sets us as a world to work to ensure women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision-making in political, economic, and public life. This has been signed off globally. It includes the target of adopting and strengthening sound policies and enforceable legislation for the promotion of gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls at all levels of their societies. The relevance of the work of this Parliament to these targets and to this goal are therefore quite clear. The increased participation of women across all areas of society and related decreases in discrimination against women are fruitful outcomes in Jamaica of work across administrations to achieve gender equality. I recall in particular one of the statistics which I think we can be so proud was to recognize that pre-COVID we had closed the gender unemployment gap to just 3 points, when for decades since we started to measure it, females, or rather women within Jamaica, have always been twice more represented in the realm of the unemployed than men. So we've always had almost twice as many women unemployed than men. And just prior to COVID, not only did we bring the unemployment rate down to record lows, but the gender unemployment gap had closed to just about 3 percentage points. So we continue the work, and this is work that has been continuing for decades in the space of women's empowerment. We note, of course, the work that was done ensuring that the National Policy for Gender Equality was adopted in 2011, and the work in its implementation has continued across administrations, even as it built on work that was done before across administrations. And apart from the very real and positive impact that these efforts have had directly on the lives of women, girls, and society as a whole, in my capacity as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, I must also make note that we are pleased that Jamaica is honoring its obligations under the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, which we signed on to in 1984, the Inter-American Convention on the Prevention, Punishment, and Eradication of Violence Against Women, that is the Belém do Pará Convention, as well as the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, among others. And Jamaica has been extremely active in the gender space. We have been a leading developing country voice and indeed a leading voice in these areas. And so for us to bring these actions home and to our Parliament is particularly, I think, fulfilling for all of us in this space. We acknowledge, however, Mr. President, that regrettably there is always more work to be done, and that is what faces us this morning for debate. We are proud that Jamaica is often looked to as a developing country in which women have achieved great heights, I look at our judiciary, I look at our senior public sector, our DPP, public defender, administrator general, auditor general, the children's advocate, registrar of companies, just to name a few, are all women. And when I meet counterparts across the world, they always look with great regard and great pride at the steps that have been made in this case, in this realm. We have a proud history of women in leadership who have made significant contributions to development. Our numbers in the legislature, of course, however, have been less stellar. Even though we now have the highest ever number of women in Parliament, we still have not yet achieved the 30% benchmark that has been set internationally as that critical mass which helps to allow the voice of any grouping, whether women or any other grouping. It's just statistically recognized that 30% is a critical mass required to move voice to action in a consistent and systematic way. And so it's been recognized in the gender space as a target for parliaments to seek to achieve. We're not quite there, but we're the closest we've ever been. So Parliament, while we're not there, it has, however, been an important forum within which Jamaican women have been able to provide and to promote transformational leadership. From Iris Collins, the first female parliamentarian who ran for the JLP in 1944, the first year of universal suffrage, to Madame Rose Leon, who was the first woman ever to serve as the chairman of a political party within the Commonwealth, and indeed who was the first woman to serve not only as a cabinet minister, as Minister of Housing, but as a cabinet member of both political parties in Jamaica. And indeed, to the Most Honorable Portia Simpson-Miller, who was our first and still to date only female Prime Minister. We have had indeed great women parliamentarians. That was Rose Leon. No, minister in both. That's what I said. I said that, yes. I said both. I would like to think, but you can restate it because it's always good to repeat these things. People miss them sometimes. I would like to think that this current parliament is a source of inspiration to our young women who can look across our parliament and see women of various ages, backgrounds, professions, and different political persuasions and perspectives who are similarly and jointly dedicated to building a better Jamaica. I hope they can be proud of our active participation in parliamentary deliberations and the work being done in communities and across the piece, demonstrating leadership at different levels every day. We always acknowledge, as I have done earlier, that there is still more work to be done. It would be impossible to deny that there have been matters in both chambers which could have benefited from a more unified stance among women, and this is historically speaking. Parliaments are well placed to champion the goal of gender equality, so this is the work being placed before us by this motion today. This motion to create a women's parliamentary caucus is intended to create that positive space that will encourage and enhance this kind of engagement and effort. The aim is to ensure that the participation in Parliament will even more effectively be both a fulfillment and an empowering factor for the achievement of gender equality. Caucuses are important for bringing together legislatures outside of the confines of political parties. This is a tool that's used globally to go beyond the formal structures within parliaments and within parties to ensure and to facilitate collaboration. Bodies such as caucuses create bridges among representatives of different interests and ensure the cross-pollination of ideas, no less so in politics. Furthermore, women's caucuses strengthen voices and provide better opportunities for mentorship. We make note that a gender-sensitive parliament responds to the needs and must respond to the needs of both men and women in its composition, structures, operations, methods, and work. And as we're always at pains to point out, the aim of gender equality is not to compete with men or to exclude men, but to create more equitable partnerships and to create a more balanced society. And where our numbers are smaller, such as within the Parliament, spaces within which we can better partner and in which we can better serve parliamentary work. So, Mr. President, over the last few months, members from both chambers have been working together assiduously to establish this bicameral caucus for women parliamentarians. This was made possible due to technical support provided by Parliamentarians, which is an institution supported largely by the Government of Canada, in which both Senators Longmore and Campbell-Rodriguez serve in different capacities, and by the UN-EU-sponsored Spotlight Initiative, as well as, of course, very importantly led by Minister Babsy Grange and her technical team at the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment of Sports, supported, of course, by the Bureau of Gender Affairs and the dedicated staff here at Gordon House. I want to specifically mention, of course, the work done by Senator Longmore in advocating for funding from Parliamentarians, to ensure that the necessary preparatory work could be completed to give birth to the process that is before us today. It has truly been a team effort. It has relied deeply on bipartisan work in both chambers to this point and anticipates that collaboration would deepen even further. Mr. President, I want to say in particular as well that the progress made and underway is due in large part to the willingness of members from both chambers of the Parliament across the aisle not to ignore that there will be challenges along the way, but to ensure that we are committed to the work across the political divide on agreed gender-related issues. Mr. President, the journey of meeting as women across chambers and across aisles has already yielded encouraging outcomes. As a core group and coming out of the initial virtual meetings and the December retreat, the following objectives of the caucus were agreed. To, 1, facilitate networking, build solidarity, and promote constructive dialogue on issues of importance across party lines and chambers. To provide caucus members with professional development opportunities to further strengthen their leadership and their capacities to participate in the legislative process in a gender-responsive manner. To raise awareness on gender equality and the importance of women's leadership among all parliamentarians and parliamentary staff, as well as among the general public, including raising the visibility of women leaders in all spheres and sectors of society. To support capacity building across the Parliament in gender mainstreaming and gender-responsive budgeting and costing, a very critical issue, as well as to encourage the application of these tools in parliamentary work, and to undertake reviews of selected legislation from a gendered perspective to understand their impact on gender equality themes or with differential impacts on individuals of different genders. And finally, to engage in advocacy and lobbying on specific priority policy themes to be identified on a periodic basis in accordance with national needs and outlined in the caucus work plan to be developed. As reflected in December's joint statement, we are prepared to work together across party lines and chambers. We are committed to creating a space for the deliberation of women's and children's rights, for lobbying for the socio-economic empowerment of our women, and for the promotion of a society in which we all feel safe and in which women and children are protected. A draft framework for structuring the operations of the caucus is being prepared by Parliamentarians so that we will have best practices on which to start discussing the arrangements which we wish to particularize for our circumstances. I know that we will continue to live up to the solid foundation led by trailblazers of yesterday, such as Edith Clark, Elsie Bailey, Esme Grant, and indeed we recognize the former female presidents of the Senate who have spent years as members of the forerunner body to this bicameral caucus, the Jamaica Women's Political Caucus. Undoubtedly, this caucus, when created, will complement the work being done by groups such as the Jamaica Women's Political Caucus and the Jamaican chapter for the Caribbean Women in Leadership, CIWIL, which is now underway. Through the work of the JWPC, many women parliamentarians have been placed on a path to take on the rigors of leadership, and some continue to serve today. I know myself and Senator Scott Motley, in fact, we met for the first time at training being offered, put on by the JWPC. And I know they have trained many more of us as well. Mr. President, we believe the time is right to create a space for us to coalesce around women's issues, to focus on those that are important for us to thrive as citizens of this country. It will also serve to introduce gender in the mechanisms and processes in Parliament in a meaningful way, consistent with the national policy on gender equality. As women parliamentarians, a greater responsibility does rest on us to ensure that the needs of our girls and women in society are reflected in legislative work. And we believe that a body of this nature will help us to meet this responsibility. As we work to enhance our democratic processes and strengthen the gender lens of our legislative reviews, I am optimistic that this motion will gain wide, if not unanimous, support from members of this chamber as it did in that other place. Mr. President, I thank you and look forward to the contributions of both sides in this debate.
Thank you, Minister Johnson-Smith. Senator Dr. Floyd Morris. It would be remiss of me not to inquire as to the coordinated yellow outfits on the members of NCB, NCU. Okay.
Okay, it's a good color, and it just goes how Mother Nature works, you know. Mr. President.
But that has not answered my inquiry.
You have to ask Mother Nature, Mr. President. Thank you,
Mr.
President.
Thank you very much, Senator Morris. Go ahead, please.
I rise to make my contribution to this debate on this resolution. And I want to say, Mr. President, all my life I have been involved with championing the cause of groups of individuals that are regarded as vulnerable. And certainly women find themselves within that category. And I appreciate and recognize all the tremendous effort that our women have done to advance Jamaica. And I am there to say that the women have become the backbone of our society because of their diligence, their dedication, their strength, and the fact that they have held families together when men have abdicated their responsibilities. Or some men have abdicated. I thank you for that correction. And women will continue to play a significant role in the advancement of Jamaica. And I sat and I listened attentively to the presentation by the minister. And as she presented, I had a concern about the resolution that I have echoed before and would want to place on the table of the Senate, because the Senate is the review chamber of the Parliament. And we have a constitutional duty to ensure that all laws, all regulations, all standing orders are in sync with our Constitution. And it doesn't matter if the 63 members of the other place sign off on a piece of legislation or regulation or motion. When it comes to the Senate, we have a duty to review what is done elsewhere and to make sure that it is consistent with the Constitution that we swear to uphold and protect. And it's within that context, Mr. President, I want to highlight a concern, because the resolution is calling for the establishment of a bicameral Sessional Select Committee of women. And when I saw that, it raised a red flag in my head immediately. And I drew for the Charter of Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, and I see where 3I of the Charter stipulates that everyone has the right to freedom from discrimination on the grounds of being, and it lists, and one states being a male or a female. And when I looked at that, I checked against the standing orders to see what a sessional select committee is. And 66 of the standing order 66, stipulate that sessional committees shall be established. And the shall there is mandatory, doesn't give you an option. And currently, there are 4 sessional select committee. You have the Senate committee, you have the Standing Orders Committee, you have the Regulations Committee, and you have the Privileges Committee. What is being proposed, and these are committees that must be established when the Senate is convened. And what is being proposed here, Mr. President, is another sessional select committee that is going to be established straight throughout the parliamentary term. And this is exclusively based on what the minister has said and what I understand from the resolution, exclusively to females. The Constitution frowns upon that approach, and I do adopt a similar view. I believe, Mr. President, that if you are going to set up a committee, a caucus, that is not within the formal structures of the parliament that will operate and allow for women to caucus and to achieve the objectives that the ministers outlined, fine. But once you're moving into the realm of amending the Constitution, the standing orders, to make it a part of the formal structures of the parliament, you are treading on very shaky constitutional grounds. And I want to humbly suggest, Mr. Mr. President, that before we conclude this debate, as was proposed to the Honorable Minister before we convened, that we have and seek further consultations from probably the Solicitor General and the Attorney General on this matter to ensure that what we are doing does not violate the Constitution and damage. I know because Minister, I don't want you to stay over there and think. No, Minister, you can't talk about me being, you're being rude. You're being rude. You can't tell me that I'm being disingenuous. You can't tell me that I'm being disingenuous. You don't know my heart and my motives. Right? So why you are going to tell me that I am being disingenuous?
Senator Morris, just continue for me, please.
You know, so Mr. President, I am humbly suggesting, Mr. President, that we engage in a consultation, in a dialogue with the AG's chamber and the Solicitor General to get their views on this particular matter to ensure that it accords with the Constitution. Because once you are going to move to the point, Mr. President, of amending the standing order to establish a permanent committee of the Parliament, that is where you're entering into some shaky grounds. It's not like you're having a committee, a ad hoc committee that is going to look at these issues and make recommendation back to the Parliament or so. You're having this matter being established permanently. And I humbly suggest to the honorable members of this chamber that consultation be done with the Attorney General's chamber and the Solicitor General's office to check on the constitutionality of how this resolution is framed. May it please you, Mr. President.
Don't sit down, Senator Morris. I just need some assistance from you, because I would like to be pellucid, and especially since we have visitors in the chamber. You are referring to the Constitution of Jamaica.
Let me sit since you're speaking, Mr. President.
Yeah, okay.
That's what it
but
requires.
you can respond. You can respond to me. You are referring to the potential breach of 3.1, which guarantees. I'm sorry, it's 13.3i. We are saying that this has the potential to breach 13.3i, which says the right to freedom from discrimination on grounds of, and in this particular case, it would be being a male or female. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. And the motion is being put forward with a view of establishing, under the Standing Orders 66, a Sessional Select Committee, which, in your view, the motion as it stands would permit female senators or female members of Parliament only. Correct?
Yes.
And the notion that you are putting forward is that it may be that in doing so you would be in breach of Section 113. Correct?
Yes, Mr.
Of the Constitution.
Following clearly so far.
Yeah, okay. That's all I want to understand.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, you are absolutely correct in your interpretation of what I have just posited.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Morris.
Thank you.
Senator Campbell Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, up to this morning when I was leaving my home, I was on a high because I felt that today would be a proud moment. It would be a moment when all this hard work to put together a bicameral women's parliamentary caucus would come to fruition after much work, including both sides of the aisle. Mr. President, we have had meetings which have included at every turn women from the Jamaica Labour Party and women from the People's National Party. And we have had good discussions and great meetings to get to this point with the support, as mentioned by Senator Johnson-Smith, support from Parliamentarians and UN Women, the Spotlight Initiative, the EU, etc. And it was a good feeling to know that today would be the day in this Senate, which I'm proud to sit in, that we would be going through with this motion. Mr. President, this caucus will provide a collaborative space for all women parliamentarians of Jamaica, regardless of party affiliation or whether they are in the lower chamber or the upper chamber. This is an opportunity for us to work together, to network, to foster productive dialogue on issues relating to women's rights and gender equality and equity. Mr. President, the formation of this parliamentary group builds on historic advances in women's political participation in Jamaica. I stand here today speaking on the shoulders of women who have come before me in this parliament, women who have worked hard for us to get to this space. Senator Johnson-Smith mentioned our colleague, Senator Longmore, who has worked tirelessly to help us get to this place. We also have senators such as Senator Donna Scott Motley. She has also worked to get us to this place because Jamaica is a signatory to key international and regional gender equality agreements. And passing this motion, Mr. President, is part of the process to ensure that we have the opportunity to do what is right for Jamaica as a whole by ensuring that gender equality is on the table and that women in Parliament can get together and work towards the agendas. You know, around the world, Mr. President, women's parliamentary caucuses have driven the passage of legislation on women's rights themes, which have led to the adoption of gender-responsive budgeting initiatives and international frameworks. It has created gender-sensitive parliamentary regulations documents, training sessions for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff on gender equality, and developed new mentorship initiatives and programs for women, just to mention a few of the things that have happened globally with other women's parliamentary caucuses. The members of these different bodies I just want to highlight some of what they have said about what having a women's parliamentary caucus has meant. Juliana Katengwa, former MP in Rwanda, said, "Women caucuses are important and an effective mechanism through which to easily make an impact in decision-making." Former members of the Parliamentary Group on Women's Rights of the National Assembly of Ecuador shared in a publication, "Some of our most impactful work was in reviewing and proposing legislation with a gender lens. We developed an effective process in collaboration with many organizations to inform our legislative work. Before bills were drafted, we gathered as much information as we could. In the case of legal reform related to the problem of psychological violence, for example, we brought together members of the Legal and Justice Administration." where one woman stands, there is enough power in that stance. And I'm standing here. I am standing here. So it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Because I am standing here speaking, that is enough on behalf of the women. In our own parliament, we have agreed on a number of important roles that this caucus can play. And it includes facilitating networking, building solidarity, and promoting constructive dialogue. It also raises awareness on gender equality and the importance of women's leadership among all parliamentarians and parliamentary staff. Mr. Chairman, what is a red flag in this entire process is a man objecting to women meeting together to discuss issues. No, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, it is a red flag when that is an issue. Now, in the core group that has met, Mr. President, and as I mentioned before, the core group includes members from both sides of the aisle. We carefully considered various possible structures for this caucus before deciding to proceed as we are currently. We thought through the objectives for the space and how it could best benefit our parliament and population. And we also received important guidance from the staff in parliament to consider what options existed for creating the caucus in a way that aligned with the standing orders and parliamentary practice. This was not a decision taken lightly. It was a decision taken in collaboration and with the advice from the parliamentary team and from female parliamentarians from both sides of the political divide. Our decision to pursue this route of establishing a Sessional Select Committee in each house that will sit jointly came from the agreement when the caucus met. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, this is something that matters for the people of Jamaica, not just for the women in Parliament. That space where female parliamentarians can gather and discuss issues with a gender lens, there is nothing wrong with it. And as I stated before, what is a red flag is when a man objects to women gathering and having discussions as we see necessary. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Campbell Rodriguez.
Mr. President?
I'm not recognizing you, you know, Senator.
Is it because I'm a man, sir?
Senator Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. President. I find it to be unreasonably, both in general and politically unfair, that a pre-conversation asking for a delay for review was ignored and to put my colleague in a position that he had to stand and speak on this issue. There are rules to government, the most important of which is the Constitution. And regardless of how good the intent is, those rules apply. Section 113A, I would put to you, would likely have been considered and implemented for the protection of women, which were the minority in the parliament. The fact that the women would now want to have caucus and then feels that it should be ignored on the probability, not the certainty. The senator is not a constitutional lawyer, nor did he suggest that he was sure of the outcome. He suggested that this may be in contravention of a current rule, which I'm sure you will get full support if that rule needs to be changed from both sides. But why would you do something outside of the rule when there is no danger in the delay of a week or two? To get full understanding from those best able to comment if his opinion of the possibility of contravention of the Constitution should be reviewed. He did not say that there was no need for a female caucus. He did not say that it should not happen. He did not say that there was no importance to it. He did not say that based on the number of males in the group from the university, that we should have a male caucus because the number of males have dwindled to 1 in 4, 20% at the university, and the number of men in prison is 90%, and the number of men from murder is about 20 times the number of females. He did not say that that meant that women should not have a conversation. And if the female caucus intent is that they shouldn't speak on men and men shouldn't speak on women, then we have to review the intent of the female caucus. The gender equality is going to come from cooperation and collaboration between male and female, willing to give and take. Not a position that a male should not even have a constitutional opinion because it is a female conversation or a female caucus. It should be considered a withdrawal of that statement because it was unfair and untruthful. There was nothing suggested, both this morning before we came, nor now, to say, can we have a delay for a week to have the necessary persons best able to review, state if there may be a constitutional issue, which would then eventually disqualify what you are putting forward. Allow us to then find a strategy or a corrective method to implement. This is an unreasonable position with the intent to have media and other people disparage an individual who has continuously supported, as he said, all disadvantaged, all marginalized groups in this country. Nowhere did he say that that was untenable. And I put it to you that there is going to be a need from a family standpoint for great discussions in this caucus of females about the role that males should play and that the role that they are playing. There will be great discussions in that caucus about what is happening with men in our society and what it means for some of the decisions that females will have to take, for sharing childcare, etc., etc. So when I heard the conversation before, I thought that it was unfair to have placed the senator in a position that he had to stand on this floor when he asked for a delay initially so that we can have the AG and the other people get this correct.
You're saying that before the Senate starts?
Before the Senate. And I think it's necessary to make that point. That we all caucused this morning, he came and asked for a delay, and that delay was refused when there is no time sensitivity. There is absolutely no time sensitivity to say it must be done today. And so, listen, man, listen. I, a man, in a family of 8 women, feel free to speak on any issue. And on this particular issue, 1 week would not have been an unfair request. It was asked of the leader of government business for that delay, and the senator should not have been put on the position that he had to stand today to say that he believes that the rules of the Constitution might be, as 113A suggests, categorically that a group based on male and female should not. None of us is asking for it to be denied. It is a delay to review the rules of the Constitution. And I believe that Senator Rodriguez should really consider, should really consider an apology to the senator for having impugned a motive that he categorically stated was not his motive. And and that, Mr. President, I thank you.
Mr. President, let me first wish all my colleagues and the staff a happy and prosperous 2023. I want to place myself in the midst of this debate. And, important matters of this nature that I consider to be a very important move, a very critical issue, ought to be one that has consensus and agreement. I look at the motion, and the motion suggests whereas a need for a collaborative space for all women parliamentarians of Jamaica, regardless of party affiliation or the chamber in which they serve, has been identified. It goes further by saying, and whereas such a space could facilitate networking, the fostering productive dialogue on issues of women's rights and gender equality. And it goes further by suggesting that whereas there has been consensus among most women parliamentarians. Now, I would be of the view that there would have been some sort of a build-up, some sort of a consultation, some dialogue, some understanding to have reached this place, consensus. And I'm a little concerned that today, where there would have been that build-up in consensus, where the debate has taken this particular turn. I think this is an important move. This is an important move by the Parliament. This is an opportunity to look at issues through the eyes of women, where women can make it happen. A room with powerful women to discuss critical issues that affect women, such as gender equality, gender-based violence, women's health, the world of work that affects women. These are critical issues that, through the eyes of women, will give the perspective that treats with those factors that affect women. Mr. President, it's also an opportunity to discuss and to plan activities to highlight the work of women. And this is one of the important factors, for those on the outside looking in. The leader of government business spoke about us meeting that 30% threshold. I remember sitting on that side, promoting that 30% threshold and asking for a greater involvement of women in politics, in Parliament, to promote these issues. And so today, we're seeking to have a situation where the women in Parliament are coming together collectively and collaboratively to pursue those issues, which I think is an excellent opportunity. The difference with me as a man is that I support women. And being a supporter of women, I also support women issues. And I'm not afraid to say that. This is not just an opportunity to have a statutory meeting. It is also an opportunity to continue building and strengthening and supporting networks to facilitate women issues. Why I may appear passionate about this, is because within the trade union movement, both locally and globally, there are committees of women who represent solely and independently those issues that affect women. And it is clearly understood. And that's one of the fundamental reasons, Mr. President, why I am in full support of this caucus. So call it Women Caucus. No, I'm giving my position in promoting this agenda. And I have not said, no, being in support of something, don't say that anybody is against it. Let me make that clear. No, Senator Brown.
I don't think Senator Brown and Senator Crawford. 1 minute, Senator. 1 minute. 1 minute, please. Senator Brown and Senator Crawford. Allow the speaker to continue in silence, please.
I support this intention. Sorry.
120.
Mr. President, the time being 1:20, might the Senate be permitted to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day?
Members would have heard the proposal. Those in favor? Against? Can continue, Senator Gill, just to indicate that I intend to break at 2 to allow the staff an opportunity to refresh themselves.
Mr. President, I just want to state for the record, that I am passionate about these issues. And I started out by suggesting that if we are going to pursue these issues, then it would require a clear understanding and consensus. I have no difficulty in suggesting that if concerns are raised about the issue, then such concerns cannot be looked at and addressed.
It's been over a year of discussions.
The fact of the matter is that I was of the view that there would have been clear consensus, clear collaboration and understanding in the build-up of this for it to reach to this stage. Yeah? No. There is work to be done. There is work to be done. Because I urge this caucus, when it's operating, to place on the forefront of its agenda issues that affect primarily to women workers. Yeah? Most of the world's precarious and informal jobs are held by women, which place them in a vulnerable situation. And women represents, Mr. President, more than half of the service sector in Jamaica. They work in industries without protection. without leave, without entitlement, without health benefits. A lot of them work on fixed-term, tenured contracts of short nature that allows them to be exposed to vulnerabilities. The security industry, Mr. President, the tourism industry, where a lot of young women work, they're exposed. And so this caucus invites an opportunity to take real examination of some of those issues. So, the caucus, in my mind, is certainly a big deal. A big deal that is seeking to treat with women's rights. And women's rights are indeed essential rights. I, as a man and as a trade unionist, I'm willing to participate in those activities, to be invited, to be consulted with as part of this caucus. And I expect and anticipate that I would be included in any such consultation that is going to treat with workers' rights as part of this caucus.
Absolutely.
And so, Mr. President, it doesn't matter to me whether it's gender-based, it's men, or it's women. What is important is that the issues in relation to workers takes an agenda and is placed in the forefront to be treated with, whatever that forum may be. May it please you, Mr. President.
Mr. Gale, Senator Gale, you know that I have been listening to you and looking at the proposal. And I'm just asking a question, as is my want to do. Is there anything in this proposal to prevent you from joining the caucus?
I never saw that.
No, what is there that you keep talking about it as if you can't join it? Based on what, you can't join it, man?
Yes, of course. That's how I saw it.
So what's the problem with you?
I know I see it as a problem.
But you can, your next speaker can clarify it. On a point of sitting or the other, you can't ask.
Mr. President. Mr. President, on a point of clarification, because I think that what you have said is actually opposite to the intent. The intent is that this caucus
but look here, I can't deal with intent, I have to look and deal with what I say as the law and what is on the paper.
But, Mr. President...
I just put it out there so you can discuss it.
On a similar, but on that point, there might be need for even further.
Anyway, let's go, please. Hey, Ms. Thank you, Senator Gale, Senator Morris, as in Gabriel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this afternoon, it is a privilege to speak briefly on the motion before us. And I want to start off by saying, or by bringing some clarity, because coming here this morning, I did not expect that the discussion would have taken this turn. However, we are talking about an issue that requires cooperation. And in cooperation, Senator Campbell, we must be willing to listen to each other. And so I'm a bit perturbed by the fact that our senator or colleague raised a point and it immediately descended into a discussion that I believe was not warranted. And I want to make it clear that I was one of the women who had the opportunity of sitting in those consultations. And I say unreservedly that they were beneficial. I say unreservedly that I believe that as women, there is a place for us to come together as a caucus. And so this morning, I don't want us to stray too far from the significant matter before us, which is that a caucus is necessary, and it is a progressive move, not just for this parliament, but for our country. Because, Mr. President, I believe that it sends a signal that despite the competitive nature of the political sphere, we can come together for collective action towards a common goal. And I hope that even after these deliberations, that will hold true. One of these common goals is the Sustainable Development Goal number 5, which speaks to achievement of gender equality. And I found a quote by Kofi Annan that I think underscores the importance of achieving gender equality. Because when we have this discussion, persons often say why we need to focus on that. But gender equality is more than just a goal. It's a precondition for meeting the challenges of reducing poverty, of promoting sustainable development, and of building good governance. So it is indeed important for us to do so. And the truth is, Mr. President, that while we might not agree, obviously, on all issues, we can agree that much work is needed to create a more inclusive and equitable society. I say again that I believe that the caucus is poised to be a vehicle through which we can reflect on and put into focus the unique challenges faced by women, faced by men, and faced by, importantly, our children. And at a time when we have record number of women in the parliament, and I'm proud to be a part of that number, it is expected that we as women will bring to the fore some of these issues and seek to put forward solutions. And so I want to say that my support for the caucus is rooted in the idea that we have to pledge to forge forward in action. Because one of the criticisms over time has been that we know the problems, but there's not enough action. And so I believe that this caucus presents us with a unique opportunity to put some action to alleviate some of these challenges that are being faced. One of the things that we have to aim to do is also build on the gains of our past generations. We know that we have done the Domestic Violence Act. We have equal pay for women. There's maternity leave with pay. And most recently, we have done the Sexual Harassment Act. And while these legislation have done much for women and for men and for children in our society, we have much more to do. And as we talk about the work that the caucus can do for women and children and men, I want to also touch on the fact that next month there will be a parliamentary sitting for young women who are participating in a training program. And just this week, Senator Campbell and I had the opportunity of speaking to them about what it means to apply a gender lens in the context of legislation. And I believe that this is something that all of us in this parliament should begin to reflect on.
Because when we're able to do this, it allows us to identify the unique challenges that are faced by men, by women, by children, by other marginalized groups, and propose solutions that will enable them to participate fully and to have full rights. Colleagues, I want to close by saying that I am happy to see that in the lower house, we had support of most of the men. And I know that in the upper house, I can't count for his support, I don't know. But I'm hoping that in this place, we can also have the support of our men, because the truth is, while women are powerful, and I can count for this side that they have expressed their support. They have expressed their support. And so while women are powerful and we are leading this charge, which is indeed, and we should be so quick to be at each other's throats, that's not in the spirit of cooperation. We want our men to be on board with us. And in the broader public, we want our men to become more au fait with these issues and seek to learn and seek to support the women around them. I close by saying that I believe that it is important to also commend the minister and their team for the work that they've put in implementing this caucus. We've been to a number of trainings, and as I said, they were beneficial. I also want to thank our partners, Parliamentarians, for the work that they continue to do in sending resources and equipping us with the tools so that we can put a gender lens on the legislation that come before us and ensure that we have a more equitable society. I close by saying, again, that as we work together to address these important issues that continue to confront women, especially in this country, we too have to continue to support each other and try to see the best in each other and sometimes empathize and be willing to listen. I look forward to working with other women in the Parliament to ensure that we can prioritize some of the long-standing issues that are affecting our women, girls, boys, men, and ensure that we build a social fiber that is worthy of the Jamaica that we want to see as we speak about it in Vision 2030, the place where we can live, work, raise our families, and do business. It depends on all of us. So let us do our part. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator G. Morris. Senator Sapphire Longmore, Dr. Senator Sapphire Longmore.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, everyone. I rise to support the motion in front of us as we contemplate the establishment of this very significant move towards the efforts to see to the voices of a significant part of our population that is usually disenfranchised being brought to fruition. Mr. President, we are always encouraged to learn our history. And one of the little things with the gender reflection is that sometimes we have to reflect on her story. It's not just the history, but her story. Yeah, because women have stories that are sometimes not told, right? And I just want to come and present a personal perspective as to what this establishment of this caucus means for me and what I hope it means for not just our women, but our Jamaican population in general. It is not just when we care for women, we don't just care about that sex. When you care for a woman, you care for much more than that. You care for all that she sees to, which significantly is the males in her life, as well as her family and her children. And so I want for us to roll it back a little bit. As Senator G. Morris indicated, Gabriel, that this was certainly not the tone of the conversation that we anticipated this morning. And so, like everything else, whenever we're trying to get something done, Senator Morris, Floyd, Senator Dr. Morris, I appreciate as a man that you have given your opinion. I appreciate, let me finish, I appreciate as a learned scholar that you have given your opinion. I appreciate as a senior member of the Senate that you have given your opinion. And I think it is for us to seek, as the persons who are trying to establish this caucus, to embrace it and to move forward. Because at the end of the day, we are all, I think, trying to achieve the same objective. Mr. President, at the end of the day, we will, and I am trying to get us back to the point that this is not about trying to marginalize any group or from the other. There was mention of my effort to work with Parliamentarians to see to this happening. I, along with many others, I had the baton for a moment. It was passed on to me from Senator Johnson Smith when I was first appointed to be the Parliamentarians rep. And I have subsequently passed on the gender portfolio to Senator Campbell Rodriguez. But I will bring us to the attention, and just a little background history, of the collaboration between both genders that led to this. In 2016, in November, when I was first invited to that gender meeting where we saw on the agenda the establishment, how can Caribbean countries legislate for the establishment of a gender caucus? At that time, myself and MP Philip Paulwell and Tracy Cohen, who is a gender focal point here in Parliament, we were the ones who traveled to Ottawa in that November cold to attend that. And just to relate that my personal effort, this was the first time away from my 2 young children at that time. And I contemplated whether or not I should go. But when I saw what was on focus, what was being pursued, I said, I'm going to leave my then 3- and 4-year-old children to travel, to see to this being hopefully brought back to Jamaica. And it was significantly supported by MP Paulwell at that time. And so it is unfortunate that we are now at this point and there is a possible contention when there should be none. At the end of the day, we are all coming from a place. And for me personally, as I said, to see this move in Jamaica's parliament, we have members of the Caribbean community who are watching this right now, who are seeking to copy what we are doing because we are leading a path for the rest of Caribbean parliaments. It is not a matter where we are doing this on our own. This is something that other countries seek to replicate. The Belize and the Bahamas have established caucus in their community. Grenada is looking to do the same. And so, as always, Jamaica is trying to make sure that we keep abreast of what is important to our people. Mr. President, I want to especially thank Alicia Todd, the Executive Director for Parliamentarians, who has worked assiduously in helping Jamaica establish this caucus. She has gone above and beyond to provide the expertise and the funding necessary to pave this path. I want to also indicate, Mr. President, that with respect to gender issues and respect to us moving forward, I am from a humble background. I grew up on a farm. I can relate to many women's issues. I didn't come from a rich family. Most persons look at me and say, oh, Sapphire, you used to go campion. And I was like, no, I come from the rural powerhouse of Glenmere High. But I know what it is like to see my parents wonder where the school fee is going to come from. I know what it is like to see nights where they're not sure what the future will hold. And from that humble beginning, one thing that was ensured was my education. One thing that was made sure of was the opportunity as a female to be equally treated as my brother. And I celebrate the fact that I had parents who, throughout whatever means, were able to ensure that me as a little girl, based on the demographic from where I was coming from, would not land where I should be projected to be. Mr. President, I pray that the efforts of this caucus that we are establishing will ensure that each and every child in Jamaica, girl or boy, is provided with such opportunity, is provided with an avenue that we seek to be discussing matters relevant to our people that will encourage and enable every single child to maximize their potential. That is the purpose of this caucus. Because the issues that are relevant to women is usually what translates to the progression of our society. And so, Mr. President, I celebrate that we are doing this. When I was pregnant, I used to be asked, Sapphire, you want a boy or a girl? And I would say, listen, it don't make a difference now. You know, the usual thing, 10 fingers, 10 toes, 2 ears, 2 eyes, 1 nose, healthy. And I would say that, be it a boy or a girl, they would have to know either how to change a car tire and how to cook a meal. Because that is what I hope, that irrespective of gender, we are dealing with the development of a human child. And that child is filled with potential. And I hope that the environment in which that child is provides every opportunity for that potential to be maximized. And this caucus will seek us and make us move closer to that objective. I thank you, Mr. President.
Would you like us to take the break a little early, or would you like me to speak now?
Yes, let us take the break now. I noticed that there are some.
Let's take the break.
Yeah, but you students are there because you are from the Kingston campus, right? So your colleagues have gone home. Would you join me down in the lunchroom as my guest for lunch? Only the ladies, though. You go and look somewhere. Just tell him you're coming down to the lunchroom to me, please. Okay? Just tell him you're coming down. Of course. Yeah, thank you very much. The Senate will now rise for... The Senate will now resume at 15 minutes to 3. Thank you. It is a consensus, because that is the nature of consensus, that we will resume at 2:30. Thank you.
Over 100 murders in 1 month, Jamaica? We can't continue like this. The killing must end. Do right by the future generation. Get the guns, save our country.
If it's not you. Reggae Month Church Service. Sunday, January 29, 10:30 a.m. Live from Fellowship Tabernacle on PBCJ. Reggae Month 2023. Come catch the rhythm in reverence and praise. It's a beautiful day, beautiful day, beautiful day.
Your government is working for you. On the East Coast, there's the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project. The highway, which began in January 2017, is now slated to end in March 2025. Another segment under the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project is the Maypen to Williams Field, which is approximately 81% complete. Next stop, the Morant Bay Urban Center. Preparation and demolition exercises began in July 2022 at the Goodyear factory in the parish where the center is being constructed. Construction phase has already started. Third stop, over in Portmore. Plans are afoot to make the Sunshine City the 15th parish. With the parish status comes the Portmore Resilience Park, which ground will be broken by year-end 2022. For in the west, we have the Montego Bay Perimeter Road, starting from Iron Shore to Bogue, from Montego Bay down to Montpelier. More updates to come as we reignite our nation for greatness.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order, to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself. A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's Parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between two houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill, followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This Joint Select Committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The Committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
Church service, Sunday, January 29, 10:30 a.m. Live from Fellowship Tabernacle on PBCJ. Reggae Month 2023. Come catch the rhythm in reverence and praise.
It's a beautiful day, beautiful day, beautiful day.
Every Jamaican has the right to know what is happening in Parliament, to know when new laws are being passed, and to give their opinions on legislation before either house.
Every Jamaican has the right to see their representatives in action, making laws, holding the executive to account, representing the people, working for the benefit of all Jamaicans.
It is your right to observe first-hand meetings of the Senate, meetings of the House of Representatives, and the meetings of parliamentary committees. You may also take a tour of your parliament.
To find out more about the Houses of Parliament, please call 876-922-0200, follow us on Instagram and Facebook, or visit our website at www.japarliament.gov.
There is a fundamental and irreconcilable conflict between the interests of the tobacco industry and public policy interests. The tobacco industry, for profit, produces and promotes a product that has been scientifically proven to be highly addictive and causes millions of deaths per year. This is in conflict with the intent of public policies, particularly those related to safeguarding the health and well-being of citizens. In keeping with Jamaica's treaty obligations, the proposed Tobacco Control Act makes provision for the strict regulation of the interaction between public officials and the tobacco industry. Strong tobacco control policies, such as the provisions in the proposed act, will safeguard public health policies and give the next generation a chance to live and breathe easily.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and the protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year? We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Jamaica and its workforce are advancing quickly. Life-changing opportunities are arising. You need training and support. We are the Renewed Heart NSTA Trust, committed to providing new and emerging skills training and opportunities. Come to Heart. We'll help you claim your place in the workforce of the future.
Come with us to Lime Tree Lane, where life is sometimes sour, but sometimes sweet.
I was in the bar yesterday, trying to convert over 2 man. And my hand make mistake and bungs down them drinks. And the other one said to me, why if you right enough and you cut it off, boss? And same time, the 2 of them just hold me down and cut the hand.
Have a laugh and settle into Lime Tree Lane. Join us Mondays to Fridays at 7 a.m.
And when they done their feet for you. You understand me? No wonder the boy was having a high. No, come back here. Where do you think you're going?
Let me go check in bed. Only on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Send me number 5 for $100.
Child, you're too young for your gamble. And me, you want to get in a trouble? Go on home.
Underage gambling is illegal. If caught enabling a minor to engage in gambling activities, you can be fined up to $1 million or 3 months in prison. Call Crime Stop now to report illegal gambling. You don't have to give your name. A message from the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission.
Obey the school rules. The rules
are there to ensure discipline. The rules are there to ensure that our children focus on their education. And so if the school says it's brown shoes, not black, we want you to make that investment on behalf of your child. If the school says a tie, please don't send your child without a tie. I know that there are a lot of pressures on you as parents, but we are continuing to ask you to make that investment in your child. We want our schools to be incident-free this school year, and we can only do that with the cooperation of our parents, our teachers, the staff, everyone in the community.
It's Friday, January 27. In the headlines, Usain Bolt's 10-day ultimatum for SSL ends. In business news, Prime Minister Andrew Holness says every crisis is an opportunity. Regionally, Guyana invited to Jamaica's Trade Expo. Internationally, Ukraine's NATO allies comes to its aid. And in sports, JATCO's 2-day sports symposium ends today. This is the news on PBC Jamaica. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. Jamaicans are waiting to see and hear of the next move by sprint legend Usain Bolt and his lawyers as the 10-day deadline for Stocks and Securities Limited, SSL, to return Ambassador Bolt's money ends today. The deadline given to the investment firm to return more than $12 million allegedly fleeced from the Olympian's account in what has now been found to be a massive fraud perpetrated for more than a decade. On January 16, Frater, Binns and Gordon, the law firm representing Bolt, had sent a letter to SSL demanding that $12.7 million, the reported balance in Bolt's account as at October 31, 2022, be repaid by January 27. The attorneys also noted that only $12,000 remained in the account. Bolt is one of at least 40 SSL clients whose investments were totally or almost wiped out in the fraud, estimated to be more than 3 billion Jamaican dollars so far. The government will not socialize the failure of our banks to be prudent and their failure to protect clients. That's the word from Prime Minister Andrew Holness. He was speaking this week at the Jamaica Stock Exchange 18th Regional Investment and Capital Markets Conference 2023.
Noting the FinSAC crisis in the 1990s, the Prime Minister says lessons were learned and they are being used in the current financial scandal involving Stocks and Securities Limited, SSL.
What must we do with crises? We must prepare for them, and we must use the opportunities that they give, which is what we're doing now, to strengthen the regulations. But there's one other thing that we must do with crises. Crises repeat themselves, and we must learn from them.
Last week, a probe into SSL showed that at least 40 SSL clients' investments were totally or almost wiped out in a fraud at the financial firm, estimated to be more than $3 billion so far. Investigations continue. Mr. Holness says those who are responsible must be held to account.
That there will be absolutely no political interference, no political cover, no association. We want to get to the truth of this matter, to uncover it and to expose it, and to bring those responsible to account, and to secure justice for the victims.
He adds that without transparency, Jamaica's financial market will suffer.
Our free financial market, our free and competitive market, which is what distinguishes Jamaica from other markets, financial markets in the region, it will not work. It works when the players and actors know that they must operate at the highest standards of integrity and probity. If not, they will face the consequences of the law.
Since the fraudulent activities have been unearthed, the Financial Ministry has announced that penalties for white-collar crimes will be tightened. For the news on PBCJ, I am Carla Thomas Hewitt.
Predial larceny, the theft of agricultural produce, is widely acknowledged in the region as a practice that is negatively impacting the development of the agricultural sector. Farmers in St. Thomas say they're at their wits' end as the crime is costing them thousands of dollars. In response to the surge in agricultural property theft, the police say they have stepped up their presence along main thoroughfares to minimize and further prevent repeated instances. They've also held meetings with farmers, listening to concerns and sharing tips on security.
Uses of cameras. There are some cameras they call trail cameras. Some of them are expensive, but they have cheaper ones. They're very durable. They can manage any form of weather, whether rain. And some of them come in good qualities, so you can pick up the person's face, the clothes they have on. There are farmers who use them. They can go in the trees, they can go on the ground, anywhere you think you can place them where they are not that visible, and you can pick up whatever is happening on your farm. Tracking devices, these are for the persons who do livestock, the cow and the goat. It can be a bit expensive because you would have to get for each animal that you have, but it helps you in the case of if the animal goes missing, whether it strays, or in the case and you realize that the animal is missing. For persons who do plantains and bananas, we are seeing where farmers use the spray, the thin spray. They buy the thin spray, most of the time a color close to the actual color of the plant, and they find a specific area on the plant and spray it where it's not that visible, and if you're not looking for it, then you won't see it. And they use that method to identify the plant. So if somebody comes and steals your plant, when you report it, you can identify that mark and where it is. And if we stop somebody on the road, we can make checks, and that person can be put before the court based on the fact that you had come and reported that your crops were stolen and your identification marks were seen on those crops.
Time now for the business report with Denita Rodney.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness, while speaking at the Jamaica Stock Exchange 18th Regional Investment and Capital Markets Conference, says Jamaica has managed to defy expectations and achieve economic turnaround due to the recent crisis.
Jamaica has successfully cut its public debt by the equivalent of about 50% of GDP in 6 years without any debt relief. In early 2020, our public debt was below 100% of GDP. Our unemployment rate had fallen to 7.3%. Our net international reserves stood at $3.1 billion. All the major international rating agencies, Moody's, Standard & Poor's, Fitch, had upgraded Jamaica's sovereign debt rating to their highest levels in decades. We had recorded 20 successive quarters, that is 5 years, of economic growth, the longest period of sustained growth in our history.
With this, Mr. Holness says that Jamaicans need to change their view on the country's achievements.
We tend to have this very pessimistic view, and part of our local saying is, "Not now, go on." But we need to change that. Enough things are going on in Jamaica.
Now for your market updates. In foreign exchange trading for Thursday, January 26, The US dollar sold for an average of $154.64. The Canadian dollar ended trading at $116.29. The pound sterling traded for $191.01, and the euro sold for $171.49. In JSE trading, the JSE index declined by 1,743 points. The junior market index declined by 56 points. The combined market index declined by 2,149 points, and the All Jamaican Composite Index declined by 3,148 points. Overall market activity resulted from trading in 109 stocks, of which 41 advanced, 53 declined, and 15 traded firm. Stocks advanced for 138 Student Living Jamaica Limited, 138 Student Living Jamaica Limited Verbal Preference, and Access Financial Services Limited. Stocks declined for AMG Packaging and Paper Company Limited, Barita Investments Limited, and Berger Paints Jamaica Limited. Trading firm were Blue Power Group Limited, Dollar Financial Services Limited, and Apple Limited 5% preference shares. The overall volume leaders were Wigton Wind Farm Limited ordinary shares with over 8 million units, Foswich Company Limited with over 3 million units, and Trans Jamaican Highway Limited with over 2 million units. In regional stocks, in Trinidad and Tobago, Calypso Macro Index Fund was the only active security posting a volume of 450 shares. Zero securities traded on the Barbados Stock Exchange. In regional business, in St. Lucia, at the 2023 launch of the 40th anniversary celebrations, Governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, Timothy Antoine, noted that the EC dollar remains strong. But what does this mean for the local economy?
The Eastern Caribbean Central Bank ECCB Governor Timothy Antoine recently announced that the EC dollar remains strong as the currency is backed by foreign reserves of 91%. But what exactly does that mean for St. Lucia's economy and other EC dollar currency wielders? Does a strong dollar mean higher investment potential? And what exactly are the benefits of having the EC dollar pegged to the US dollar? In a conversation with NBC Prime, Grant Thornton, partner Richard Peter King explained that having a currency pegged to the world's leading currency and high foreign reserves project a level of the currency's stability to potential investors.
If they're satisfied that the peg is backed, in this case, the peg is to US dollars, and it's the reserves, and it's essentially funded by foreign reserves of up to 91% backing, then, they would be confident, people from outside St. Lucia would be confident in doing business, having transactions with companies in St. Lucia. So having, that degree of stability in as long a time as it has been, and an indication of its solid backing certainly gives people a little more confidence in terms of dealing with St. Lucia. So it gives a certain degree of stability to St. Lucia and the region when the currency has been strong for a long time, and it is fully backed by reserves. So that indication of growth gives us some stability.
In international business, Wall Street ended on a choppy session higher as investors grappled with an onslaught of economic data and a string of mixed corporate earnings.
The Dow gained 0.6%, the S&P rose 1.1%, and the Nasdaq jumped nearly 1.8%. Anna Rathbun is Chief Investment Officer at CBIZ Investment Advisory Services.
I think there's some good economic news on the surface, and that would be namely GDP, durable goods. Those two large data points, I think, have been driving some of the positive sentiment, but they didn't create the positive sentiment, right? There has been a general upward momentum in the markets that we've seen year to date, and I think it's just feeding off of that. And we've also seen a lot of intraday buying dip action happening in the markets as well, and we're definitely seeing some of that today.
Data from the Commerce Department showed the U.S. economy fared better in the fourth quarter than analysts expected, growing at an annualized rate of 2.9%. And new orders for long-lasting U.S.-made goods, which includes everything from waffle irons to fighter jets, blasted past analysts' estimates by jumping 5.6% in December. But the number of U.S. workers filing first-time applications for unemployment fell short of what analysts expected, reflecting a still tight labor market, with many investors expecting a 25 basis point rate hike from the central bank on Wednesday. Tesla provided one of the biggest boosts to the S&P, its shares jumping after reporting that aggressive price cuts have ignited demand. And shares of BuzzFeed extended gains to more than double in value on Thursday on reports the digital media firm was planning to use artificial intelligence to personalize and enhance its online quizzes and content. Among the losers, IBM fell in the wake of its announcement that it would cut jobs and divest some assets after falling short of its annual cash target. And Southwest Airlines slid after warning of current quarter losses in the wake of a tech meltdown that forced it to cancel thousands of flights over the holiday season.
In market data for oil prices rose for a second session on Friday. Brent futures gained $1.17 to trade at $88.64 a barrel, and West Texas Intermediate crude was up $1.17 at $82.18. And that was the business report on PBCJ. I'm Danita Rodney.
In regional news, for the first time in over 50 years, companies from Guyana will be the first non-Jamaican businesses to participate in the upcoming expo in April. This is according to Vice President of the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, Richard Coe.
The Expo Jamaica, it's been around for 51 years. It's the largest exposition in the Caribbean. And it features Jamaican businesses. And we have buyers coming from all over the world. Almost 300 buyers come every 2 years for the exposition. But it has never been a forum that we've allowed other countries to feature their products. And we had a meeting with Minister Hill, and he proposed that we consider it. And as you can imagine, Jamaica would say, well, why do we want another country coming in and selling or featuring their products? But through those discussions, we realized that Guyana, one, the relationship we have with Guyana is so special that we had to give it serious consideration. And we knew that, the relations that we have to be bilateral. It has to go both ways. So we thought Guyana was so special that we not gave in, but we accepted that this is an opportunity that we couldn't pass up. There may be other countries that might not see it as we see it, but we think that Guyana is so special to us that we think it's an opportunity for Guyanese companies to come down and feature their products and hopefully do some business.
President of the TNT Energy Chamber believes the development of the Dragon gas field in Venezuela could help the Twin Islands gas production, which has been below capacity for quite a number of years. Sunil Lala reports.
President of the TNT Energy Chamber, Thackeray Driver, noted that this country has been suffering from a shortfall in gas for a number of years. Since this country's peak gas production in 2010, he said this has been mostly on a downward trend, with the exception of a year or two, and is confident the lifting of the sanctions for development of the Dragon gas field will bear fruit for Trinidad and Tobago.
But it's going to take a significant amounts of investment, to get us back up to those levels. And the imported gas from Venezuela could play a very crucial role in helping us, get back our production.
While he acknowledged that it would take some time to develop the field, he sees it as a great opportunity for his country to become a gas processing hub for natural gas, leading to more jobs and more opportunities for contractors and the services industry.
We have a well-developed service industry here who are used to working offshore, and I think that it does create opportunities for those companies as well, who've had quite the last, really since 2015, it's been quite a difficult time for all those service companies, since the global downturn in oil prices which happened in that period.
He also expects there to be a sense of confidence for investors into this country once the field is developed, and said he had little concern about Venezuela and TNT reaching an agreement.
So no, I think that the Venezuelans see this as a good opportunity to help them monetize these huge resources of natural gas that they have. Venezuela is, we know it's has huge reserves of oil, but it also has these very large gas resources, which are yet to be developed.
Mr. Driver said he knew this deal was being worked on, but was pleasantly surprised to see that government had made significant inroads with the U.S. to lift the sanctions. Sonolala, TTT News.
In Antigua, the government will place a temporary stop on incoming charter flights from West Africa using Antigua Airways. Ursel Charles Jr. has the details.
It has been confirmed. There is now a temporary ban on incoming Antigua Airways flights. According to Information Minister, the Honorable Melford Nicholas, visa requirements and issues with onward travel arrangements are behind the decision. Nicholas says Immigration Minister, the Honorable Stilroy Benjamin, has asked for the suspension until such issues can be adequately resolved. Speaking at the first post-cabinet media briefing since general elections, Minister Nicholas outlines how investigations revealed nefarious actors were at play in the process, outside the knowledge of both this country's government and proprietors of Antigua Airways.
Their efforts were imitated by another operator and would have arranged another charter outside of the knowledge of the government. And it seemed to us that based on intelligence report that we have, that the objective of that other charter was to use Antigua as a stepping stone for persons going to other jurisdictions.
He reveals the uncovered intent of the organizers and those passengers who'd been misled.
Insofar as the persons who were transiting Antigua to other jurisdictions, our information suggests that they were heading towards South America to be able to use the South American border to obviously get access to the southern border of the United States. And that was clearly not the objective intention of the government in establishing this air route.
He maintains that was not the original intent of the arrangement. Nevertheless, work is ongoing to establish air routes with the African continent. These are expected to expand commerce, tourism, and...
In the Bahamas, following criticism from two former prime ministers, Prime Minister Philip Davis is defending his government's actions against anyone who says his administration is dragging its feet on the issue of immigration. Bethany McDermott reports.
The Prime Minister is defending his administration against criticism that government isn't doing enough to fix the immigration issue. Former Immigration Minister Loftus Rokas told a local daily there needs to be more focus on immigration.
Maybe they could tell us what else we can do, but we know that we are doing all that we can. Last year, we repatriated over 3,500 patients back to Haiti. There have about over 40 incidents of our defense force sending boats, intercepting vessels and returning them over the last year. And for this year, the defense force has already interdicted many of them and sending them back home.
Just this week, over 400 Haitian nationals were apprehended in Bahamian waters. Davis says this will continue as the economic situation there worsens. Meanwhile, former Prime Minister Dr. Hubert Minnis is of the view that the Davis administration has its head in the sand.
There were lots of cries in the community by the population as to what is happening. Their fear is similar to mine in that the increase in the migrant population can possibly outnumber the Bahamian population and we become a minority in our own land.
Another former Prime Minister, Perry Christie, says there will always be a need for more to be done to address the immigration issue. Christie says there is a great need for the government to continue to examine its policies and recognize there are thousands of descendants who are now Bahamian citizens.
The only way we're going to be able to continue the way and life of our country is to be able to control immigration. There is no short answer to it. That is so fundamental, and as a part of the need for proactive conduct on behalf of the Bahamas government. And so I'm hoping that the government continues.
In international news, Ukraine has received a major boost from its NATO allies. Germany says it will provide 14 of its most advanced tanks, the Leopard 2, and the U.S. has announced it is sending 31 Abrams main battle tanks.
It is being called a game changer for Ukraine, Berlin agreeing to supply its Leopard 2 tanks. Speaking to reporters from a military training facility in East Germany, Defense Minister Boris Pistorius is pressed on when they will arrive in country.
So can you get the tanks to Ukraine at the end of the first quarter of the year? That's what we are going to do.
Yeah, how many months? 2, 3, 4?
No, I just said at the end of March, I think.
Is that in time because Ukrainians expect a Russian offensive to be imminent?
All I know is that is in time.
Earlier this week, Germany approved the delivery of hundreds of Leopard 2 tanks in EU arsenals to Kyiv, in the first stage of the latest NATO push to send more heavy weapons. What Ukrainian commanders say they need, along with more ammunition, before the winter thaw, and an expected Russian spring offensive.
Getting those vehicles will improve their ability to take ground, I would be a little cautious about assuming that with them they will conquer the world.
The U.S. is sending dozens of its M1 Abrams tanks and the U.K. 14 of its Challenger 2s. They will add to hundreds of Russian T-72s already in Ukrainian military service. Moscow sees the development as Western countries becoming directly involved in the war, and one that will lead to what it describes as permanent escalation. The success of tanks on land in European conflicts has historically relied on air support, and that is exactly what Ukraine's president says it needs next. Long-range missiles, more artillery, and crucially, modern military aircraft if it is to take back the skies over Ukraine. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera.
In sports, education on how to improve anti-doping regulations was the main focus as 14 delegates from across the Caribbean arrived in Jamaica for JADCO's 9th annual 2-day symposium, which began on Thursday in St. Andrew. The main goal of the 2-day event is to impart knowledge that Jamaica has gained and the strategies which the country has developed over the years. Here are some highlights from the event. National senior men's football team head coach Hamir Grimson is still getting used to the tropical weather, but he says he relishes the opportunity of pushing himself into an unfamiliar culture during his stint in Jamaica. Grimson, who was appointed head coach in September, came to Jamaica to reside on a permanent basis as he gets the Reggae Boys ready for the FIFA World Cup 2026 qualifying campaign. While he has the experience of taking Iceland to the World Cup in 2018 and then coaching in Doha, Qatar, he has never worked in this region. Grimson's next task is against hosts Mexico in their final League A, Group A of the CONCACAF Nations League on March 26. Cricket West Indies has announced the match schedule and venues for the first 2 rounds of the West Indies Championship, the region's first-class 4-day red ball tournament, which will be played in Antigua and Grenada.
The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force opened their campaign in the West Indies Championship on the 31st of January versus the Windward Island Volcanoes in St. George's, Grenada at the Grenada National Stadium. In Antigua, defending champions, the Barbados Pride, will start their bid for a 3rd straight title when they face the Guyana Harpy Eagles in a feature match at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The 3rd contest will see the Leeward Islands Hurricanes hosting the Jamaica Scorpions at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The 2nd round of the competition will be played from the 8th to the 11th of February, when the Barbados Pride will meet the Jamaica Scorpions at Coolidge. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force travel to face the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the Sir Vivian Richards, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles take on the Windward Islands Volcanoes at the Grenada National Stadium. The 3rd round of the West Indies Championship resumes on the 15th of March, with the final round concluding on the 1st of April, when the 2023 champions will be crowned and presented with the Headley Weeks Trophy. The final 3 rounds will all be played in Trinidad, and the venues will be announced at a later date. Wayne Cunningham, TGT Sport.
That's the news on PBCJ. You can follow us on our social media platforms at PBC Jamaica. Thank you so much for watching.
Every Jamaican has the right to know what is happening in Parliament, to know when new laws are being passed, and to give their opinions on legislation before either house.
Every Jamaican has the right to see their representatives in action, making laws, holding the executive to account, representing the people, working for the benefit of all Jamaicans.
It is your right to observe first-hand meetings of the Senate, meetings of the House of Representatives, and the meetings of parliamentary committees. You may also take a tour of your parliament.
To find out more about the Houses of Parliament, please call 876-922-0200, follow us on Instagram and Facebook, or visit our website at www.japarliament.gov.jm.
Jamaica and its workforce are advancing quickly. Life-changing opportunities are arising. You need training and support. We are the Renewed Heart NSTA Trust, committed to providing new and emerging skills training and opportunities. Come to Heart. We'll help you claim your place in the workforce of the future.
Church service, Sunday, January 29, 10:30 a.m. Live from Fellowship Tabernacle on PBCJ. Reggae Month 2023. Come catch the rhythm in reverence and praise.
It's a beautiful day, beautiful day, beautiful day.
Jamaicans, look on the murder rate. You think that normal? We need to get every illegal gun and save our country.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
How many more must die because of reckless drivers? How fast is too fast? Make we take time, no man. Obey the rules of the road. Drive with care.
What if they knew that you abused her? Her family?
Mr. Jones.
And your colleagues, how will they look at an abuser? When the law comes knocking, you'll have nowhere to run.
Mr. Brown, you're under arrest. Please get up, hands behind your head and interlock your fingers.
Turn your back on abusers. Report gender-based violence to the police. There's no excuse for abuse. Call the Bureau of Gender Affairs at 876-754-8577.
Whenever you hear the following tone, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, will be giving information on an emergency situation affecting the island. Please be on the alert and listen to your radio and television for further information. This was a test of the Emergency Alert System, brought to you by ODPEM.
Let us resolve our family disputes peacefully. A family is a circle of love, support, and strength. Violence has no place.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Every Jamaican has the right to know what is happening in Parliament, to know when new laws are being passed, and to give their opinions on legislation before either house.
Every Jamaican has the right to see their representatives in action, making laws, holding the executive to account, representing the people, working for the benefit of all Jamaicans.
It is your right to observe first-hand meetings of the Senate, meetings of the House of Representatives, and the meetings of parliamentary committees. You may also take a tour of your parliament.
To find out more about the Houses of Parliament, please call 876-922-0200, follow us on Instagram and Facebook, or visit our website at www.japarliament.gov.jm.
One, two, three, two more. 1, 2. Adults to 30 minutes activity daily. Love your body, treat your body right. Vegetables, make sure you eat plenty. Children do 60 minutes activity daily. Drink some water when you feel thirsty. Cut down dessert and have a smoothie. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up. Make sure you know your health status. Go a doctor and get a regular checkup. Chronic disease can slowly creep up. We can lower the risk and live up if we just eat right and get moving. Jumping, running, dancing or skipping. Change the children, them lazy habit. Make them play out the door and put down the tablet. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. After 2, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. After 2, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right.
If it's not you. Reggae Month Church Service. Sunday, January 29, 10:30 a.m. Live from Fellowship Tabernacle on PBCJ. Reggae Month 2023. Come catch the rhythm in reverence and praise.
It's a beautiful day, beautiful day, beautiful day.
Remember that big project the government announced them was going to from when? You ever catch yourself and wonder what happened to it? Stop wonder like an outsider and start move like the country belong to you. You have a right to publicly owned information, and the Access to Information Act gives you that power. I know you have enough questions about how government are run or not run, so let me show you how it works. Say mosquito spraying going on in your community, your children asthmatic and you want to know what chemicals are in it. Or what about that Auditor General report on a public official getting twice his salary with no proper approval? Is your taxes and you want to know if they paid it back? First, do some basic searching to see what is already on government websites. If you don't see what you're looking for, make a formal ATI request by completing the application form on the ATI site or sending a letter or email. And remember, you don't have to say why you need it. It is your right to know. make sure you send your request to the right agency. And once they confirm receipt, they get 30 calendar days to provide the information. A maximum of 60 if extra time is needed. Yes, I know you want access to everything, but sensitive documents are protected from the public for up to 20 years. For example, documents that would expose a citizen's personal privacy, or those dealing with cabinet discussions, the Governor General's office, or information on the investigative activities of the security forces. Any public officer who tries to destroy or hide any official document can be sanctioned. And if you're having difficulties, the ATI unit will help. So, what if the chemicals in the mosquito spray are toxic? What if the agency did not even try to get back the money they paid out? Call or email your MP. Share the concern, because as your elected representative, they can represent your questions to the government ministers in the House. Remember, it is the job of parliamentarians to monitor and hold the government to account on your behalf. Is not every country give citizens this kind of power, you know? And at 20 years we have this law, and we barely use it. So access information and mind your business, Jamaica. Visit jampja.org today to see what information we access to make it easier for you to hold the government to account. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
We are in a race against time, to reverse the effects of climate change by one simple action, which has positive and enduring effects. That's right, plant a tree, leave a lasting legacy. Join the My Tree Legacy promotion by planting a tree at your alma mater and share your work with us. Submit videos and pictures of you, your family, your friends, and colleagues planting trees. Every tree counts. Plant a tree today and keep climate change away.
This is our home, Jamaica, and tourism is the lifeblood of our country. Let's all feel good again. Whether with family or friends, we want you to enjoy your staycation.
We have to ensure that they are comfortable, they feel well protected.
New standards are in place to ensure your safety. We are here to serve you better, so you can have the best experience. Come out and rediscover Jamaica.
We are ready.
We are ready.
We are ready.
Rediscover Jamaica.
Heartbeat of the world.
Watch yourself online, that's what my crew say. Make it a new day. I'm reminded by the Broadcasting Commission. We the BCJ. What if it was your friend in the mix? What if it was your sis in the pics? What if you want a terrorist watch list? What if? Suppose that go on. What you do? Don't like, don't comment, don't click. Report it, block it, don't make it stick. Don't trust everybody on the internet. Use it to step up your intellect. So online you have to be safe too. Don't believe the rumors or the fake news. Don't go everywhere they try to take you. Protect the kids or they find a way to. What if it was your friend in the mix? What if it was your sis in the pics? What if you want a terrorist watch list? What if? Suppose that go on. What if? Wait up, please.
Brutality isn't a legality. There's no rationality as to why this abnormality should become a mentality. A mentality which kills and torture. Are you really telling me you're afraid to speak up because you might be called an informer? Let us break the barrier of brutality and enforce it with alacrity. If you know someone who has been victimized, I charge you to I, interrupt their situations before their O, oppressor continues to L, lurk in their lives.
Sleeping, yes.
You're urging me not to be long, Senator. Mr. President, this day today was supposed to have been a special and celebratory day. A lot of people have put a lot of work into the whole concept of a woman's caucus, a bicameral caucus. I want to first acknowledge the work of Minister Grange and her team and Parliamentarians, because we have had many, many discussions over what was the best way to constitute this caucus. We were clear in one thing: we needed to have this caucus. But exactly how was it to be constituted? And, Mr. President, after much discussion, including the very first at which I was present, I think Senator Campbell-Rodriguez was also present, we contemplated whether or not, because of the new norms, as the gender being inclusive, whether we should actually have men participate in the committee. But we felt that what we wanted was a space for women to talk about women's issues, because it was so important to begin to influence those who sit at the table and craft policy. It was very important they understand some of the concepts, like gender budgeting, so that when you're looking at the budget, you don't look at it in isolation of the people you're budgeting for. And women being so significant and heading up most of these single households in Jamaica, there needed to be an examination, a conscious decision to include them. We also spoke about gender mainstreaming and other concepts which we felt we ought to so normalize that all parliamentarians would be sensitive to it. We felt that it was time that women shed their partisan political being, and when we came together as women, that we should cooperate, looking at what was the objective that we were seeking to achieve. Mr. President, for me, this is not a new thing. I was part of the foundation members of the Women's Political Caucus. At that meeting where it was discussed, the suggestion was mooted by the first female president of the Senate, Senator Grant Woodham. Present was the first female speaker, Honorable Violet Nielsen. I was a new kid on the block, recently appointed as senator. But what brought all of us together was that when we started sharing all of our experiences, we said, but wait, they were so similar. And we started the Women's Political Caucus, designed to empower women, designed to train women for leadership. And I actually had the honor of being one of the trainers when Senator Kamina Johnson-Smith participated in that training. And it is always so uplifting when you see persons in that space who have entered politics. But let me tell you what was most uplifting about it. We used to form teams, And the teams had to have on JLP, PNP, and NDM women, because what we were doing was creating a non-partisan space. At first, they would be very uncomfortable with each other. But by the time we finished, they were all a team trying to outdo the other team. And that, to me, was just showing how people, you know, you can change people's habits. You can change their perception. And you can create, if you know the right things, that sort of team building. So I was really elated when we had the discourse about the bicameral women's caucus. During the discussion, I felt that it wouldn't work unless we started to know each other. And I proposed, I said, listen, we have to know it. We don't trust each other. We don't know each other. And perhaps even our own colleagues on each side, sometimes we don't know much about them. So let's spend a weekend together. Let's do a retreat. I didn't say spend a weekend. I said do a retreat. And unfortunately, when the retreat came up, my husband was being given national honors in Barbados, and I chose to go there. Why am I going through this, Mr. President? I think it is important to understand how much this means to us as women. And I know that some of the women have spoken out of a deep sense of disappointment. Last night, when Senator Floyd Morris called me and expressed his concern to me, I was totally taken aback by it. And even while I tried to persuade him that he was wrong. And while we were on the phone, I took up the Constitution, I took up the standing orders, and I had to concede that he might have a point, and that there might be some tweaking that we would have to do, because I don't believe that legislators must pass laws that they know might be unconstitutional. And I think in particular when it's in relation to themselves, they need to be careful. I don't know who was left for me to speak to this morning, but let us say that I started with somebody at 7 o'clock, and I continued throughout the entire morning trying to find a resolution, because today was supposed to be a day of celebration. When Senator Floyd Morris made the proposal, he was not being contentious, he was not being ingenuous. He had a deep-rooted concern, and he felt that we had an obligation to adhere to the Charter of Rights. Mr. President, what would we have lost to have sought advice, to not make the determination between ourselves, but to have sought advice from those who advise the government? I don't know what we would have lost. I know we would have gained a lot, because the birth of everything is important, and this has been birthed in contention and disagreement. And that was not the intention behind having a caucus. The intention behind having a caucus was that we would listen to each other, that we would hear each other, that we could set a common goal, a common objective that we could all reach. And this today, I will tell you, I needed that break because I didn't want to break down in front of anybody with the level of emotions that I felt. We here are the leaders of this country in a way. I mean, if you understand what I mean, I don't mean it literally. But people look to us and they observe how we behave, and they take their cues from that. And today, on this occasion, we just didn't cut it. The fighting and the bickering and so on. I wonder what will happen when we all sit together. How are we going to be able to craft this way that we sought? How can we really discuss our goals without thinking about who is opposition or who is government? When a simple matter becomes contentious, and it is a simple matter. It is a very simple matter. 4 hours could have made a difference with a consultation with the Attorney General or the Solicitor General, who could have given a legal opinion. But, Mr. President, we shall not be daunted. We shall not be daunted. Women have made so many contributions, fundamental contributions to this country. We have had a female Prime Minister, and looking at the women in this chamber, I believe we might have some more. This was not for those of us who have served long. This was for the future. For the future, so that young women looking at us could be inspired to become candidates, inspired to participate in political parties at every level. That is what we were hoping for. We wanted to make women the centerpiece of a development program, not to the exclusion of men, because it's not a man versus woman. We understand that in the same way we seek partners as men and women in relationships, it's the same way we have to partner together to do what is right. I told the leader of government business this morning that it was a rocky road to women working together, that we would have our fights. This was going to be challenging because it's not our instinct. Somehow, I don't know why, but it's not our instinct to work together. I did not expect that sitting together, we wouldn't have disagreements. I anticipated that we would have disagreements. But what I also anticipated is that the very goal that we seek to achieve would have made us pause, reflect, listen to each other, come together, understand what consensus means, and demonstrate it in the work that we have prepared so many months to do. Senator Longmore, I know what you have done. So, Mr. President, let me make it clear. There is no one over this side who does not support this caucus.
Can you say it in the positive?
We all support the idea. We are all committed to it. There is no man and woman difference over this side. And we don't appreciate any attempt to divide us into that sort of category. That's not what we are supposed to do. So I certainly hope that somehow my fear, which was that the headlines would capture divide, constitution raised, disagreement from both sides, was not the way in which this caucus would be birthed. And I appeal to the media, if it's possible to appeal to the media, and to all people listening. We are all committed. Maybe we should have thought more carefully. Maybe we went about it the wrong way. I found myself on the horns of a dilemma with something that I was a part of. And I've always been a part of different movements to uplift women. I wanted it to work, and I wanted it to be a good day, but I couldn't overlook the point that Senator Floyd Morris made. And because I spent so long last night on the telephone with him, negotiating, examining, revisiting, I know that he was sincere about the point that he raised. I thank you, Mr. President, and I do thank my colleagues on both sides who have put so much into the preparation for this day. I hope we can retrieve it, if it pleases you.
Thank you, Senator Scott Motley. Senator Golden Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President. It wasn't my intention to speak today. I, in fact, thought we would have been adjourning a lot earlier, and for all the reasons that other colleagues have acknowledged, here we are. And I'm speaking with a little bit of limited strength today because I have just come back from illness. Perhaps I should start at this point, and that is to say, I was a participant in that retreat that was held, facilitated by Parliamentarians and UN Women, organized and led by Minister Grange and her team. And I admitted there, I don't want to speak too much about what was said there, because we did speak and collaborate, female parliamentarians, both from the House and the Senate, and in fact also councillors were present in a room of protection so that we could openly share our experiences with each other, which we did. But I must admit that going to the retreat, I was a little reluctant. I thought it was going to be a talk shop, and perhaps I am generally a reluctant feminist. But I arrived and I participated, I listened, and I learned. And I left that weekend retreat with a much better idea of the possibilities and the potential impact of collaborative leadership between female parliamentarians from both sides of the aisle, from either house of parliament. So much so I can tell you I was talking about it 4 weeks, throughout the holiday, 4 weeks. So I am, like some of my colleagues have expressed, quite disappointed that the day has gone the way the day has gone. I am a little perturbed too by the tone in some regards. And I have to say, Senator Floyd Morris is somebody who I have had the opportunity to work with. We still have a pending motion for conclusion, Senator Morris, that we worked on together. And I thought we worked quite well, agreeing, disagreeing, but coming to some consensus at the end of our private discussions. But in this regard, and I'm saying this directly to Senator Morris as well, I feel that the point taken, and I will explain myself further, is an unfortunate one, given the timing, first of all. The motion was tabled in the House of Representatives on November 5th, I believe. November 5th, December 5th. November 5th. And taken, I'm sorry, taken in December, I know it was taken December of 2022. Shortly after the female parliamentarians returned from the retreat, in the House, taken in the House. And I think that this is such an important issue from an institutional perspective that my expectation was that there was broad discussion and consensus on both sides internally that allowed us to have the collaboration that we had and allowed the motion to travel through the House vote in the way that it did. So, Senator Morris, your point, while I'm not dismissing it, I thought the timing was unfortunate. I also no, but the motion was in the House. It was in the House. There was deliberation in the House. There was a vote in the House, and there was a position taken by both sides in the House. And that's published. Yeah, but with all due respect, Senator Morris, if we are sitting in the Senate, we do pay attention to what happens in the House. It does concern us. It is relevant to our deliberations in this chamber. So that is my view. But let us deal with the, I like to deal with the substance of the matter, as emotional a girl as I can be. Let us talk about the point you're raising. And the point you're raising is that the establishment, and please tell me if I'm wrong, the establishment of a bicameral caucus of women parliamentarians is and of itself unconstitutional by virtue of Section 13(3)(I) of the Constitution. That's the position that I am understanding to be the point being raised. So let's take a look at Section 13(3)(I), because I don't know if anybody has read it into the record today. But Section 13, let me get my glasses. Section 13, dealing with the Charter of Rights and setting out the rights and freedoms guaranteed under the Constitution, at subsection 3 says the rights and freedom referred to in subsection 2, and if I'll read subsection 2, it talks about the guarantee of the rights and freedoms set out in subsection 3, which I'll read, and it also says, Parliament shall pass no law, and no organ of the state shall take any action which abrogates, abridges, or infringes those rights. Section 3, subsection 3 goes on to set out the rights, and at paragraph I, it sets out the right to freedom from discrimination on the ground of being, at I, male or female. I'm going to stop there because that, I think, is the relevant part. The right to freedom from discrimination on the ground of being male or female. So let's come back to the motion, because I in the short time, have attempted, Senator Morris, to give due regard to your point and to seriously and sincerely look at it. And the motion, Mr. President, I beg your pardon. Whereas a need for collaborative space for all women parliamentarians, regardless of party affiliation of the chamber in which they serve, has been identified. And whereas such a space could facilitate networking, fostering productive dialogue on issues of women's rights and gender equality, and undertaking actions to positively impact the inclusiveness of the legislature, the legislative process, and our country as a whole. And the third whereas clause, there has been a consensus among most women parliamentarians that the space be established as a bicameral caucus of women parliamentarians. And then we have the resolve clause for the amendment of the standing orders and resolve clause for the motion to be referred to the standing orders. And I've gone through that exercise. Why? Because in my line of work, words are important. And the meaning of legislation and by extension a parliamentary motion is not one that ought to be determined by virtue of my own emotion. And I know that the sticking point really is the name of the caucus. It really is. That it's being called a bicameral caucus of women parliamentarians. But there is nothing in this motion, nor can there be in law, because our standing orders doesn't allow for it, nor does our Constitution allow for male members to be barred. The Constitution does not prohibit, in my view, respectfully, the naming of a caucus of a bicameral caucus of women parliamentarians. What it prevents that caucus from doing is barring a member for selection because they are male. That's what it does. So this motion seeks a collaborative space for women parliamentarians. Not a collaborative space for women parliamentarians to the exclusion of men. That's not what it says. It seeks a space to facilitate networking, fostering productive dialogue on issues of women's rights and gender equality, and undertaking actions to positively impact the inclusiveness of the legislative process and our country as a whole. And I read the other one. So, Senator Morris, thank you for making the point that you made, because I think it's something we need to consider. We don't want to be on the wrong side of the Constitution. But in my view, we are not. And I think the work that has gone into taking us here is so significant that the point, hold on a minute, the point, I know, I want to have respectful debate. I really do. Because there is no reason for this issue to divide members. We have 4 female parliamentarians on this side. We have 4 on the other side. And my view is, hold on, Senator Morris, I'm coming to you. Believe me, I am. We had discussions where the vast majority of us, female parliamentarians, for all the reasons outlined, Minister Johnson Smith outlined them, Senator Scott Motley referred to them as well, felt that this was an important collaborative committee to be established. There is no exclusion of men. They are partners in the fight for gender equality. They are partners in the fight for the recognition of the peculiar nature of the lens through which women see things and experience things. And at the end of the day, they are the majority at the table of decision makers. So it's not a matter of exclusion. or discrimination. And I appreciate you raising the point because it required some reading and some looking and some thinking about it. But what we have said is that as female parliamentarians, we would like to establish a caucus to come together and deal with these kinds of issues, raise these issues, debate these issues. Nothing in this motion, nothing in these standing orders, nothing in this constitution prevents that from happening with the support of men, with the participation of men. It only says that this is the context of the discussion in that caucus. And so why I am disappointed is because I believe that that point could have been taken in a celebratory context. We could have had that discussion. Because even if it required us to look at the sticking point of the name of the caucus, that's something that could be done. I'm going to sit.
1 minute.
Mr. President, I wish to indicate to Senator Golding.
You say you want to make a point of order.
Clarification.
Point of order.
Clarification.
Come again?
Clarification.
Where you find that?
You have always allowed for clarification to be made, Mr. President. So,
Senator Morris, with all due respect, it is not a point of order. I'm not yielding today. Today I want to finish what I'm saying, and I don't wish to be interrupted by a male parliamentarian while I'm doing it. If it's not a point of order, allow me to finish.
1 minute.
With respect, Mr. President.
1 minute, please. Okay. Senator Morris, you are rising and asking the member to yield.
Yes.
So that's what you need to do.
Yes.
So go ahead.
Yes, well, I've asked the member to yield,
Senator,
and I addressed you,
Senator
Mr.
Golden
President.
Campbell, the minister, the member is asking you to yield. It's not a point of order. He seems to wish to make some issue of clarification. He's asking you to yield. If you're not yielding, then I can't interrupt you.
Mr. President, today is not the day that I wish to yield. And with respect, Mr. President, I'd like to be permitted to finish my contribution. I'm gonna use this analogy, and I think every woman in this room, not just parliamentarians, will have had this experience. When there's conflict in a debate, when there is an issue on which sides are taken, very often, and this is part of the reason why women talk about collaborating on issues that are particular to women and girls and children. Very often, part of our management of the conflict is to yield. Is to yield and to allow the louder voice to take the position that they're taking. You would do well to listen sometimes, Senator Brown. You would. We yield to the louder voice, and I'm going to yield to yours until you're finished. And we do that so that we can move things forward and do it in a peaceful way. And we kind of work behind the scenes to achieve the end goal. Every single woman knows that methodology because we were trained and raised to do things in that way. Because we have learned that the way to do things is not to walk down the road with our fists in front of us, punching, punching, punching. And I know that we know that. And everybody knows that we know that. But today didn't need to be that. That's the point I am making. Today could have been a day, Senator Morris, when for a change, you took the position that I'm not going to take this contentious point right now, that for the greater good and for the purpose of this caucus, I'm going to permit it to go on, and then I'm going to speak to the caucus members, I'm going to raise it with my colleagues and ask them to look at it. And the day would have been a completely different day.
I must indicate that the reason why the Senate was delayed this morning is because Senator Donna Scott Motley had extensive discussion with the leader of government business to try and resolve this matter based on the point that
Senator
I raised
Morris, you know that you need to tell me what the point of order is, right?
I pointed out that the member is
what?
misleading the House, that there was no consultation.
Okay, you're going to allow her to continue for me, please.
And so, Mr. President.
It's not a point of order, you know, so the member can continue. Thank you, Senator Morris.
Mr. President, you know, Senator Morris is making my point, quite frankly, because this morning was the nth hour. This morning was the nth hour. Last night was the nth hour. This matter came out of the House on December 6th. December 6th. So to raise this today, to overturn the apple cart, and it is amazing to me that as much as we are seeking to find a space where we can all collaborate and have participation and partnership on an issue that we have agreed needs to be addressed, on issues that we have agreed needs to be addressed, at the nth hour is turn over the apple cart, right? And if this side doesn't capitulate by delaying a week, then this side is the monsters. That's not the context in which the females in this House participated. It's not. There has been an injection of something else to divide. And I am going to say it, because that is what has happened. If it is that the female parliamentarians on that side don't support the motion, or if they support this motion, what does that mean? That they're going to be reprimanded by their side? Is that what it means? It means that the opposition leader is going to take a position against them? You are going to. I'm not surprised. Mr. President, I don't think that there is any constitutional reason why we can't proceed with this motion. There's no discrimination on the ground of being male or female. There's nothing in this motion that says there's any exclusion of men. There's certainly nothing in the standing orders that we could rely on to exclude men from this committee or to exclude their participation. The work has been done, Mr. President. Minister Grange and her team have worked hard. Her partners at Parliamentarians, at UN Women, have worked hard, and with the greatest of respect, the women in this House, in the House and in the Senate, have worked hard, various numbers of them throughout the years, long before I ever entered these chambers. It is time. It is necessary. Today is the day, may it please you, Mr. President.
I just take the opportunity to welcome former Senator, Minister, Babs Grange. As usual, it's always nice to see you, Auntie. Welcome, Minister Grange. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I too join in recognizing the presence of the Minister, Babs Grange. And I take it her presence is not just to celebrate a majority moving on the resolution, but to help bring calm and sanity to the discussion that we're having. Mr. President, This resolution consists of 5 paragraphs. I can say that not just myself, but the 3 other male on this side, along with the 4 female senators on the opposition side, share support. Let me start by saying, for 1, 2, 3, 4, I suspect the women share for all 5. And I share for all 5 too. All 5 paragraphs. So let me repeat, Senator Samuda. We on this side does not have a problem with the resolution. Senator Golden Campbell, we're not opposing it and being contentious. My wife, with whom I've lived for 43 years, more than an OJ, she needs a national hero. But notwithstanding that, she can vouch for where I stand on these issues. That's 43 years now. No conflict, no problem. So this idea of trying to paint the men on this side as villains don't really hold water. President, it's not unnatural for resolutions to come to the Senate and in debate they are amended. Amended for clarity, amended for strengthening, amended for consensus building. Senator Golden Campbell speaks of a resolution moved by Senator Morris, on which there are discussions taking place, and for which they have not yet resolved all items. Well, if you have, it hasn't come back to us yet. So, when a resolution like this comes before us, and the issue of form, not substance, because what Senator Morris is saying, as I understand it, is that this may conflict with the Constitution. And if it does, let's find a work around it that make it conform with the resolution. You know, President, it was the Chief Justice that I heard in a case, was it the Nitz case, said that there are many laws existing now that are in conflict with the Constitution. In the field in which Covington Gale and I work, there are lawyers challenging some things that we believe were fundamental points in the Labor Relations and Industrial Dispute Act as being unconstitutional. That's their right so to do. That's the nature of this country. We allow people the right to challenge things. People are challenging whether or not bauxite mining can take place. And the consequence of that decision in the end could be devastating to either party, and depending on how the result comes. And I'm not going to debate the merits or demerits of that. I'm simply saying it's a right of people to raise issue. And Senator Floyd Morris would not be allowed to raise it by Mrs. Shelley Morris if it was an anti-women issue. Or leave home. So, to me, President, I'm disappointed when the narrative is that you men over there don't support this thing. We support it. I recall, President, in this chamber, we had a debate that went for hours and hours to the wee morning. And we had to come back another day. It was around the NIDS bill. We were saying that there's some things that were unconstitutional. The opposition, the government with its majority, pushed through the bill. The court said, oh no, it's unconstitutional. I recall, and I wasn't here, the bill act. K.D. Knight, A.J. Nicholson said it was unconstitutional. The government pushed it through. The court came and said, oh no, you're in violation of the Constitution. So when an issue of constitutionality comes up, it's not just because you have a majority why you mustn't listen to it. We should pay attention. And we can fix the resolution. For example, can the standing order force the leader of government business or the leader of opposition business as to who they should select on this committee? It shouldn't be. So let us be clear in the resolution that it is then now for the leaders of either side, because that's how we select committee now. And then the Parliament, the Senate vote to say, I agree that such and such will sit on the committee. That's how we arrive at who sits on the committee now. No. Will this resolution says you can only pick from females? So your point, Senator Gale, about whether they will consult with you or whether you'll have a seat on the table. To me, I have no problem if either leader picks females only. That's a choice of the leader. And then we run into a little difficulty that is not insurmountable. In the past, these committees are apportioned on the basis of the majority, having the majority, Senator Leslie Campbell, and the opposition having a minority on the committee. Now, this is saying, it hasn't said it, but I take it to be the intent that all, so if there are 8 female senators on the opposition side and 4 on the government side, that those all 8 would be on the committee. That just needs to be worked through. And in my field of work, and the same field of work that Senator Gale is in, when we come to little difficulties in the negotiating process, there's a little thing that is called a walk in the park. In the Parliament here, Senate President, that takes place behind your desk. Or, as is happening now, and I don't think the President will see it, they are trying to find how we could do a cooling off. So we step back and say, all right, what is your intent? Because sometimes, President, the devil is in the details. And this is a resolution which doesn't take into account the details. So, Minister, government leader, sometimes it may be wise to just step back a little, see what are the difficulties, find a way around it, and we can celebrate Senator Golden Campbell. This resolution, you may not see the difficulty. Others, you may not see it. And because you're so deep in the forest, sometimes you miss the trees. And so what I'm suggesting here is a pause. It's a pause for an hour. We go to the other bill. We try and work through the issues of forms. We amend the resolution if that's the thing. And we move together where all Senator Hill is absent, who else is absent? I wanted to say all 21 of us. And Senator Webby. So it's what now, 19? And Senator Moon. So it's 18 hours. Could kumbaya. We could go to the front of the Parliament and take a picture together. It can be done. It can be done. So, what I'm saying here, don't beat up on Senator Floyd Morris. Don't beat up on him. He supports the Women's Caucus. He supports a bicameral caucus of women parliamentarians. He does. I too, Bunting, Crawford, and the four ladies on the side, we support it. We support it. You know, I was planning in another debate to quote somebody who just quoted Bounty Killer. Look into my eyes. Do you feel my pain? Am I your enemy? Well, look into Floyd Morris' eyes. Do you feel his concerns? Is he your enemy? He's not your enemy. So I saw the tweet from Senator Gold, Rodriguez. The senator in purple. Not my favorite color, you know. But you are not a bad senator. What is the color? Anyway, Senator Campbell. Well, he knows that and Damien knows it. Right? So, let us be clear. We can find a resolution that keeps the consensus that exists. The consensus exists. Don't, as Miss Kitty would say, don't, what she say, artificial beef? She say some about. What you say is artificial. In other words, we're making up the beef. There's no beef there. We are at one. We are at one. The issue is, what sense does it make for somebody to challenge this on the basis of discrimination? Challenge the Constitution. And it comes back and say, it is unconstitutional. It may or may not be. But because somebody raises that issue, all we need to do, you know, because the government president has its attorneys, the Attorney General. And even if we pass a bill in this Parliament, usually it is looked over by the Attorney General to see that the bill is constitutional. And sometimes the Attorney General may say it's constitutional, and then the people down in King Street, the judiciary, says it's not constitutional. All I understand Senator Morris was asking for is, run this point, not paragraph 1, not paragraph 2, not paragraph 3, not paragraph 5. Only paragraph 4 as to whether or not such a committee would exclude, if I follow the President's question to Senator Gale, exclude membership of Senator Gale by right. Can't sit on it. My one fear is that I welcome such a caucus. And it's well accepted that gender issue is not female or male. It's about both. And I welcome the perspective of women. Mr. President, I wouldn't be here if I did not support equal pay for equal work between men and women. That's a legislation passed in the Parliament, sadly, with not enough female. But it was passed, and it's the law. I wouldn't be here if I didn't support maternity leave with pay, passed by the Parliament of men and women, and through you, President, Minister Grange would know the backstory where some women in the PNP decided they were going on strike. They were going on strike in the matrimonial places if the Maternity Leave with Pay Act wasn't passed in 1979. I believe it was December. And it would be a Christmas without, it would have been a Christmas without. And it would be a Christmas without warmth. And so the maternity leave was passed. I wouldn't be here, President, if I didn't support the Parliament that the Property Right of Spouses Act was passed. Looking through the eyes of the women. Senator Gill, I believe it is that law, you can correct me, Senator Scott Motley, which says that 5 years of togetherness, even without the ring, entitled the woman, and in some cases the men, so it depends on who married into what, to benefit. Changing centuries of without the ring, you have nothing. And there are more laws that have been passed. Am I of the view that it is inadequate, the number of laws addressing women's rights and issues? Yes. Which is why, Minister, I supported way back the Committee of Women for Progress in the Workers' Party of Jamaica. They promoted in this country the observance of International Women's Day when others wasn't doing so. That's way back from the 70s. So I stand with women, and I believe you're entitled to, and you should have a caucus. So I stand with the 5 legs of the resolution, 5 paragraphs of the resolution. The issue is, as I've said before, the devil is oftentimes in the detail. And so we could get into a situation where somebody challenges this, and our good work, Senator Campbell, Golden Campbell, comes to naught by the stroke of the pen of 3 judges. In fact, you wouldn't even need 3 judges. You need 2 judges out of a 3-man panel, or a 3-person panel, to strike it down. Let us not give the judges that chance. Let us do it together. Let us step back a little. And let's look at the form that this will take. Is it the form that inserts it into the standing order? Should there be more which says the leaders select, so nobody can then say it's discriminatory because the leader's decision to select who goes on it? What about the long-standing thing about proportionality on the committee? For example, in the other place, Mr. President, where one side has 14 and the other side has 49, does proportionality leave out any of the 14, as the other committees do? So we have a standing committee, PAAC. We have a standing committee, Public Accounts Committee. There's proportionality there. This will move, and quite correctly, Minister Grange, against that proportionality rule. So all I'm saying is that the good work that has been done may have missed a few details. There's nothing wrong in stepping back. Look at the details and let's fashion the resolution so it can work. So do I support Senator Morris urging us to seek the advice of the Attorney General? The answer is yes. Does that make me anti-women? No. Does it make me anti the resolution? No. Does it make me stand on the side of good governance? I believe that's where I stand. Mr. President, I remember we did the Road Traffic Act in 2018. Senator Skeffrey and I asked for a week to just come back on some. That week wasn't granted because the urgency of the Road Traffic Act to clear up the disorder in the society. And I'll say more when we come to that debate later. 4 years after, the act has not been put in place. Sometimes the east makes waste. I close by saying this, Mr. President. Yesterday, I had an issue, work issue, that I had to resolve. Senator Campbell, I wanted the client to get money from Christmas, but some tough argument came up. Not so tough. And I said, I'll be patient. Well, the discussion yesterday for an hour plus, we resolved the matter. I have no hard feeling against the agency. Hopefully my client will get his due, and I will get my due too. Because that's part of it. But patience is a virtue. And I know the minister will be a virtuous woman today. She will allow a little pause. Notwithstanding, I am saying it, you know. She will allow a little pause. Go behind this president's chair. See if we can. I didn't know which Proverbs it was. But I know it is in the Holy Book. So I'm asking for a pause, Minister, for a little dialogue to make sure the form that is being proposed at paragraph 4. I remember now, we agree on 1, 2, 3, 5. And there's no fundamental disagreement except that we need to make sure we are comporting with the Constitution, that every single one of us took an oath to uphold. The point may be kicked out, or we find a way around it. But it don't mean that Floyd Morris is anti-women caucus. It don't mean Damian Crawford, Peter Bunting, or Lambert Brown is anti-women caucus. And I'm getting a little slipping in now that the women on this side are anti-caucus. I'm getting that from the narrative. But we all know it's not true. But then again, Mr. President, such a narrative is not immune. You know, politicians are not immune from such narrative. There's a guy who stormed the Capitol, got the capital of the U.S. stormed on the 6th of January, 2021, because of a big lie. Let us not create that big lie that the men on this side are opposed to what you're doing. We support your good work. We support your good work. The fear I have from what Senator Morris said may be unconstitutional. If the Attorney General, and may I ask Senator Morris, Senator Floyd Morris, if the Attorney General Chamber says it's constitutional, am I correct that that's fine with you? Senator Morris? Well, that's the best way. The AG would do it another way. But you could, a smart leader would say, and a smart negotiator would say, all right, we have consulted the AG's office. The AG have assured us, and they're going to send it in writing later. That's a smart way of doing it. It's about resolving differences. There's a book, President, by a guy named Yuri Foster called Getting to Yes. Getting to Yes. You have read it. It's a good book, you agree. You and I can agree on that. It's a good book. Let's follow. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. One is enough. One is better than none. One is better than none. But I'm sure as the year goes on, there are other things we'll agree on. So, Minister, take a pause. Step back. Let's work this through. And so, you see, Minister Grange, when they say that I am cantankerous, it's not true, I'm telling you. It's not true, I'm telling you. I am a man trying to find a way out of this little difficulty. And I commend it to you, Minister. As I say, 5 paragraphs. All 5 will find favor with me. I share Senator Morris' concern about the form. The form. Let's work on it. Let's take the pause and come back. May it please you, Mr. President. I hope the new year starts with the Minister and I being in accord. Even if it's not the Toyota made accord, we could be accord in the best interest of our nation. May it please you.
Senator, thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Grange is not taken in by your pleasant presentation. Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister.
Mr. President, I thank you. And allow me to join colleague senators in welcoming Minister Grange to be with us this afternoon. We think it's a wonderful day to have you here. It's a wonderful opportunity to share achievements and progress. And I think, given the work that you yourself personally and your team have invested in this matter, and I know, Madam Clerk, I'm not supposed to be addressing directly, but I can't help but, and I know that I do so with the President's leave, to say the work that you have and your team has invested in this project before us, that is manifested in the motion before us. It is only right that you're here with us this afternoon. So thank you for making the time. I know there are very few people in this world that are busier than you, so I'm glad you're here. Mr. President, we have another bill, so I am going to be as brief as I can be in bringing this matter to its next stage and to closure. On the matter of us being in accord, as much as you may not believe it, Senator Brown, through the chairman, every opportunity that I have to be in accord with you, I will take it. Wonderful. And we will get to yes together. And I'm very pleased to hear your emphatic endorsement of the existence of a bicameral women's parliamentary caucus, subject only to an assurance regarding the Attorney General's view on the constitutionality of the caucus. And we did speak earlier, the Deputy Leader of Opposition Business in the Senate and myself, we had an extensive discussion earlier. I spoke with other persons. We both spoke with Minister Grange. There was outreach quite widely to see if there could be a solution found. One was not, because we believed, I believe on this side, we have demonstrated that we believe on this side, that there is actually not a constitutional issue. and the timing at which this matter has been raised. And I know the women in here will particularly feel sensitive to this, and I know that women listening are alive to this issue. And that is, and it was put to me in a particular way by someone who sent me a note, to say that there's almost, a disempowering signal that would be sent if, and I'm not taking a combative note, I'm sharing a view, and I recognize why this would be uncomfortable for you to hear, but trust me when I tell you that 90% of the women hearing this phrase that I'm about to say will agree with it. And this is that this work has been ongoing for some time, from 2016, when Member of Parliament Paulwell and Senator Longmore went to Ottawa in 2016 to have the first meeting on the establishment of Women's Parliamentary Caucus. And the work started, and everyone was excited about Jamaica and other countries in the Caribbean taking this next step in facilitating collaboration across the aisles on women's issues. When Grenada, Belize, Antigua and Barbuda went ahead with theirs, when we tabled, Minister Grange tabled her motion in the lower house, and the informal work started. This work has been ongoing for some time. And then the night before, and you can tell by the way I'm relaying this that I do have some empathy with this view, then a male parliamentarian, and again I say this not in a combative way, but I trust me when I tell you women get this if you don't, raises a concern, whether it is substantive or not. And then all these 7 years of work must pause. It sends a signal, and that's one that I'm sensitive to. Maybe discomforting to hear, but trust me when I tell you, women get that. So I'm glad that it's not something that we have to do, because the Attorney General has sent his informal view, because we did consult. We have taken a view. We are not dismissive on this side, but one must understand that this has gone, yes, Senator Fraser-Binns. Yes, Senator Fraser-Binns. The Attorney General has indicated that, in his view, the proposal, the motion, does not offend the Constitution, in that it facilitates concerns about an underrepresented segment in the legislative chambers. And it could be, therefore, no more discriminatory than establishing similar sessions for persons with disabilities, young people, the elderly, or religious groupings. Concept being, in the same way that there are lodges in churches, you have men's fellowship and women's fellowship, there are contexts within which genders may meet on their own to discuss issues in a way which they take them. He says further that the matter will concern the internal workings of Parliament, which will be governed by the internal parliamentary procedure, and he sees no incompatibility. When we work through the regulations and the structure of how the caucus will operate, we will be sensitive to the issues. But on the face of it, there is nothing wrong with having a space for women to discuss women's issues from our perspective, the less than 30% of us. And may I remind that a sessional committee can do no more than make recommendations to the Parliament, which is, yes, still comprised of more than 70% men. So that these matters will still always be debated. And therefore, the matter which has much delayed us is not a matter that need delay us further. So I want to thank members for their contributions to today's debate. I'm pleased to know that the concern which senators on that side may have had at the instance of Senator Morris are resolved, and that we can therefore proceed to establish the space as we had proposed to do for many years. There is no reason that Jamaica should be behind any other country on this matter. Our women have been leading for years, and we would like to continue to do so in a way facilitated by this motion. So without more, I would like to put the motion and ask that this motion now be referred to the Standing Orders Committee of the Senate for consideration and report, and that the Senate be suspended to facilitate same.
Members, the first question, of course, is in relation to the motion. Those in favor?
Just before that, I just want to be clear here. You're sending it to the Standing Committee. That's a substantive motion that you're asking us to agree on. Then it seems to be a second motion for a suspension of the Senate sitting. May we ask that they be separated? Good, thank you.
So the first motion, those in favor? Against, Minister? You're asking for the suspension of the Senate to allow this. Minister, you want to just voice that for the record, please?
Ask it separately.
Yes.
Might the Senate be suspended to permit the sitting of the Standing Orders Committee?
The question put by the Minister is that Your Honour, the Senate be suspended to allow this.
Clarification. Would it be a suspension or an adjournment? Let me finish. Would it be, I just want to be clear. Would it be a suspension or an adjournment?
Suspension.
Because during that suspension, is it intended that the Standing Order Committee meets?
Yes.
And is that,
so that the question is that
allowed?
Yes. The question is that Your Honour, the Senate be suspended to allow the Standing Committee to meet. Those in favour? Against? This Honourable Senate now stands adjourned to allow the meeting of the Standing Orders.
Mr. President, I just want to confirm that the suspension is taking place with your leave, pursuant to paragraph 74(9) of the Standing Orders.
Yes, it is taking place with my leave. The Senate now stands suspended to allow the Standing Orders Committee to meet.
Over 100 murders in 1 month, Jamaica. We can't continue like this. The killing must end. Do right by the future generation. Get the guns, save our country.
If it's not you.
Reggae Month Church Service. Sunday, January 29, 10:30 a.m. Live from Fellowship Tabernacle on PBCJ. Reggae Month 2023. Come catch the rhythm in reverence and praise.
It's a beautiful day, beautiful day, beautiful day.
Your government is working for you. On the East Coast, there's the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project. The highway, which began in January 2017, is now slated to end in March 2025. Another segment under the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project is the Maypen to Williams Field, which is approximately 81% complete. Next stop, the Morant Bay Urban Center. Preparation and demolition exercises began in July 2022 at the Goodyear factory in the parish where the center is being constructed. Construction phase has already started. Third stop, over in Portmore. Plans are afoot to make the Sunshine City the 15th parish. With the parish status comes the Portmore Resilience Park, which ground will be broken by year-end 2022. Over in the west, we have the Montego Bay Perimeter Road, starting from Ironshore to Bogue, from Montego Bay down to Montpelier. More updates to come as we reignite our nation for greatness.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaica and its workforce are advancing quickly. Life-changing opportunities are arising. You need training and support. We are the Renewed Heart NSTA Trust, committed to providing new and emerging skills training and opportunities. Come to Heart. We'll help you claim your place in the workforce of the future.
This meeting, special meeting of the Standing Orders Committee of the Senate is called to order. We dispense with the usual formalities of prayers, reading of the minutes, etc. With your leave. Do I have your leave? And of course, welcome to Senator Ransford Brown for the first Standing Orders Committee that he has attended. Well, members would have heard the motion carried in the Senate that has brought us here. And as I understand it, and if I am wrong, then I would be obliged if you would correct me. The motion that was passed in the Senate includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs, and it is the fourth paragraph, which concerns us. Be it resolved that the Standing Orders Committee, be it resolved that the Standing Orders of the Senate be amended to allow for this caucus to be established as a Sessional Select Committee to sit jointly with a similarly comprised committee from the House of Representatives. So the Standing Orders Committee is asking, the Senate, by acclamation really, is asking, I believe, to amend the Standing Orders number 66-1 to add as 66-1E the following: Caucus of Women's Parliamentarians. Have I got that correct? Okay. Thank you very much. It took some effort. Eh? No, you wouldn't say bicameral. So I'm going to open for debate to members of the Standing Orders Committee. And I'm sure that Senator Scott Motley and Senator Sinclair would not feel offended if I call on Senator Ransford Brown to, to offer a few brief words so that we can get you on the record of the committee.
Oh boy. Well, I think the proposed amendment or inclusion is in keeping with the desire of the Senate, and it would achieve its purpose. That's what I would say, sir.
Any other comments? Senator Morris. Just check Mr. Morris's. Mr. Chairman. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Senator Scott Motley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And you know that this matter has brought about some life and debate in the House of Representatives, which, Mr. President, in its evolution of the concerns that I've raised, I can't understand why we ventured down, or individuals ventured down a pathway of maligning individuals as anti-women, because as per our right in the Senate, we are the review chamber and have the right to raise concerns and to seek clarification. And I've heard all the comments that were made in the debate, and I heard the concluding statement by the minister, and I took note that she mentioned the informality of the opinion of the Attorney General, who advises the minister or advises the government. I have asked Mr. President to get the views, I have said it, in terms of the AG and the SG on this matter, because of my constitutional concern. It is not to say that I am opposed to what we are doing or what is being proposed. It is just to seek clarity, and out of an abundance of caution, let us get it in writing. And I am making an appeal to you and the clerk of the Parliament to seek that written clarification from the both the AG and the SG. It might be the exigencies of the situation. They can get to work and get back to us by next week. I have no sinister motive whatsoever, Mr. President, where this matter is concerned. Absolutely none. I am not a member of the House of Representatives. I was not privy to the female caucus discussions that were taking place. This matter came, the motion was tabled a few weeks ago. I got the notification that we are going to be meeting this week. We got the notification on Wednesday, and I reviewed the necessary documentation, and I expressed the concern to my Senate leaders, who engaged in a discussion with the government to try and come to a solution to the matter. So You know, Mr. President, let me express my concern again finally, that I am concerned about the fact that the Constitution frowns upon discrimination on the grounds of male or female. And the motion is asking for a committee to be established exclusively of females. And we are moving to amend the standing orders in the form of a sessional select committee, which we must understand that these are committees of permanence, right? It's not that they are temporary committees. They are here for as long as the Parliament is in operation, right? Unless we choose to amend them. And I am saying, if we are going down this road, let us get the clarity. That's all I am asking for. I am doing my constitutional job as a senator who take this thing very seriously. I may not have nothing against women, because yesterday to the day my mother died, and before she died, she scribbled copious notes about how I treated her. So nobody don't come in the Senate and come talk about treatment and how people view women, or and let me be specific, how I view women, because, and I'm going to say that, I have the greatest regard for females, and I have always treated women with respect. I have supported them in every way possible. And I just want, Mr. President, to make sure that what we are doing here is in sync with the Constitution. That's all I am asking for. Is that unreasonable? Is that any reason for me to be disingenuous? Is that any reason for me to be regarded as sinister? And the majority of individuals out there in Jamaica will say that is not unreasonable. And I don't think it is difficult, Mr. President, if the clerk should write to the Solicitor General and the minister write the AG, and we get a written response. I don't want the AG to tell me that is in his informal view. In his informal view, I take note of that. I want to get the clarity on this matter, because it is a major step that we are making. We are amending the standing orders, right? And I mean, certainly, Mr. President, I even heard mention that from the AG that these matters are internal rules and guidelines of the Senate that, have no bearing on the Constitution. And I respectfully would like to get all of those issues sorted out, because, I mean, the Senate cannot operate without the standing orders. And the standing orders gets its legitimacy from the Constitution. That is why we have to take that oath of allegiance. And the oath of allegiance is prescribed in the Constitution as well as the standing orders. So I can't understand some of the arguments that I've heard from the AG, and I would want to get a written formal response rather than just spur of the moment thing. And we can come back, Mr. President, next week. You know, I mean, I teach on Thursdays and and my Fridays are clear for the Senate, but I am prepared to suspend my class on a Thursday to be back here to have this matter resolved. And by the way, Mr. President, you know, the motion, and that's why I can't understand some of the hardline position that was adopted by the government, because what needs to be done as well is there needs to be some amendment to the motion to ensure that men are not excluded from the committee. And that would go a far way in resolving that constitutional concern. So, I mean, it's just to put our heads together and get that particular matter resolved, because the resolution just can't be left like that. And this Standing Orders Committee can recommend to the Senate that an amendment be made to ensure that it does not exclude men. May it please you, Mr. President. Chair.
Senator Morris, allow me to just, before anybody speaks, just address you directly. It is a good thing that not only have you put your position on the record of the Senate, the whole Senate, but you have also put your position on the record of the Standing Orders Committee, and perhaps in a more exhaustive way than in the full Senate. And I think that it is a good thing that that is on record. We have a very informal way in looking at the standing orders as we go through the tedious task, lengthy, tedious task of looking at the entire standing orders. And I'm not going to digress from that approach today. Just one observation which I will make. There is something called the Constitutional Court, which is not a physical structure, not a physical courtroom, but in the scheme of things refers to the judges who sit to hear constitutional matters. And that any matter is sent to the Constitutional Court for an opinion and a ruling, consequent to a canard that is spread about. It is not a disgrace. So that if any matter is sent to the Constitutional Court for a ruling, then so be it. And that is what the judges are there for. And if we never sent matters to them to adjudicate, they wouldn't have anything to do and wouldn't be able to keep their constitutional skills honed. So when our colleagues say, oh, this matter had to go to the Constitutional Court, what a disgrace. This matter had to go to the Constitutional Court, and we were warning you. It's not a problem. Matters go to the Constitutional Court where there is some uncertainty as to the interpretation of the Constitution and how the Constitution will apply. So I don't really consider it a disgrace. And I'm not suggesting for any minute, for 1 minute, that what I'm not saying is this. If you think that there is a problem, send it to the Constitutional Court. I'm not saying that. I think that most members would have come to an opinion on their own analysis in the same way that you have come to your opinion, which I respect, by the way. And I respect your right to put it forward. And I am happy that you have had 2 occasions to place that opinion on the record of the Senate and on the record of this committee. It may very well be that the Standing Orders Committee may have to meet to review some of these processes. I know it's going to take some time, but there you go. We have a matter before us today, and I ask if there are any other speakers in relation to this matter. No. Okay. By virtue of glint of eye, Turner phrase that, you know. By virtue of glint of eye, I am informed that there are no more contributions to be had, and therefore I will put to the membership of this committee. Yes, sir.
Before you put the matter to the members for decision, I want to find out from the clerk, through you, if she is averse to writing to the Solicitor General, and you, Mr. President, writing to the Attorney General to get a written opinion on this matter.
Senator Morris, first of all, I would never subject the clerk to that. The Senate has given us, as a committee, a responsibility, and in furtherance of that responsibility, I would put the question to the members. I wouldn't ask the clerk if she is adverse to doing that. The clerk is really, in this particular instance, the clerk to this committee is a creature of the committee.
No, I agree with your comments in that regard.
Well, I'm bolstered with your agreement, Senator. I'm bolstered in my position by your agreement.
Sorry, I don't know if you're having consultation.
Standing orders be amended at 66.1 to include 66.1e, the following, quote, Caucus of Women Parliamentarians. Those in favor? Against? Yes, Senator.
It's on? Okay. I respectfully don't believe that the issues that I've raised, the questions that I've raised, have not been adequately dealt with by me in terms of getting that written opinion from the SG and the AG. And whilst I am not in opposition to any caucus of women, I want to make sure that we are proceeding in accordance with the Constitution. And I just want to say that the mere fact that I have not gotten that opinion from the AG and the SG, I'm abstaining from the vote.
Thank you very much, Senator Morris. And as I indicated, I'm happy.
I hope that is reflected in the minutes.
No, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I'm happy that your position initially and now on the vote indicating your abstention. And the abstention will be noted along with the reason for that abstention so that the proposal has been carried. It is by virtue of modern technology that as we speak, the report of the Standing Orders Committee is being prepared for your signature. In the interregnum, however, this meeting of the Standing Orders Committee will be adjourned for a date to be fixed. All in favor? Against?
It's already done. I was amending it.
You have
Didn't
to put that there
section.
is one abstention. You never have which section? Ms.
This
Curtis, you try to come on.
proposal
Jamaica and its workforce are advancing quickly. Life-changing opportunities are arising. You need training and support. We are the Renewed Heart NSTA Trust, committed to providing new and emerging skills training and opportunities. Come to Heart. We'll help you claim your place in the workforce of the future.
Church service, Sunday, January 29, 10:30 a.m. Live from Fellowship Tabernacle on PBCJ. Reggae Month 2023. Come catch the rhythm in reverence and praise.
It's a beautiful day, beautiful day, beautiful day.
Jamaicans, look on the murder rate. You think that normal? We need to get every illegal gun and save our country.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
How many more must die because of reckless drivers? How fast is too fast? Make we take time, no man. Obey the rules of the road. Drive with care.
What if they knew that you abused her? Her family?
Mr. Jones.
And your colleagues, how will they look at an abuser? When the law comes knocking, you'll have nowhere to run.
Mr. Brown, you're under arrest. Please get up, hands behind your head and interlock your fingers.
Turn your back on abusers. Report gender-based violence to the police. There's no excuse for abuse. Call the Bureau of Gender Affairs at 876-754-8577.
Whenever you hear the following tone, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, will be giving information on an emergency situation affecting the island. Please be on the alert and listen to your radio and television for further information. This was a test of the emergency alert system, brought to you by ODPEM.
Let us resolve our family disputes peacefully. A family is a circle of love, support, and strength. Violence has no place.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Every Jamaican has the right to know what is happening in Parliament, to know when new laws are being passed, and to give their opinions on legislation before either house.
Every Jamaican has the right to see their representatives in action, making laws, holding the executive to account, representing the people, working for the benefit of all Jamaicans.
It is your right to observe first-hand meetings of the Senate, meetings of the House of Representatives, and the meetings of parliamentary committees. You may also take a tour of your parliament.
To find out more about the Houses of Parliament, please call 876-922-0200, follow us on Instagram and Facebook, or visit our website at www.japarliament.gov.jm.
One, two, three, two more. 1,
2. Adults to 30 minutes activity daily. Love your body, treat your body right. Vegetables, make sure you eat plenty. Children do 60 minutes activity daily. Drink some water when you feel thirsty. Cut down dessert and have a smoothie. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up. Make sure you know your health status. Go a doctor and get a regular checkup. Chronic disease can slowly creep up. We can lower the risk and live up if we just eat right and get moving. Jumping, running, dancing or skipping. Change the children, them lazy habit. Make them play out the door and put down the tablet. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. After 2, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. After 2, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right.
Mr. President, might the standing orders be suspended to allow the Senate to sit beyond 4:30 to complete the business of the day?
Members would have heard the question. Those in favor? Aye. Against? Minister, it is my intention to permit you to begin the road traffic amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Debate.
I move for suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Thank you. Those in favor? Against?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to present the bill cited as the I rise to present the bill cited as the Road Traffic Reprieve and Nullification of Prescribed Notices Act 2023. Mr. President, members will recall that in April 2018, this Senate debated and passed amendments to the Road Traffic Act. And after further amendments were proposed in that other place, it came back to us that year for further amendments, which we passed in December 2018. It received the Governor General's assent on December 31st, 2018. In July 2022, while work continued on the regulations, we made amendments to the Transport Authority's responsibilities to ensure more effective management and enforcement of provisions of the RTA. And this chamber then also proceeded to consider, debate, approve, and pass critical amendments by way of to the framework by way of the new road traffic regulations. And that took place on the 29th of July, or closed on July 29th, 2022. Mr. President, this ignited a fair amount of public debate about the long-awaited implementation of the new Road Traffic Act, new offences, and indeed the new penalties anticipated. This public discourse was also held, and these debates were held in the context of a review and repeal process which had been in the works for almost 20 years, more than 20 years.
On the order paper today to be taken, and I believe that ought to be done first.
No, I did that already.
When?
My eyes had it just a while ago, before I started.
No.
Yes, and the eyes had it.
No. I don't recall
We just did that.
that motion being put to suspend the standing order.
Yes.
I understand you to have said.
Okay, Senator Brown, no issue whatsoever, out of an abundance of caution.
No, but I just did it, sir. I moved the motion and the ayes had it. Where the debate has started, sir, I'm not sure by what process, and I don't mean to.
No, I understand. It was just
countermand.
something that the clerk had said to me, but to my certain recollection, it was done,
Yes,
Senator Brown.
They were moved. Sorry if you missed it, but it took place. It took place. That happens. Mr. President, these debates and this public discourse were held in the context of a review and repeal process which had been in the works for more than 20 years. And at each juncture across administrations, it had been clear and has been clear that the use of our roads has been rife with wanton indiscipline and a lack of accountability. Mr. President, at different phases of these 20 years, deficiencies in enforcement and backlogs at the traffic court have brought administrations to pass legislation providing for amnesties. To my certain knowledge, this happened in 2012 and in 2017. And at each juncture of these amnesties, there have been debates, again in the public domain, regarding the balance between efforts to facilitate effective administration of justice and matters of equity versus the facilitation of indiscipline fostered by these amnesties. The perspective being that they allow and have allowed people to avoid accountability for their breaches of the law and to believe that they will never, in fact, be held accountable for them. Recently, there have been calls for an amnesty, and even more recently, calls to extend the period of time for payment under the arrangement which is before us for formalization this evening. These calls have said that people still need more time, despite the fact that the time set for payment of an uncontested ticket is in fact 21 days after its receipt. And again, I place this in the context of the length of time for which we have been discussing road safety and the need for the new Road Traffic Act 2018 to come into effect. I note, however, Mr. President, also that the calls for amnesty and time are not being made by most Jamaicans. Most Jamaicans have paid their tickets. Most Jamaicans are sick of the indiscipline on the roads and are really concerned that they, persons who have played by the rules, insofar as they have broken the laws of the road, that they should be prejudiced as against people who have not played by the rules and who have left their efforts to compliance to the very last moment. Mr. President, as pointed out recently by Minister Floyd Green in another place, since the last amnesty, that is between February 2018 and December 22, 2,371,494 tickets were issued by the police, and of that number, 1,222,371 tickets, or 71% of these tickets issued, were paid. So most Jamaicans, 71% of those Jamaicans, 1.222371, 1,222,000, yeah, work it out, I checked it. So 71% of these tickets were paid. So most Jamaicans who have breached the law during that period have paid for their tickets. In fact, as at last month, it was also tabulated within this context that 46,000 persons were responsible for the 106,070 outstanding tickets. Within that group, as more tickets, and 1,173 persons have between 100 and 499 persons. So just over 1,200 people have 100 tickets or more. The majority of people who have breached the code of the road have paid for their tickets. It's 2023. The new act is coming into effect next week, and the government has again had to weigh the issues to which I referred earlier. while it was confirmed and has been announced that no amnesty was or would be granted, as was done in 2012 and in 2017 in particular, in anticipation of the 2018 Act, there will be some reprieve granted when this bill is brought into law. The government announced the policy position last year that it would clear all tickets issued before February 2018, and that in respect of tickets issued after that, if they were paid by the end of January 2023, no demerit points attaching to those tickets would be applied. This is the bill providing the legislative framework to implement that policy. It did not remove the requirement under law for persons to go into court to pay for tickets that they did not pay within the relevant 21 days. It did not provide an alternative mechanism for payment, that is payment by way of the TAJ online, as was done in the case of the amnesties. And again, the majority of people have sought to take advantage of this reprieve. And those persons who have still been getting tickets remain within the period where they can pay their tickets online and still benefit from this reprieve. But the line must be drawn somewhere, Mr. President, and it challenges being experienced by persons now at the very last minute seeking to act. But we ask, what of the carnage on our roads? What of the speeding? What of the disorder, the stress, the breaking of stop signs and stop lights as if they don't exist, the riding of curbs and overtaking on unbroken lines or on the wrong side of the road, running down pedestrians and cyclists alike, cutting into traffic and causing obstructions that makes everybody twice as late as they might have been and more frustrated in performing the simple tasks of trying to get to work or school or home or to simply go about their daily business. What of the children killed? What of the mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters paralyzed for the rest of their lives and unable to take care of their families, and whose families are unable to take care of them? Because these are the realities that lie behind these tickets. This is what lies behind the indiscipline on the road. So the government is on their side. We are on the side of the maimed and the injured, the killed, the stressed, the disciplined, the ones who followed the law and paid their tickets as required. We are on the side of law and order and a return to discipline on our roads, and we look forward to having a unified front on this matter. We have sought to put additional arrangements in place. Night court started in December, and in Kingston alone, I believe, has addressed over 2,000 cases in December. The cases have increased exponentially in January, and their sittings continue. Additional staff has been added, and customer service staff has access to an email address provided for the raising of queries, the resolution of administration, requests for locations of tickets in order to set court dates and to ensure that anomalies on the system are addressed in a timely manner. By way of reminder, I wish to just tell the listening public that the email address to use is customerservice@cad.gov.jm, CAD being the initials for Administration Division, so CAD, customerservice@cad.gov.jm. That email should be used before you go down to court. If you don't already have a court date, you should email them with a copy of your ticket or as much details as you can provide about your ticket if you have lost it, so that they may seek to locate it before you go. I understand that because the courts in Kingston and St. Catherine have particularly heavy traffic, for want of a better phrase, it is more difficult to get a court date there. But in the other courts, which continue to hear traffic matters outside of Kingston, dates can still be gotten same-day payment is easier to facilitate. And I do understand that people are still getting same-day payment where they have simple matters. The ticket has been located. They're able to go to court and pay the very same day because they locate the ticket, yes, but face the court, exactly. Mr. President, the more comprehensive rules and tougher penalties being introduced by this new framework that we've been discussing and debating in Parliament, in talk shows and in different fora for the past several years are, as I stated, finally on the immediate horizon. The new laws and the ticketing system, the absence of which have been lamented for so many years, are imminent. And they will result in a much more orderly transportation system that will benefit operators and passengers of motor vehicles, as well as pedestrians, as persons recognize that they will now be held accountable and must conform to the laws of the road. Training opportunities are being realized. I've heard of one company that is creating an app for online training, another company that, another driving school that has scheduled a whole new set of sensitization geared at defensive driving for public passenger vehicles. People are seeing the opportunities that are there for learning and for people who genuinely want to do better on the roads, and we look forward to them, their impact rather, being felt in our daily experience. Mr. President, as the new framework will benefit all lawful users on the roads and signal another element in the restoration of law and order and public order in our beautiful country, we look forward to formalizing within this sitting the arrangements for the new framework of Reprieve. Mr. President, in anticipation of the new framework entering into force, this bill, the Road Traffic Reprieve and Nullification of Prescribed Notices Bill 2023, is being enacted to afford the motoring public a period of reprieve to address outstanding matters in respect of notices issued prior to February 1, 2023 under Section 116 of the Road Traffic Act. Now, this is being done now, but we'll recall that the formal notice, although it had been indicated before that the Road Traffic Act was to be anticipated and people should be getting themselves in order, the notice, the formal statement by the government that there would be no amnesty was in November of last year, Mr. President. Pursuant to this bill, outstanding tickets, furthermore, issued prior to February 1, 2018, will be null and void and not carried over to the Road Traffic Act 2018. I'm advised, Mr. President, that this amounts to more than 1 million tickets that will be nullified pre-2018. And furthermore, all tickets which are paid by January 31, 2023, the demerit points will be expunged. So, Mr. President, the bill is comprised of 6 clauses. Colleagues will note that the bill that I had circulated, or rather that the Parliament had circulated initially this week, had 7 clauses. Clause 7 has been deleted, and what I had thought was a typographical error but was more substantive, the 1st of January has been changed to the 31st of January in Clause 2, I believe it was. Mr. President, so now it's a 6-clause bill which embeds those notices. That's what's been provided. Clause 1 is a short title. Clause 2 addresses the interpretation of key terms used in the bill: outstanding traffic penalty, prescribed notice, qualifying persons. An outstanding traffic penalty means a fixed penalty pursuant to a prescribed notice, which of course is another phrase for traffic ticket, issued since February 1, 2018, that would have been payable but was not paid within the prescribed time. A qualifying person is anyone who has been issued with a ticket. Mr. President, clauses 3 and 4 provide for the reprieve granted, and clause 5 deals with the nullification and expungement of demerit points. It makes provision for the expungement of all demerit points recorded against the licenses of any motorist who has received a traffic ticket and made payment prior to February 1, 23. Clause 6 addresses the nullification of traffic tickets issued before February 1, 2018, for which payment of outstanding penalties have not been made and are now rendered void and of no effect. Mr. President, this bill offers all motorists and tickets who have tickets still unpaid the opportunity to clear these matters from their driving record. And we hope and can see from the numbers that the majority of persons have taken this opportunity and will fall into this category. Mr. President, this allows them, that is those who acted early, those who acted quickly, a clean slate without demerit points when the Road Traffic 2018 is brought into force. I repeat Minister Shaw's call to motorists who still have outstanding tickets to appear before the traffic court, and because at the very least they will be in the start of a process which must be taken in good faith and be part of the consideration of the court given their particular circumstances. If they are having challenges in paying their traffic tickets, they will have the opportunity to indicate their difficulty to the courts to see whether appropriate arrangements can be made with the court concerning payments. This will clearly be more difficult for persons who have many infractions, but this is how they operate. This is how the law operates. And 100 tickets, for example, would not have been accrued overnight. In fact, when I've heard some of the persons speaking online or on the radio saying that, you know, a lot of the tickets that they have gotten, they don't deserve them. And I thought to myself, what if 50% of those were true? What if 50% of the tickets that someone with 500 tickets, what if 50% were, you know, wrongfully received? And 250 were 250 times this person has broken the stoplight, licked people off their bike, crashed into people's car, and then digging off their face till passers-by have to be protecting someone who was wronged from their aggression, even though they were in the wrong, and they have mashed up somebody's car. The people who hit off the painter off of his motorbike without insurance again. He can't work. The bike can't be fixed. His livelihood is thrown away for however many months. These things happen every day, every day. So again, Mr. President, a balance has to be sought. If you don't have many tickets, if you maybe only have 1 or 2 tickets, your matter may well still be addressed in time, especially, as I just indicated, if you're outside the Kingston and St. Catherine areas, where the largest numbers are being presented at court now. But if not, at least you'll be before the court with a process underway. Maybe it will be considered as a sign of good faith, albeit late. Mr. President, I've already described the amendments which took place in the lower house just for colleagues who had looked at the earlier version, confirming that the change from January 1 to January 31 in 2023 was in the definition of outstanding traffic penalty in Clause 2, and then the reprieve period was also defined to mean the period commencing on February 1, 2018 and ending on January 31, 2023. And Clause 7 was deleted. Those were embodied already, or rather embedded, in the bill that has come to us and has been tabled that was tabled this morning. It is in this context, Mr. President, the context where the new Road Traffic Act comes into effect next week on February 1st, that I place this bill before the Senate and look forward to the continued contributions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister Johnson-Smith.
To review her numbers that were presented. The numbers presented by the leader of government business suggest that in a 4-year period, and I'll get back to this, but just for convenience, 2,371,494 tickets were issued. The Honorable Minister went further to say, of which 1,222,000 approximately were paid. If those numbers are correct, that is a measly 51% and not 71%. In fact, 2 times 1,222,000 will be 2.4 million. So that will show you it is impossible for that to have been 71%. So if these numbers are correct, it's almost 50-50 of paid and unpaid. And so 71 would, in this case, have been a fabricated number. But maybe there's a mistake made in the numbers presented. However, the minister did say she did the math, and so that math would have been incorrect if that's the case. So, yeah, he paid for my extra classes, actually. So, so there must be great conversation if it is that 49% of those given tickets over the last 4 years found it reasonable or reason not to pay those tickets. And as I've always said, whenever there are large numbers of an occurrence, it is often not an individual problem, but a systematic problem. One of the systematic problems that exist is the quarrel that I've heard even on the interviews where people say that they have paid these tickets that are still showing up as unpaid. So there's a system that is almost incapable to be trusted because there are persons who have cleared tickets, whose tickets are showing up as uncleared. There are also persons who have not cleared tickets, who when they go to check, there is no ticket being listed for those persons. But this whole conversation reminds me of a poem that says, first they came for the communist. And I said nothing because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialist, and I said nothing because they were not a socialist. They came for the trade unionists, and I still said nothing. Eventually they came for the Jews, and when they came for me, I said nothing because I was not a Jew. Because there was no one to say anything. This conversation was being held in a very different context when only the taximen was thought to have a problem. Most people were saying, oh, they are the worst set of people, they should pay. And this whole budget, this whole presentation today was trying to paint a picture that the vast majority of those to be affected were those licking people off bike and driving on sidewalk and doing all manner of evil things. The numbers suggest. Sorry, yes, you're allowed to. I'll hear.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just
yes.
because,
unlike
thank you. Yes, so I appreciate
yes,
it.
Women Day,
no,
voice today.
I really do, and I know that you are on the numbers, and I had intended to be correct, and I was convicted, but I had a typo in here,
yes,
as opposed to on the other notes
might
and the report. It's 1.666371, so it's 70.2%. So my apologies.
No problem.
I wrote. It's my typing.
All right, no problem. We just want the maths to be correct.
Thank you. I know. So.
Look at his face. Look at his face. Yes. But I understand why 1666, the 666 might have thrown off the. She don't want to say that. Yes, I understand. So I'm going to use the 1666, meaning 1,666,000 paid. 371 paid. We should suggest that 705,123 did not. Of the 705,123, because, yes, tickets. I stand corrected. Unpaid tickets. That is how iron sharpen iron. You understand? But 705,123 tickets remain unpaid. I am creating this picture because it was given that the vast majority of who the government is punishing and standing on the side of those who are of good citizenship are those who are habitual offenders, habitual bad people, habitual lick down bike man, habitual box down people after crashing in their cars. The numbers, as I said, don't suggest that because the minister also indicated that 46,000 persons had 106,070 tickets. So 46,000 people had 106,070 tickets. The numbers sound big like Jesus. Then people can drive away. That's really 2 tickets over a 4-year period. 2 tickets over a 4-year period. So the number presented to suggest that these are egregious offenders would have had in 4 years. Yeah. That is the point. That is, well, you see, you're coming to what I'm saying. That these are not... Oh, well, because I'm on my feet, it suggests that I am the louder voice. 500 tickets is what is being purported. One outlier is being used for law. Oh, these people are the worst people. These people could have had no indicator, tail light not working, registration up unknown, display sticker, tint, speeding in an area that it's almost impossible to know because one year is 80 and the next one is 60, right on the edge. They had in 4 years, 2. This was used as the big negative. There were 45 who had 500 and something. So those 45 people had about 11 tickets over 4 years. They are habitual bad people. But in the numbers that we see have big lines throughout the 13 courts for traffic, singular tickets based on the numbers would be 599,053 people had only 1 ticket in 4 years. So the suggestion that this is being firm and strong against habitual offenders, it is an untruthful suggestion because the numbers indicate that the vast majority that are being affected at this time in 4 years, that between February 1st, 2018 and December 31st, 2022, 599,000, 600,000 would have only had 1 ticket in those 4 years. An additional 106,000 would have only had 2 over 4 years. These are not, but a law and a government action cannot be focused on one person with 75 without appreciating the circumstance of 600,000 with 1 and 102,000 with 2. And then the foundation of the explanation cannot be the 1 and the 45 at the ignoring of the 700,000 that had 1 or 2. It must have been the same way they spoke about the communists when they came for the communists. Because one by one you say, look at him, look at him, look at him, and then don't say, look at us. Now, one of the realities that government must consider is their competence to implement their programs. You see, I don't even drive myself. So I'm safe. I'm safe. But look at what I'm saying here. when a government put in a policy, they should be able to effectively implement that policy. It's not a hard and fast and we are bad people and we do what we want to do and nobody can tell we and change up a word and change up a name. Because I've seen this government with a habit of changing words and saying it is not the same. An amnesty is now a temporary reprieve. A state of emergency is now a enhanced security measure. A person of interest is now a crime violence producer. They just change these terms and it's all of a sudden something else. So when they had the gun amnesty, it was an amnesty. But that wasn't a gun temporary reprieve. But no, the ticket is a ticket temporary reprieve. The 13 courts that we have, am I correct? 13 traffic courts. Parish. One in Kingston and St. Andrew, which is a traffic court, single act traffic court. The others, which are courts in its total, but have 1 day for traffic court. I'm going to prove mathematically the inability for the government to implement in the next 5 days. If we look in the, well, 3 days, 3 days. If we look at the number that has unpaid ticket, just one, we're going to talk about the one where we are habitual. Let us say we dash them in the rubbish bin. The 599,000 that have, if 800,000 over 13 courts, you have to have about 60,000 to a court. The government is incapable to do anything with 60,000 people over the next 3 days. Let's say 50% already went in, which is not so, but just for the mathematics. We talk about 30,000 per court. And in some cases, 1 day, the 1 day might not be even a part of the 3 days that is left. That 1 day designated might not, if it's Thursday, the deadline might not catch that 1 day designated. All these people you are saying should face a judge. No, you're saying that in each court, approximately 30,000 people, the judge must see them. For what reason? The judge is not asked to adjudicate on if they were speeding for true. The real adjudication being given to the judge is if they can pay. The judge wasn't trained to analyze that. What evidence do I take to the court to prove my ability to pay or not pay? But this is once again another evidence of a government that is focused on inequity. I see you say, I love when I carry you down the line and then take it to the promised land. There is there's two types of punishment for a traffic offense. The first, which is the most equitable, or no, the first, which is the most inequitable, is that there's a fine. Why a fine is inequitable? Because we all don't have the same income. So a fine is a % of my income as it relates to the value of its punishment. So if you fine me 20,000 and my income is 30,000, that is a big punishment. The same 20,000 and my income is $1 million. That is of no moment. It's an inequitable method of punishment. The other is you lose points. We all have the same points. The rich man have the same points, the poor man have the same points. That is an equitable punishment because if I speed, I lose the same amount of points if I'm rich or poor, and the influence of it is equal because we have the same amount of points. The government said, we will give you a blight on one. Which one did they choose to give a blight on? They give a blight on the one that affected the people that are wealthy, equal to the people that are poor. And then say, okay then, but who of money people still have to pay? So what we will have is the punishment will be meted out to who can't afford to pay, not who drive bad. Because if you drove bad for $50,000 worth of ticket and you can afford it, you can go free. But if you drive bad for $10,000 worth of ticket and you can't afford it, you have a problem. So if it is that we really wanted to stop the bad drivers on the road, wouldn't the one who take away your driver's license be a more effective method than the one who just say you have to pay? I could just reason. Make a reason. If you have one who say you have to go stop drive because you have proven that you are a bad driver, is the one that you're given a reprieve on. But the one where just pay your money, you still have to find the money. Yes. So you're correct. You see, what they don't understand is that there were some people of Caucasian disposition that were marching with Martin Luther King for the blacks. It is not what you are, is how you think. So therefore, I don't understand when you're saying because I can afford it, I shouldn't understand that there are many within a circumstance. Because you have already said that all you have to do is pay. So the man who is still feeling that there is a problem, either he can't get through to the court, or if he gets through to the court, he can't afford it. Now you have said to yourself that the culture of our society must be ignored because January has proven culturally to be the most difficult month for almost all Jamaicans. And so you don't consider that, say, oh, this is a difficult month, so let us give them February or March. You just come without analyzing no cultural aspect, just badness. We are government, and we do as we feel, and we do as we want, without any cultural consideration that even those of middle income this Christmas might be having a difficult chance this January. Everybody talk about it, say, January, why I can't wait till it's done. 90 days, they said. No consideration was made. Yes. But when you look at the facts of life, the first thing is the government cannot implement what they're forcing because you cannot have these numbers of people face the court in that period of time. The government had no consideration for the use of technology. Remember, technology is a big trumpet of this government. The last time the Minister of Finance couldn't pay the teachers and was taking away some money from them in the Christmas, he said the algorithms. What is that? It's technology. The computer never paid them. But they didn't put a system that you can go on the computer and set a date. You have to go down to the court. No algorithms. Because there's no consideration for people, their time and their productivity. And the simple excuse is going to be, oh, they break the law, so they should do it. Lamy, when you talk, I'm sure you tell them that SSL broke the law and, you talk. SSL. Different rules for that company and the taxi man. So what we have is firstly the inability to implement, secondly the non-consideration of the culture, thirdly an exaggeration of the persons being affected and their criminal intent, and all of that come together with no reason why April is not a consideration. Other than what you have said, that we are standing on those who are disabled. When that is based on the last law, not the new law. These tickets are based on what was. And what was 1938. But last year had 488 deaths. The most in our country's history. On these laws that you're implementing. These laws that you're saying, this is what we are protecting people from, prove themselves ineffective. Prove themselves inefficient. And when we came here debating the new bill, we made proposals that have been ignored that could be of more efficient impact. But you see, I asked the question, was the bill being proposed for the revenue function, or was it being proposed for the reduction of road fatalities function? We asked that question. And in truth, this is a thing. Many researchers, Senator Braham, have identified throughout the world, in particular the United States and Europe, where municipalities, you don't get that money, I don't think so, but municipalities would use the traffic ticket to raise money. It's like a sin tax. Is that you get the license? So you don't want them ban. So you're the one who don't want them ban the driver's license. But the sin tax. Now, what the literature says is that the traffic ticket is a no defense sin tax. Because alcohol consumption, there's a defense from the person who makes alcohol. But traffic ticket, there's no defender for that tax. So many entities have used that as a tax. What did we recommend? We say that if the money was collected, used for drivers' education in schools, then over the next 5 to 10 years, we will have all the adults coming out of school being able to drive properly. You said yourself, Senator Allen, that many of our young children learning to drive by observing the taxi man. He had no parent with a car or nothing. And so him driving how him see people drive. We also know that many buy their license. They don't know how to drive. They went to no driving school. Yes, I was using it as an overall, but today we cannot use it as an overall. So many of him or her have no exposure. So if our schools were to and in the United States, that is a central thing. In fact, once we see the vast number of persons now having access to vehicles thanks to the People's National Party's policy of liberalization of motor vehicles, we should have immediately seen it necessary to make all Jamaicans have exposure. Just like how we want everybody to swim. We go further and we said that there should be broad marketing, both of the efficacies of driving well, but also of the increases and the risk and the penalties that will come. That driving advertisement could be funded by the monies collected. Last time I heard this, I think 124 million was collected over almost 4 months or something like that. The words of thy mouth became the meditation of thy heart, where the Minister of Security said, is a good return on investment. I quote, when he had the electric traffic ticket, he said the amount collected was a good return on investment. Not using reduced accidents, not using reduced deaths. The context of a good return was the funds collected. So what happens is there's clearly a funds deadline, a budgetary deadline, but no consideration for the people's reality and the government's competence. What I hear the leader of the opposition asking for, and his colleagues in the lower house, was not that you should abandon the tickets. Even though Senator Scott Motley, if I had a say, especially for the taximen, I will give them 2 years that if you get no further ticket, you don't pay none. But if you get one, you pay all. Imagine how you'd have seen them drive. Them would have drive nice and sweet. Because with immediate effect, I see what is going on. That drive nice and sweet. Because if you get one ticket in 2 years, immediately, all becomes due. Immediately. But if you get none, we will forgive you. You see, because I believe that you will get, like, it's a suspended sentence. You catch more fly with honey than vinegar. I believe that they should be treated like any other business who gets consideration and concessions as a business. I have seen it in the tourism sector, I've seen it in the manufacturing sector, I've seen it in the farming sector, where businesses are treated in a way that they continue to operate, not that they die. And so none of these things were considered because the revenue motive was the central and key motive. On that same basis, I am sure when they saw some breaches, they said, let a business continue and repair those breaches. Why are the taxi men being treated differently? Senator Braham, I heard the Minister of Finance, he says, this government is not into price setting. Senator Scott Matley, you remember that? When they were asked about the bank fees, and they said, we don't set prices, the market set prices. The taxi people don't get the same treatment. The government set how much they can charge. So the banks, they don't set for them. But the taxi people are asked to subsidize the society with their fare. I know some things they don't understand. So I can carry further. Most taxis are asked to charge the same fare as the JUTC. The JUTC has to be subsidized by government up to sometimes $5 billion because the JUTC is incapable to function profitably with the fares that they're being asked to charge. The taxi people being asked to charge the same fares get no subsidy from the government, so therefore they have to be subsidizing themselves and by extension subsidizing the patrons that use those taxis. Indeed, it has been stated that the reason for setting a price for transportation, public transportation, is for the affordability of public transportation by persons who are most in need of public transportation. So in essence, the taxis are being asked as a private business to subsidize. One of the fundamental costs of the often movement of the taxi is tickets. It's almost automatic for those who drive enough that they'll get more than those who drive a little bit. It's a mathematical probability. It don't mean that we don't see some of them disgusting. You know? Every one of us costs taxi in this house. But also we know the value of what they do. Not the way they do it, but their transportation of people. So if they're saying that when we look at our realities, we have members with 1 ticket, members with 2, some with 11, some with 500 who should never. The man with 500, you're telling me, he's going to come and just pay for the 500 and go back with the same license? But that's what is being proposed there. There are also some conversations that need to be had because there's some confusion. I think in the lower house, our side, the 14, was able to convince you that if I paid my ticket in the period 2018 to 2022, and I get my demerits, then those demerits should also be considered. Because having already paid, these demerits were applied. Are we saying that those who did what they were supposed to do, of paying on time, will retain those demerits? I think that you said that is being changed. But if that is not the case, I hope it is being changed. Because the man who was speeding, paid his ticket on time, he's not being treated equally as the man who delayed payment for his tickets. Secondly, are we saying that everybody that get a date between now and the 31st will be treated equally? Or is it everybody that face the judge between now and the 31st. Leader of the government business, I am asking the question. I love to have an answer when you close. Are we saying that everyone who gets a date before the 31st, because I'm hearing people getting date April, March, all over. So once you get a date, regardless of when you face the judge, this applies to you? So only who face the judge before the 31st? Oh, no, you said no to both, so I kind of don't know. Okay. I'm going to ask a question again for the purpose of Senator Campbell Rodriguez, who is looking like she has some tickets over there. You look a little bit coy over there, like you have a few tickets.
She don't drive.
You don't drive, you see that? Okay, Senator Brea. I'm asking a question because a date has been set, the 31st of January. But also, it has been proposed to people, go and set a date. If I set a date before the 31st, and as I've highlighted, it's 60,000 people to go in front of the judge. 50% is 30,000. That cannot be facilitated in the next 3 days. And we have evidence of people getting dates up to April and May, March. Is this bill applicable to those who set the date? Get a date? Or those who face a judge? If it is for those who face the judge, then this don't make any sense at all. Less than 2% of the people will be able to face a judge between now and the 31st. If it is for those who set a date, then why it is that we're putting them through the hassle of having to go down to the court instead of going online and have some algorithm, use some mathematical methodology and say that you can set a date and a time?
I'm not contesting this, so
yes. Now, I wasn't able to make this proposal before because I never saw this bill till today. If it was out there from the 6th of December like Floyd, I could have proposed long time. But it's only today it come because it is chaka chaka. I cannot believe that after they foul up with the bill and collecting money that the court said they should not be collected and having to rush here and do all kind of things to make it go through.
That's July 21.
July 21. We are here now with something unfinished and nonsensical. I cannot believe that that is so. The second question I'm asking Senator Brea is that person A and person B got a ticket 2019 January 4th. Person A pays their ticket on time, but having paid, lost points. Person B still have their ticket and will seek to pay it Monday. The bill suggests that person B will not lose points. Should the bill not also consider, therefore, person A that had already lost points? Because person A acted appropriately. And the minister is suggesting that this is to punish those who act inappropriately. But in this case, it's punishing those who acted appropriately. So this bill is therefore ignoring the right to work if it doesn't equally just have a start over for all that period, absorb those points as well, and leave it only to the payments that are being made. So in essence, Mr. President, I find that the government, for no reason other than revenue, because the only logic is revenue. The only logic is the revenue motive, which have a deadline for March for the budget. The only logic is that. Cannot implement what they're putting forward impossible to implement. Inefficient to implement because you're now using up the courts and using up judges. I hear they say, oh, no, we have night courts. So we have new judges that never used to exist. Yes, we have additional judges for this issue. Same amount of judges. We have been talking about courts backlog. You were at Ministry of Security. You were talking about courts backlog for a very long time. Okay. That deals with this one. That is nonsensical. We're asking judges to deliberate only on the affordability and the ability to pay, which they're not trained to do. We're using ability to pay as a source of punishment. And what is the punishment if you can't pay immediately? Have that been considered? Is it prison? Am I understanding well, lawyers in the house? So if you cannot pay your fine, it's 30 days. Maybe 10. Depending on the offense. But prison is a probability if you can't pay the fine. Okay, that's a penalty for every fine in offense. So somebody in St. Anne might end up in Ochi prison? No. We have to consider that. We have to consider what was we saw on video. A man being beaten half to death because our prisons are already overcrowded. Our prisons are already uncontrollable. And I'm going to risk somebody's 19-year-old who just can't pay. Not a murderer, just can't pay today.
Senator Crawford, the law says, you know, if you are imposing a fine, there must be an alternative. That is what the law says. So it's not anything particular. So if they said $100, you have to have an alternative prison sentence.
What I'm saying, sir, this bill is silent on the alternative. Yes, no, I'm saying this here. All right, let me educate you. No, I am telling the citizens. But I'm also telling the government that they could have put a clause in this bill that there is community service as an alternative to payment. That could have been in this bill. So while it is, hold on, I'm going to show you the hypocrisy of this conversation. Why you couldn't put it in this bill? Because you like to instruct judges what to do. You know, you come in office and minimum this and minimum that. So you don't like to leave judges to say what they want to say. You know that we have 700,000 people. If 10% of them are incapable to pay, it's 70,000 people. That 70,000 people have the probability of jail. And we have seen in recent times what jail means. Mario Dean went in for a spliff. He came out dead. We don't want to hear 2 months down the line, John Brown went in for tail light and he came out dead. All these considerations, we believe. Yeah, becoming in a way, I say. All these considerations suggest that it would be reasonable of a government to extend the time to April 31st, I think, as the leader, 30th, as the leader of opposition has suggested. Because your competence, our culture, and our realities suggest that the 31st of January is unreasonable. With that, Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much for that extended presentation. You notice that you didn't get a notice that your time was completed, Mr. Luton. Senator Crawford, thank you very much. Senator Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I join with you for the second time to wish everybody Happy New Year. Having done it
before on some other
earlier.
occasion.
Mr. President, I just wanted to say a few things about I know that this bill is before us, and the bill really precipitates the major bill, which is coming into effect at another few days. I look forward to the bill coming into effect, Mr. President, and I believe that the government ought to recall the need, and I know that they have it and will do it, to advise the public as to the new fines and the new offenses. I also, Mr. President, ask the NWA to bear in mind the issues that we have with street signage, because there are some persons who genuinely don't know that this is a one-way. For example, they don't come from the area, but there are no signage. And I'm hoping that that will have some effect and it will be done. But, Mr. President, there's an area that I would like careful consideration to be given. I am hoping that the results of this new legislation will drastically reduce road accidents. But we will have some road accidents, and we have been over 400 people, or between 300 to 400 people, have been killed per year for the last couple of years. And I want to remind us of the effect of these injury and death. The death, Mr. President, usually of young people, working people sometimes, breadwinners, mothers or fathers, often is devastating to families. Secondly, Mr. President, those who are chronically injured. Mr. President, I always tell the story of a friend of mine in our early days who got a job as a sideman on a truck. He was 19 years old. The truck, somewhere in Mavis Bank, went over a precipice and his neck was broken. I mean, this is a true, literal story. He didn't die. His mother, who sell in the market and had to go to hustle daily, was now saddled with the responsibility to maintain this crippled boy, as they called him at the time. I just would like you to think about what that is. The community rallied around, Diaspora, and so on. Our church did the best that they can, but there was no way she could take care of that young man. No way. So the point I'm making is that the road carnage creates a certain class of persons who are injured and the family don't have the resources to treat with them. Similarly, when they die, or even because they have become incapacitated, their children often suffer serious fallout, consequence, and the loss of this family member. The same thing happened to people who are murdered as well, but we're not talking about them, Mr. President. But I think that the society needs to recognize that this is a group of persons that are disadvantaged because of our ways of driving and our indiscipline, and that we ought to give them special attention, and I don't know, identify them and give them special attention when budget time comes. And I personally today make an appeal on behalf of those persons. As we implement the bill, we hope that the numbers will go down, but there is a considerable amount of persons who I believe, from my own knowledge, fall into this category and are suffering. So, Mr. President, I do support the coming into effect of the bill. This two part of it here will pass, hopefully, and we will move into it smoothly. And I trust that my urging will bear some fruit. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Lambert-Brown.
Thank you, President. Let me just state for the record, President, that had I heard the motion to suspend the standing order to debate this bill today, I'd have opposed it. I'd have opposed it because the bill was passed yesterday in the other place, rushed here, and the standing order require us to be given time unless suspended. I recall when we debated the Road Traffic Act before, and we spoke about the delay in implementing the regulations, the minister indicated that the process was extremely technical, requiring layers of consultation with ministries and departments. And then she ended by saying, this is what is causing the delay. It is extremely complex. So it is a complex piece of legislation that we are given several hours to debate and review. And Senator Crawford explained how complex it is. Let's bear in mind, President, that when the ticketing system started, the ticketing system was supposed to work as follows, Senator Leslie Campbell. You get a ticket for an offense. You have 21 days to visit the tax office and pay. If you are not challenging, if you don't pay in those 21 days, there's a date on which you are to attend the court. So, for example, President, you're driving on the North-South Highway, and they stop you at Unity Valley. You're supposed to go to court in Claremont, not even Wachi, on the street. If you don't go to court, the system requires that a summons be issued for you. That's how it was supposed to work. I don't know what percentage of tickets issued and not paid at the tax office received a summons. Eh? No. Receive a summons. The court issue a summons or a warrant for you. Well, let's put it this way. A warrant ought to be issued for you for not coming to court. A warrant. What percentage of these people a warrant was issued for? So now we get into a situation where a man has 500 tickets, 1,000 tickets sent to Samuda. Not a single warrant issued in accordance with the system. And if that man turn up now, he has to go give them his email address for them to go look for the 1,000 tickets and get back to him. In fact, if he didn't turn up, all would be well because the ticket would be under some dusty paper in the court office, and the court staff would not have the time to address that. In other words, Senator Sinclair, the system failed. The system failed. And so, Senator Ransford, you would help me best with this. I believe when I looked it up last night, it was Mark 2, verse 22. I can ask Damien about that, because I never go to Sunday school. I go to regular school. But you could tell me what Mark 2, verse 22 says. Thou shalt not put new wine into old wineskin. Lest, President, both the wine and the wineskin be lost. It is you I should have come to, not Ronnie. What we're doing now, what we're doing now is akin to putting the 1938 Act into the 2018 Act. In other words, essentially, we're trying to put new wine into old wineskin. And that's what all of this is about. We're trying to bring all those 1938 breaches into the new Mark II. So, I have a difficulty with what is being tried. Because let me make it clear, I do not support people breaching the Road Traffic Act. I agree with Senator Ransford about the need for safety on the roads. I agree. I agree with the minister. This is the second thing we're going to agree with today. I agree with the minister that we want order on the road. But what the system we have, where we're trying to clean up, the failed system ought not to be proceeded with. It's bad. It's not working. And therefore, really and truly, what we should do is just call a halt to it and start brand new. Mr. President, we have to just face the reality. The system has failed. And what we're trying to do is resuscitate the dead system. Because unless you go, Senator Williams, and contact them, they don't know we are contacting you. In fact, President, the King's Council will tell you that if people challenge those thousands, Senator Crawford, challenge the ticket 3 years, 4 years back, I don't know if they're going to even be able to successfully prosecute whether the policeman who would stop the person speeding is still on the job. And therefore, but you know what that does? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 visits to the court. I don't think the policeman remember which spot he was at. I guess we have to look on the ticket and say he was at 12 gate. But the road changed. So in other words, the reality is we need to admit our failing in government. And here I'm not blaming one side or the other side. I'm saying government. The system has failed. Don't oppress the people by trying to get it to work. The system has failed. It never worked the way we planned it to work. And governments didn't do the enforcement that was needed. So against that background, I would have no objection to saying, let's start with the new legislation of 2018 and let us enforce the new legislation of 2018. Because now it makes no sense to have the 2018 legislation, you know. And we do it the same way. We do the 1938 legislation. So all these electronic things, you send tickets, but you're not enforcing it. We passed a law the other day, say, a man must give you him right address. Well, Leslie Central Campbell, you know in Northeast St. Catherine, when a man says Guy's Hill, I'm address. How would I know name further? East. I'm say Broadgate. I know, I'm pushing that on. So you have Guy's Hill, and what other, you have another famous town out of your place, man. Huh? Where the natural bridge is? Riversdale. So, when a man give you that address, how are you going to find him? And where I born and grew, 6 Cedar Valley Road, stretching from outer Welcome Supermarket back to past St. Margaret's Church, go over to National Chest Hospital. Yeah? Olaita 6. Our tech centers, that part is 6, and you have 8 and so. Our tech center, King Street, Senator Sinclair. Your famous King Street place, Canterbury. 12 and a half Upper King Street. Where you find the individuals? That's Canterbury. Yeah, but that's the address. These are just the realities, you know, we face. And this is why I'm saying that the legislation of 1938 and the amendments subsequent to bring those tickets not working. And it is oppressive the way we're doing. Let me tell you, I condemn those with 500 tickets. I condemn those with 100 tickets. But it's our fault. We are supposed to go get them, not them supposed to come to us. They should have come to court. In all my driving life, Center Gale, I got 2 tickets. One man rushing to go pick up a witness in St. Elizabeth for IDT sitting, having to do it at 209 case. And them stopped me at Tollgate. Tollgate, early morning, Ronnie. Next one, they stopped me at Unity Valley. I'm going to NEC in Montego Bay. We were in government. And them stopped me. So that's why I know that if I didn't pay it at Portmore, sorry, Minister Mia, I paid it at Portmore so Portmore would get the benefit. But, yeah. But they stopped me 2 times for speeding. I paid mine. And probably those were before 2018. So I don't have to go check if there's an outstanding ticket for me that have been paid. But I'm conscious that people pay the ticket. And still, it recorded that is not paid. So for that reason, I believe it would be unfair and oppressive to be insisting that these outstanding tickets, in light of the failing of successive government, to do what the law says we should do, to be pressuring the people in the way we're pressuring them. Again, you know, Senator Rodriguez Campbell, don't say me soft on the hooligan them on the road, you know. Me not like them. But the reality is, when we must do something, and we're, sorry? I haven't seen you drive, so I can't describe you as one. But I've seen other drivers who I'm happy to describe as hooligans. But we have failed. Senator Gale is like an industrial relation matter. Due process was not undertaken. So you know that case is going to go a certain way. We have failed to carry out the due process, which is to issue a warrant. And I come back to the point. We are burdening the courts now. The courts say we're not cashier. People want to pay. There's no protocol. There's no algorithm to allow people to pay. And I want, Senator Samula, may I recommend to the government that we put in a system where people can pay online so they don't have to go to a tax office for tickets. Going forward, that they should be able to pay online. They may be sent a charge online, but I'm not so sure they can before the 21 days. But if it's there, that's fine. But people raise the issues to whether or not they're allowed to pay online. And I want to make sure that is so. I want to make sure that is so, that they can pay online within the 21 days. Need to make sure it is so. If it is not so, we put it in. President, I am worried. I'm worried that our court system is tied up and will be tied up with these traffic matters because we have failed. I want to indicate a disagreement with the minister, government leader, who said the government is on the side of law and order on this issue. As if to say the rest of us is not on the side of law and order. But let me ask a question. Where has the government been over the last 4 years since the passage of the new Road Traffic Act? Is that how you reflect being on the side of law and order? Do nothing? We have Dr. Lucian Jones calling every month for the new laws. The government, and this government, has been delinquent in the last 4 years in bringing the new Road Traffic Act into being. You have been delinquent. You have procrastinated, in my view. And Mr. President, if the Road Traffic Act was the only thing that the government was procrastinating on, it would be bad and not too bad. But those 9,000 investors in SSL, for whom procrastination since the 2017 report came in, tells me that it is easy to make pious statements about being on the side of law and order. I remember well in 2018 when we asked for 1 week more to address the issue of people being in possession of their license. We couldn't get it because we on this side were against law and order. We on this side was going to be encouraging the rogue drivers and the indisciplined. Senator Samuda, in Parliament, we need to give and take. And when the opposition raises some issues, we do it with sincerity. Just as Senator Morris raised the issue today, with sincerity. We have to learn to give and take. And sometimes I tease that we're happy when you is the pro temp leader. You may not even give us, but you at least allow us to think that you may consider it. But I hope this year the minister and I will be in one accord. And only says under make their accord? Yes. Under make their accord. So that we will be more in accord. So it is my intention to propose an amendment to the legislation. And that is to say, President, at clause 2, where the reprieve period says, means the period commencing on February 1st, 2018, and ending on January 31st, 2023. The words January 31st, 2023 be replaced by April 30th, 2023. Right now, Senator Samuda, there's no legal authority. There's no legal authority for reprieve. Today, there is no legal authority for reprieve. I believe, President, that given that we move a motion earlier to go beyond 4:30, and the time is now 6:15, that the Sabbath is upon us. So I don't expect a signing of an assent today. I don't expect an assent today. So today, there is no legal authority for reprieve. The government has brought this legislation, and like most legislation, to be retroactive. Unusual for legislation to be retroactive. But we think we shouldn't just rely on the retroactivity portion. I don't know that most courts will be open tomorrow, Saturday. And certainly none will be open on Sunday. So essentially, this government that says it's listen to the people is given 3 days, assuming that on Sunday, the legal authority, the assent takes place. It's given 3 days to the people in law. We on this side, as Senator Crawford has said, we believe, even though it's my personal view, that given the system has failed, that we should move for at least 3 months. So hence, the amendment will come for the 30th. And that can be accommodated even with the new legislation coming into effect on the 1st of February. This notion that you have given the people already, you have said so by policy, but there's no legal instrument. And I would have a difficulty voting for an instrument that effectively gives people 3 days under law, maybe even shorter. So I'd urge my colleagues on the other side to consider, given the failing of successive government to enforce the legislation, given that there are real issues. Today, somebody sent me a picture of the traffic court in Kingston, a video. President, I'm coming back from Christmas dinner in Manchester, Christmas night. My son driving, and the police say, you're not speeding, but you exceed the speed limit for the area. He didn't go and pay in 21 days. He has sought to go and pay. So he has to leave Kingston to go to Clarendon. When he goes to Clarendon, I'm saying, give away your name. Come back on the 9th of February. I'm not here concerned about the merits or demerits point. I'm concerned about the system. In other words, had he not gone to them to say, I want to pay this one ticket, I don't think his name will come up for about 20 years. So, what do we lose? So, in the period to April that we're asking you for, we're also going to urge you to take a position and bring a bill which says the 21 days is extended to allow you to pay at the tax office or online because people want to pay. I see a famous university lecturer said he went to go pay. And the long line and the confusion. So let's do it right for our people. And I close by saying this, President. One of the problems we face as a country in making laws, we treat everybody as thief. So we make laws to catch the one thief that red tape everybody. And then the Prime Minister said, oh, the civil servants are inefficient because they don't take risk. It's we who don't want to take risk, not the civil servants. If we pass a law which says you can pay online by the 31st, by the 30th of April, we're going to collect the money. Because are we not going to just bring our judges down to a conveyor belt of traffic offenders saying, you're charged for this, guilty or not guilty? And not guilty. Set up somebody who just deals with that quickly. But we can find ways around it. We can find ways around it. So I'm saying we're going to start by recommending the 30th of April amendment to the qualifying period. In the meantime, policymakers can find a way that get the payment done. Get the payment done. We collect the money and we put in the systems center program to enforce the new legislation. Because if we don't enforce the new legislation, we will lose the moral authority again. We will lose the moral authority. We see what the lack of enforcement did at SSL. Now we have to call in FBI. We have to pay forensic auditors because we failed, for one reason or another, to enforce. So I beg of the government to let's extend the period. Let's extend the period. And give me a good reason why. Don't by the time I say the people are most bad. The people that were bad and they never come in. You know, if the people were bad, successive governments were worse. Because we make the law, we say you must do this. If you don't do that, X will follow. And then we don't do nothing but X. And we blame the people. We blame the people. It was Keith Rowley who said, a government who blames the opposition for its failings have lost the moral authority and is not deserving of staying in power. I would say, paraphrase that to say, a government who fails to enforce the law and then blame the people is not worthy to govern. So again I say, me personally, I would write off everything because, like Senator Ransford Braham, Mark 2, second Mark, verse 22, is something that I would take seriously. Don't pour new wine into old wineskin. And there's a reason for it. Because you're going to lose the wine unless they won't have anything to drink. And you're going to lose the wineskin. Yeah. And I must confess, President, this last night I understood because I saw an explanation as to why you don't throw new wine into old wineskin. There's a chemical reason that way back then, before in the chemistry department, they knew that the new wine will do something with the new wineskin. that has already been done. With the new wineskin. That has already been done with the old wineskin, and therefore the old wineskin become weak. The problem, President, is that I didn't see bottle in the Bible. So I have to take, I know. So I have to take the approach of the wineskin. So I'm asking the government to, this is my personal thing, park everything and start anew. But if you don't want to do that, at least extend it to April 30th and provide a facility where people can pay online because you really want to collect the money. With that, Mr. President, I await the committee discussion where I'll make the proposal and I wait for the deliberations there. And I hope we can leave today on one accord. Senator Campbell Rodriguez, right? Campbell. She can celebrate the Women's Caucus. And we should take a picture of the Senate agreeing. Not everybody's here, but we agree. Don't want to quarrel. And I'm going to ask you to take a picture on the 30th of April. But let's approve it. With that, Mr. President, I thank you.
With the agreement of the Senate, I'm going to ask that the Senate be suspended for 10 minutes. Those in favor? The Senate rise. I'm going to rise for 10 minutes. So the Senate is suspended for 10 minutes.
Over 100 murders in 1 month, Jamaica? We can't continue like this. The killing must end. Do right by the future generation. Get the guns, save our country.
If it's not you. Reggae Month Church Service. Sunday, January 29, 10:30 a.m. Live from Fellowship Tabernacle on PBCJ. Reggae Month 2023. Come catch the rhythm in reverence and praise.
It's a beautiful day, beautiful day, beautiful day.
We are in a race against time, to reverse the effects of climate change by one simple action which has positive, and enduring effects. That's right, plant a tree, leave a lasting legacy. Join the My Tree Legacy promotion by planting a tree at your alma mater and share your work with us. Submit videos and pictures of you, your family, your friends, and colleagues planting trees. Every tree counts. Plant a tree today and keep climate change away.
This is our home, Jamaica, and tourism is the lifeblood of our country. Let's all feel good again. Whether with family or friends, we want you to enjoy your staycation.
We have to ensure that they are comfortable, they feel well protected.
New standards are in place to ensure your safety. We are here to serve you better, so you can have the best experience. Come out and rediscover Jamaica.
We are ready.
We are ready.
We are ready.
Rediscover Jamaica.
Heartbeat of the world.
Watch yourself online, that's what my crew say. Make it a new day. A reminder by the Broadcasting Commission. We the BCJ. What if it was your friend in the mix? What if it was your sis in the pics? What if you want a terrorist watch list? What if? Suppose that one. What you do? Don't like, don't comment, don't click. Report it, block it, don't make it stick. Don't trust everybody on the internet. Use it to step up your intellect. So online you have to be safe too. Don't believe the rumors or the fake news. Don't go everywhere they try to take you. Protect the kids or they find a way to. What if it was your friend in the mix? What if it was your sis in the pics? What if you want a terrorist watch list? What if? Suppose that go on. What if? Wait up, free.
Brutality isn't a legality. There's no rationality as to why this abnormality should become a mentality. A mentality which kills and tortures. Are you really telling me you're afraid to speak up because you might be called an informer? Let us break the barrier of brutality and enforce it with alacrity. If you know someone who has been victimized, I charge you to I, interrupt their situations before their O. Oppressor continues to L, lurk in their lives. Let us E, extend our hands to our brothers and sisters who are being victimized, and N, never see violent acts and ignore them. Let us C, come together and be the E, example, so we may end a barrier on brutality.
Get vaccinated. Everybody get vaccinated. Good. Get back to life, get vaccinated. Good. Protect your life, get vaccinated. Good. Protect your family. Aye. Before me do road, me have to get vaccinated. Good. You do it already, you get me ratings. Good. It's free for the public, keep your savings. Good. If you not do it yet, the risk you're taking. Protect for your life in this pandemic. Good. COVID are nothing for you play with. Good. And sanitize and mask for wearing. But if we move forward, we get vaccinated. If you a barber, shopkeeper, taxi driver, go get vaccinated. Good. Whether dance or church, me a preach like pastor. Go get vaccinated. Good. Follow the soldier, the police, the frontline workers, and go get vaccinated. Go get vaccinated. Good. All ages, go get vaccinated. All street youth, get vaccinated. Good. Get vaccinated. Good. Everybody get vaccinated. Good. Get back to life, get vaccinated. Protect for your life, get vaccinated. Good. Good. Go get vaccinated. Good. Everybody get vaccinated. Good. Old and young get vaccinated. Protect your family, go get vaccinated. Good. Good. Good.
Coding and programming share the same language, so I got more interested because of programming. Because a couple of years ago I did wanted to do programming at VTDI.
Here is a special parenting message brought to you by the National Family Planning Board, 5 Sylvan Avenue, Kingston 5. If you want your children to improve, let them overhear the nice things you say about them to others. That was a special parenting message brought to you by the National Family Planning Board, 5 Sylvan Avenue, Kingston 5.
Jamaica and its workforce are advancing quickly. Life-changing opportunities are arising. You need training and support. We are the Renewed Heart NSTA Trust, committed to providing new and emerging skills training and opportunities. Come to Heart. We'll help you claim your place in the workforce of the future.
What if they knew that you abused her? Her family?
Mr. Jones.
And your colleagues, how will they look at an abuser? When the law comes knocking, you'll have nowhere to run.
Mr. Brown, you're under arrest. Please get up, hands behind your head and interlock your fingers.
Turn your back on abusers. Report gender-based violence to the police. There's no excuse for abuse. Call the Bureau of Gender Affairs at 876-754-8577.
This is our home, Jamaica, and tourism is the lifeblood of our country. Let's all feel good again. Whether with family or friends, we want you to enjoy your staycation.
We have to ensure that they are comfortable, they feel well protected.
New standards are in place to ensure your safety. We are here to serve you better, so you can have the best experience. Come out and rediscover Jamaica.
We are ready.
We are ready.
We are ready.
Rediscover Jamaica.
Heartbeat of the world.
Jamaica is a beautiful place. Our people have a beautiful spirit, but we are too aggressive, and the way we interact with our friends and neighbors, I genuinely believe that we have the capacity to deal with this problem of violence. But it's going to take all of us. It's going to take every organized group of Jamaicans that we fundamentally reject violence. Violence has no place in a modern society.
No one is immune to mental illness. Your age, race, gender, social class, or economic status is no match for addictive behaviors, anxiety or eating disorders, depression or schizophrenia. What is having a good social support system. As the saying goes, in times of test, family.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank colleagues and apologize for my absence from the chamber for a portion of the debate. We were trying indeed to just clarify an issue or two, and indeed it turned out that the circumstances had not changed from what I understood and explained in my opening. So essentially, a ticket is a ticket that is issued because someone has broken the law. And tickets are an uncontested ticket. Let's say an uncontested ticket because someone was not gone to court to contest their ticket, nor have they paid it. It is, on the face of it, be someone who has broken the law. And those persons would have had 21 days within which to go online and pay, and within the reprieve period that's been established in the bill, would have had from February 1, 2018 and up to January 31, 2023 to present themselves to court and have their matter addressed. That persons have not done so. Some persons have not done so. We have settled that 70.2% did before. That is prior to December, and that persons have been seeking to do so since. Constrained by the capacity of the court, expanded, as I explained earlier, by the addition of staff and the addition of court hours by holding night court Monday to, it's 5 days a week. Night court has been running 5 days a week since December 5th. And Saturdays in Kingston, Again, as I indicated, there's been an email provided that has allowed persons to be able to have their administrative issues addressed. They're able to identify where there might be an anomaly, where a ticket has been paid but is still shown on the system as pending resolution or pending payment, ticket disposed pending payment, that it's been established that those matters are and have been dispensed with, but are a function of the uploading of systems, bringing them up to date because of the volume that is being tracked. But it is, has been clear that those matters are to be brought to the attention of customer service at the court administration department, and that they will be dealt with. Persons who have gotten a ticket within, let us say, 21 days before January 31st, so persons who will be at the outer end of the reprieve period and who pay online within the 21-day period, or people who have paid within time during the reprieve period, within the 21-day that they're granted on the ticket, and they have gone online and paid. There will be no distinction made between them and the persons who have paid the outstanding traffic penalty within the reprieve period. So it's not that if you, as I see some people interpreting online, that if you have paid an outstanding ticket into court, you will get your demerit points removed, but if you have paid online, you won't. Clause 5 is quite clear that notwithstanding 59B, which is the demerit point clause, that you're, and 59A, by operation of clause 5 in its entirety, everyone who has had a ticket within that reprieve period of February 1, 2018 to January 31, 2023, and has paid within that period of time will have their demerit points removed. So that is clear. There's no, the persons who have played by the rules will not be shafted vis-a-vis the others. All demerit points will be removed under clause 5. And I think that that is probably the point of this, in addition to, as I indicated, the fact that all tickets that were issued prior to February 1, 2018, so everything prior to February 1, 2018, null and void. Those tickets will not need to be considered. And again, if it is that somehow you go on traffic lookup and see a ticket pre-2018, pre-February 2018, bring it to the attention of customer services, because it is something that has been disposed of under the law, and it will be removed and dealt with. It will not carry forward on your ticket. So the TTMS system, and I want to say that the IT people at the road safety and the road safety unit team at the Ministry of Transport and Mining, the members of the IT team at National Security, the team at Justice, and the court administration department, they have really been working assiduously at the technical level to ensure that on February 1, there is a clean system that takes us forward from February 1. It ensures that the police will be able to use their new devices to check when they stop you if you have outstanding tickets, and it means that the merit points, if you have been able to pay within this period of time, will have been cleared so that you will start with a clean slate in that regard. It is not a perfect system. If they have gotten a court date, but the court date has not allowed them to pay before January 31st, they will have a system, they will have a process on the way, so there will be no warrant issued for them unless they miss the court date, but they will not benefit from the demerit point reprieve. Because unless there is some basis within which the court could treat with that, remember, once they go to the court, they are now before the court. And apart from the clearing of the demerit points within the reprieve period, that is the operation of this act. So if they have gotten a later, that means they didn't go early enough. So that is how that will operate. That you should. And that we have been doing from last year, yes. And we've been doing that from last year, yes. They are before the court, yes. There are persons who... So again, the thing is to really try to contact them, especially if you have a small number of tickets. Email, send a copy of your tickets. If you have one ticket, it is far more likely that you will be seen and be able to pay than if you, of course, if you have the... You are the author of your misfortune if you have if you have a large number. But again, system is ready and lined up for February 1, and really the technicalities in getting that to that point has been extremely difficult. I know that the technical teams have been stretched to extremes and have been working extremely long hours from last year to do the cleaning and the assessing, to ensure that their numbers are correct so that they don't say 70.1 and when it's 70.2, and such matters that mere mortals like myself will get wrong. So we're at a point to start afresh. It's not a perfect system, and it was never intended to be an amnesty. It has provided some reprieve, but it was not intended to give an entire waiver of all the implications of having not paid your ticket on time or contested it within the regime that's provided under law. As we know, offenses under the Road Traffic Act, once the law comes into effect, they are now deemed to be offenses under the 2018 Act. So they will start to be prosecuted in that regard as well. So this is a long-awaited bill. This is not a perfect solution for transition, but it will deal with millions of tickets, millions of demerit points. It will ensure that many people, including persons who have had very few and very small infractions, will start with a clean slate. And it is our hope that it will allow for a resetting of the button of public order on roads. Not only for taxi drivers, for everyone who drives in an indisciplined manner and who does not follow the road code. So, Mr. President, the bill before us is not a long one, not a lengthy one, and I would ask that it be placed before committee for second reading.
The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favour? Against? Madam Clerk?
A bill entitled An Act to Afford Persons a Period of Reprieve to address outstanding matters related to prescribed notices issued prior to February 1, 2023 under Section 116 of the Road Traffic Act 1938 and to nullify the merit points recorded against all driver's license prior to February 1, 2023, read a second time.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. I put clause 1 of the bill. Those in favor? Against? I put clause 2 of the bill. Those in favor?
An amendment.
Just hang
proposed.
on, please.
Sir?
I put clause 2 of the bill. Those in favor?
And I am
Mr. Brown,
sorry.
hang on. I put clause 2 of the bill. Those in favor?
No, object. I have an amendment
but
to
I have
propose.
just wait now, man.
Huh?
I put clause 2 of the bill. Those in favor? Against?
I against. I wish to propose an amendment.
Yes, that's fine. So, Mr. Brown, you don't know the rope, man?
I don't like ropes, sir. But
all right,
anyway.
so you're voting against it and you want to propose an amendment,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
The current, in clause 2, under reprieve period, it reads as follows. Reprieve period means the period commencing on February 1st, 2018, and ending on January 31st, 2023. I propose that the words January 31st, 2023, well, in fact, January 31st, be deleted and replaced with April 30, 2023.
Minister, can I have a response from you on that?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're unable to accept that amendment for the reasons explained earlier. The technical system is set to start on February 1, and the domino house, or the house of cards, that would then fall were we to make any changes there. Furthermore, it is a matter of policy, and the Minister of Transport has been quite clear that the reprieve period should end on the date provided.
Okay, thank you. But the member has put forward a proposed amendment, and as I understand it, it would read, reprieve period means the period commencing on February 1, 2018 and ending on April 30th, 2023. Is that correct, Senator Brown?
That is absolutely correct.
So that is the amendment that is being put. All in favor? Divide?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, the member has called for a divide, which I will facilitate.
Senator Allen? Senator Braham? Senator Bunting? Senator Brown? Senator Campbell? Senator Campbell Rodriguez? Senator Crawford? Senator Sofa Beans? Senator Gale? Senator Golden Campbell? Senator Hill? Senator Johnson Smith? Senator Dr. Longmore? Senator Morris? Senator Dr. Morris? Senator Gabriela Morris? Senator Samuda? Senator Scott Motley? Senator Sinclair? Senator Webby? Senator Williams? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 8, 6. Put down the president name.
I do report the result of the divide as follows. Ayes 6, noes 8, so that the noes have it and the proposed amendment is not accepted. That having been stated, I now put clause 2 of the bill. Those in favor? Against? Okay. So the ayes have it. I put clause 3. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I put clause 4. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I put clause 5. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I put clause 6. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I put clause 7. Those in favor? I know. Yes, obviously no 7. My apologies. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment.
Mr. President, might I ask for third reading of the bill?
The question is that the bill be read for a third time. Those in favor? Madam Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Afford Persons a Period of Reprieve to Address Outstanding Matters Related to Prescribed Notices issued prior to February 1, 2023 under Section 116 of the Road Traffic Act 1938 and to nullify demerit points recorded against all driver's license prior to February 1, 2023, read a third time and passed.
Mr. President, might I ask for recommittal of the following items: announcements to be read by the clerk, reports from committees, and notices of motion given orally?
The question is for the recommittal of the items, announcements to be read by the clerk, reports from committees, and notices of motions given orally. Those in favor? Against? Announcements?
Also laid on the table of the Senate today are copies of the report of the Standing Orders Committee of the Senate on its deliberations on the proposed amendment of the Standing Order to allow for the bilateral Caucus of Women Parliamentarians to be established as a Sessional Select Committee.
Thank you. Reports from committees, Minister? Oh, sorry. Member Gale.
Thank you, President. Mr. President, in relation to Standing Order number 67, the Standing Orders Committee of the Senate, sir, was required to consider a motion that was tabled and debated before and required review before the Standing Orders Committee. As we recall, this morning, there would have been a lengthy debate around the motion that was presented. And in keeping with the mandates, the committee took the decision to review the standing orders with a view of having it amended to allow for a bicameral caucus of women parliamentarians to be established as a sessional select committee to sit jointly with a similar comprised committee from the House of Representatives. Mr. President, the findings of the committee in its deliberation agreed to amend the Standing Order number 66-1 of the Standing Orders of the Senate to allow for the bicameral caucus of women parliamentarians to be established as a sessional select committee to sit jointly with a similar comprised committee from the House of Representatives. During the deliberations, Senator Dr. Floyd Morris objected for reasons to be found in the minutes of the meeting, and he abstained from voting, just for the record. And as a consequence, the amendment should read that Standing Order 66-1E, quote, Caucus of Women Parliamentarians, unquote. And the committee agreed to accordingly amend the standing orders. And so also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 members of the standing orders would have affixed their signature to the amendment. And so the committee was grateful for the clerk of the houses and the staff for the invaluable assistance within short notice and time to have prepared the report. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Senator Gale.
And so, as a result, sir, I'm asking the Senate to adopt the recommendations.
Mr. President, I beg to lay on the table of the Honourable Senate a copy of the report of the Standing Orders Committee on its deliberations on the amendment of standing orders to allow for the Bicameral Caucus of Women Parliamentarians to be established as a Sessional Select Committee. And the report having been shared by the acting chair of that committee today, I ask that we be allowed to consider the matter at the item notices of motion.
That is the question that the Minister has put. Those in favour? Against? Yes, Minister. Thank you. Yes, notices of motions given orally.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Standing Orders Committee of the Senate on its deliberation on the amendment of the standing orders to allow for the Bicameral Caucus of Women Parliamentarians to be established as a Sessional Select Committee, which was laid on the table of the Senate on the 27th day of January 2023, be approved. And may I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will ask for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take this motion, notice of which I have just given.
Well, we are back to the place where you would do that. Public business.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move for the suspension of standing orders to allow me to move the motion, notice of which I have just given.
I've heard the question. Those in favour?
Just before you get to the favor, I'd like to speak on a motion.
Fine, very well.
I know the time. But what I'm happy about for the late hours is that all 4 women on this side have stayed back to ensure that the motion is carried. And 2 of the men on this side are here. One has left because it's the Sabbath, and another because of an urgent matter. Otherwise, all 4 men on this side would be here. We support the motion, and we can speak for this side. The women have rallied in support of the motion. I hope you can speak for your side in that respect.
Thank you very much. The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to take the motion, notice of motion which was given earlier. Those in favour?
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I just want to state for the record that I didn't state it earlier, but just so Senator Longmore had to leave because of a personal matter. But I just want to make the point that when Senator Golding Campbell also ill, she was suffering from asthma, and she still made it through, made her presentation, etc., and more than held her ground on behalf of the establishment of the caucus. But I just want to share with you that at the point that the seminal work was being done to prepare for the caucus. Senator Longmore, not only had she made that initial trip, not only did she lobby for funding to do the preparatory work, but I want to also make it clear for Hansard, and it should be recorded, that even when she was battling cancer and she was at one of the lowest points in her life, this was one of her passion projects. And you wouldn't even pay the matter the courtesy of the solemnity that it deserves. And I'm sure you agree that it does deserve it. So you may not have been hearing, though. So I wouldn't want it to be taken that by noticing absence today, there is any doubt about the support which is held. I wouldn't trivialize the matter in that way. And I want to make it clear for Hansard, no, we've had many opportunities today. It is, and I'm committed to ensure that it is still harnessed as a good day. But I couldn't let the reference to absences on this side go in the way it was put forward. And I want to just recognize Senator Longmore's contribution once more, beyond self, and thank her for it, because it has helped to get us here today. Mr. President, I want to thank the staff today for their patience and their commitment to the parliamentary process. It has been a difficult day, and I want to just express my appreciation once more to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, who have ensured that the work of governance is completed in the interests of the people of Jamaica. Madam Clerk, Madam Deputy, as you rapidly write, I am including you in this as well. Marshal, our lady orderlies, who have been doing such an excellent job to help us through the day. Mr. President, it is not intended to do any...
That you would ask that the motion for the approval...
Mr. President, I would ask that the motion that is before us
yes,
be approved.
Yes, to adopt, to approve the report of the committee be accepted. So moves the minister. Those in favor? Against?
Divide, Mr. President.
There is a call for a divide. Madam Clerk?
Senator Allen. Once we divide, we have to call. Senator Allen. Senator Braham. Okay. Senator Braham.
Before we divide, yes. I want to be clear. Parliamentarian caucus.
It is what was put that the Senate would approve the report from the committee.
Oh, so it's a report from the committee.
Yes.
Okay. So let me I just want to be clear. So the Standing Orders Committee made a recommendation, and the senator who sits on the Standing Orders Committee is calling for a divide in the Senate. Is that a clear understanding, Mr. President?
That is correct.
Okay.
And just to be clear, just a clarification, President. I heard no nay when the motion was put. And therefore, if she wants a vote by vice, that's different from a divide, because a divide is when there's a unclarity as to whether some is for
Senator Brown,
or some is against.
Senator Brown.
This is a frivolous attempt.
Senator Brown. Look here. We have been
It's unworthy,
we
President.
have been all through this. Right?
We are voting yes, so you could record all also yes. It's frivolous. It's petty.
You call for a divide when there was obvious.
When there's a yea and a nay.
No, but there was no obvious possible discrepancy. Madam Clerk called for the divide. Come, let's go.
Senator Allen. Senator Braham. Senator Bunting. Senator Brown. Senator Campbell. Senator Campbell Rodriguez. Senator Crawford. Abstain. Senator Fraser Beans. Senator Gale. Senator Golding Campbell. Senator Hill. Senator Johnson Smith. Senator Dr. Longmore. Senator Dr. Morris. Senator Gabriela Morris. Senator Samuda. Senator Scott Motley. Senator Sinclair. Senator Webby. Senator Williams. Senator Williams. Okay.
I do report the vote, the divide as follows. 12 yeas, no noes, 1 abstention. So that the ayes have it.
Mr. President, it is not, well, hold on, no. We have moved the motion for the adoption, and it has been taken and accepted. And so I'm just making sure that I'm not missing any step. The question, so the report, sorry, Mr. President, I do need to just confirm that we are adopting the contribution of the, in support of the report as presented by Senator Gale, and reaffirming the arguments in support of the actual establishment of the caucus as had been made earlier, and asking in that context that the establishment of the caucus be approved, that the motion to establish it be approved. No.
So that is the motion that the minister has put. Those in favor? Against? Thank you. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is, we have done important work today, and as challenging as the work has been at various points, we have gotten through, and we have created an important body within the Parliament, and we have established the framework within which the new Road Traffic Act will take effect next week. This is what we do. We continue to make laws for the peace and good governance of Jamaica, work in the interest of the people of Jamaica. Even when we don't agree, the work remains at hand, and we do it to the best of our abilities. So, Mr. President, it's not intended to do any further work today. I ask that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be set.
Thank you very much. Members would have heard. Those in favor? This Honourable Senate now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Over 100 murders in 1 month, Jamaica. We can't continue like this. The killing must end. Do right by the future generation. Get the guns, save our country.
If it's not you. Reggae Month Church Service. Sunday, January 29, 10:30 a.m. Live from Fellowship Tabernacle on PBCJ. Reggae Month 2023. Come catch the rhythm